Testando som, teste. 1, 2, 3, teste, som. Teste, som. Vocês me ouvem bem aí?
microfone. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe que é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe que é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai na fé. Se você não tem noção do tanto que é forte, se a vida é justa e a causa é nobre, tudo pode conseguir. Pra caminhar tem que levar a sério. A vida é um enigma, temos que desvendar mistérios pra poder sorrir.
O universo ele é grande, mas é lindo e belo.
E todos nós temos direito de ser muito feliz.
Nosso lugar é repleto de vários castelos.
A escolha é nossa sim. Não podemos jamais desistir, nem deixar a peteca cair.
Temos que lutar até o fim
e acreditar que vamos conseguir.
O suor escorre do rosto de um homem honesto. De origem simples, não dispensa o seu jeito modesto.
A vitória é nossa sim.
Vai, mas vai na fé.
Você sabe que é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade.
Ter humildade de verdade dá licença pra chegar no evento que aqui é o nosso lugar. Salve, salve toda a galera do IDES que faz esse evento MIDE, que aqui também que insiste. Persistência, sem carência, favela é potência, não queremos recompensa, é oportunidade pura de estar aqui. Com Girassol, Felipe Mota no contrabaixo e assim faço parte num dos maiores celeiros de criatividade. Através das minhas frases mostrando a verdade, cantando calma e cantando com o coração. Eu bato palma pra todos que vocês são meus irmãos, seres humanos lindos que faz parte. É por isso que a gente canta de verdade.
Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é de verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé.
Quero que vocês batam palma.
Você sabe quem
Bate
é.
palma aí, vai.
De verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade. Vai, mas vai na fé. Você sabe quem é. De verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade.
Mais uma vez, vai.
Vai, mas vai na fé.
Que lindo.
Você sabe quem é. De verdade, sem falsidade, humildade na simplicidade.
Faz barulho!
Obrigada!
Muito obrigado a todos e a todas.
Obrigada,
Obrigado, Igis, pela oportunidade. Mota, Girassol e Daniel Cristóvão, gratidão.
Beijão, gente. Obrigada.
And it will be an honor to conduct this meeting once again, and we have prepared it with much love. So we start our event in a very daring way. Congratulations. Congratulations, Girassol, Daniel, and Felipe from Favela Music. Thank you for accepting the challenge of making a daring opening and surprising us with this very potent call. Favela Music has the support of G10 Favelas, an organization that you will be able to meet later on in the closing session, when we will have the presence of Gilson Rodrigues, the president of the initiative. I am here to welcome our translators, our sign translators, and our language translators. And this will definitely help the people with visual deficiency. I have yellow skin, I have black hair up to my shoulders, and I am her and she. We will have simultaneous translation into Portuguese and English during the whole event. The audience will be able to use the headsets on the tables, and you can also take some at the back of the room. Just leave the headsets on the table at the end of the event or hand them in to our team. Our online audience can follow the forum in Portuguese through the Aegis channel in YouTube and in English through the Alliance magazine, also from YouTube. The Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investors is from Aegis, the Institute for Social Development, TACA, Charity AIDS Foundation, and the Global Philanthropy Forum. So before we start, I would like to thank the team that is responsible for the organization of the event, and also our supporters, our sponsors who have made this meeting possible. The Charles Stewart Moat, our silver sponsors, and our bronze sponsors, Ambev, B3 Social, BNP Paribas Asset Management, BTG Pactual, Fundação Itaú, Fundação José Luiz Egídio Setúbal, the Raia Drogasil Group, the Cicobi Institute, Movimento Bem Maior, and so on. I would also like to thank the Alliance magazine, our media partner. And now, to officially open the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investors from 2023, I would like to invite Luiz Sorge, the President of the Aegis Council and CEO of BNP Paribas Asset Management, Brazil. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here once again, opening this forum, this Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investors. I am white, I wear glasses, I have gray hair, and I'm wearing a white shirt and a navy blue suit. Social investment and philanthropy has been maturing in Brazil. Over the last few years, we have seen more people making donations and more companies getting engaged in social investment. The future is promising in spite of the size of the social environmental problems and the governance problems too in our country. 8 years ago, I had the honor of being invited by Marcos and Paula to be part of the board of Aegis. And since 2019, I have the honor of making this opening. In 2019, the audience was full, just like today, and there were important topics and specialists that were recognized. And we also have the presence of people who contribute to philanthropy and social investment here in our country and also around the world. Yesterday, I had the opportunity of being with some of them, and I think this definitely brings us not only a local view, but a global one of philanthropy, and it makes us continue to grow. 4 years ago, Aegis was made up of 11 people. We're talking about growth. Today, we have 47. And I'm very happy to accompany this evolution together with my other colleagues on the board. I know it's not easy. There's a lot of work involved. And I would like to congratulate Paula and the whole team from Aegis. I'm not going to list all the names, so just so I don't forget anyone. And I'd like to put this word daring. This is the word of the day. So besides growing, we're also worried about quality and sustainability, of course. Always committed to positive impact generated by our actions. So it's being daring, the quality, and the impact that this generates. So this forum is one of the actions of this trajectory that we have been bringing into Brazilian society with the support of many of you here. So it is a space to recognize and celebrate social investment in our philanthropy. And this year we want to provoke our investors and philanthropes, and this is what we have done constantly, and use them even more. So to innovate and try new ways. Just like Aegis has done, we have to question ourselves every day, and we have to question what we can do additionally. And I always say that my main activity is less noble than this. And we say that when we have to generate some result above the normal, we have to generate alpha. So I'd like to invite you all to always look for something more, something above our reference. And what is the relative reference in terms of philanthropy in Brazil is philanthropy in the world. So Brazil and the world needs this daring aspect. We have huge challenges, but we have greater strength, and especially if we work together. And that's why we're here today. The topic of being daring has to inspire all of us today and always. So I wish you all a day with a lot of reflection, learning, and new connections that can generate lots of activities of impact, especially in the Brazilian society. Well, we know that there's a lot of need in the public social network that, of course, has its failures, but our objective is to create a network from the private area to reduce these failures. So I believe that we have the installed capacity, and we are able to find resources to do this. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day. Soja, thank you very much for your words. And who's been daring this week? Raise your hand. Many people, right? And being daring, and it's always very daring for me to be up here. I get nervous. So good morning, and welcome everyone. And this is the 12th edition of the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investors. And I put it here. I'm very excited and nervous to be up here, but it's great to see you here today, each of you. I think there are many known people But there's also many people who have become part of the Aegis network more recently. So it's wonderful to see this work, to see the interest for private social philanthropy in our country. And welcome to the audience who is following us virtually today from all the areas in Brazil. I am Vala Fabiani, the CEO of Aegis. I am white, I have short brown hair, brown eyes, I wear glasses, and today I'm wearing black clothes with an orange coat. And the planning for this meeting started in 2022 when we started reflecting upon the topic that would conduct our conversations in this session. In 2021, we talked about new horizons after the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, we talked about collaboration, an attitude that was essential for us to go further, to be able to accelerate and potentialize the positive impact and also the objectives of sustainable development. It's very important to join efforts and work together with other actors, other players. Aegis has several partnerships, several initiatives with many organizations, and the representatives are present here. The partners, thank you very much for challenging us to think further and to go further. And with this sort of thought, we came up with a topic for 2023. Our sector has a lot happening. We have more people and more organizations involved and engaged with the cause, and we're thinking, so in spite of the growth, are we still only repeating formulas and models that have been successful in the past? Do we need to have greater daring attempts to face the size of the current problems? In Aegis, we dare to make this a biennial project. Before, it was every 5 years. We decided to reduce it to 2 years, every 2 years, and it was just launched. And we have 84% of Brazilians making some kind of donation. That's our record. It's the greatest number we've ever found. However, the percentage of donators for socio-environmental initiatives is still the same as from 2020. So what daring capacity is needed to be able to have our organizations donating? You have a folder on top of your tables with the results of the survey. We're very happy about this project. And we have also talked about the transformation of territories, supporting the development of community institutes, just with our partner, Fundação Motti. And we needed to be daring in this field. Brazil is gigantic, it's huge, and 3 years ago we only had 3 organizations recognized as such. Now we have 17 in 10 states, and the representatives are here with us, participating in this forum. So I'm provoking you to dare to talk to them. And they're very inspiring stories. And we're going to do advocacy, so with the endowments, the so-called endowments. And that was something that was unknown to Aegis a while ago. But there was coalition and law 13,800, and we have now 2440 that is trying to bring us incentives to donations and improvement of taxes for these companies that work with these funds, equity funds, and they are investing their resources. And as I said, Sorgi, our president of our board, we are daring to grow a lot. We've had more than 50 projects done last year, led by Marcos. Where is Marcos? Over there. And our consulting company has worked with families, foundations, corporations, and institutions of civil society, supporting several needs, like, for example, in the ESG agenda, planning, governance, evaluation of impact, trainings. And we also look into donation, which is an important area, making a partnership with BNDES, the National Bank of Social and Economic Development. So we have better health care in the north and the northeast. So you're going to learn more about this project, a daring project that is going to be discussed after lunch. And you also find a folder on the table with some details about this project. And we're going to be even more daring with the launching of the 1% commitment. So the idea is, in partnership with the Institute, to promote at least 1% of the company's revenues. So talking a little bit more about our topic, and before we start, as Soji said, we have our international speakers and other people in our sector. We were talking to them. I was talking to somebody on the table, my vision of philanthropy, and I worked in the financial market. I worked with risk capital, and I have a similar view, and I probably bring it from there. The idea that philanthropy should be the risk capital of the social environmental area. So we could use more, we could do more, because we can bring solutions that have never been tested, because philanthropy has this possibility of being daring, of trying things out, and it's much more difficult for the companies and the government. And it is something that is innate in human beings, but it has to be experimented, it has to be tried out. It requires a lot of courage, creativity, planning, and perseverance to be able to face challenges and run risks in a calculated manner. Being daring, we can create new methodologies, and we can establish partnerships, improbable partnerships, and provide significant changes, and assume mistakes, and this is something that our philanthropy should do more. And doing it differently, even what was working, we can still innovate and be entrepreneurs. So being daring comes from a wish, a dream that we would like to realize. Sometimes it seems to be distant or difficult, but I would like to invite all of you to think about your dreams and what is missing for them to become reality. So is it being a little bit more daring during the day? This is going to be the main theme of our conversations, and hopefully we will inspire all of you to promote philanthropy that runs risk, that is more transforming and diverse and more welcoming. So may we be daring to realize our dreams. We're going to approach being daring in investments made by families and companies. We're going to talk about alliances and about the defense of causes with the environment, human rights, education, and also racial equity. We're going to talk about financial models, the evaluation of the impact and movements of civil society. We're going to show the importance of valuation of leadership and also organizations who work locally, the power of the territories, but also bringing the global perspective of our challenges. And I'm very, very proud and happy to announce the beginning of the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropes and Social Investors for 2023. I'd like to thank our sponsors, my great team, my board, our partners, and all of you. Without you, we would not be here today. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for strengthening our community and our dreams. So enjoy the day, and it's going to be very rich and daring. Thank you, Paula, for this invitation to be daring. We really have to be daring. But let's start our agenda bringing a broad view on the meaning of being daring in philanthropy. And it's somebody who is not in his comfort zone. So I would like to invite you to participate in the debates, making our event even richer and more dynamic. And if you're here in person, you can ask your questions using the microphones that are going to circulate when there is a moment in the debates. And just raise your hand, and our support team is going to take you the microphones. And the people online should write their questions in the chat, and they will be sent to the moderators in each panel. Please participate. So without further ado, let us begin the opening plenary session with the topic, Being Daring, a transversal element for transforming actions that are diverse and inclusive. So welcome to our guests, Eduardo Saron, the president of the Itaú Foundation, Geise Diniz, co-founder of Pacto contra a Fome, Against Hunger, Girda Nicolas, co-founder of the Haiti Community Trust. And our moderator of the panel will be Rodrigo Piponzi, the president of the board of the MOL Group and the ACP Institute that kindly accepted our last-minute invitation to substitute Philippe Youn, who is the head of the Global Philanthropy Forum that unfortunately was not able to be here because he's recovering from COVID. Rodrigo, over to you. Thank you, Andrea. Can you hear me? What an honor and what a responsibility to be called last minute. But I was still very happy. Very happy because we start a forum about being daring, and it's very daring to accept an invitation like this. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Rodrigo Piponzi. I am a young man, fair hair and light-colored eyes. I have a green polo shirt and tennis shoes and jeans. I am the president of the council of the MOL Group and ACP, and I'm also one of the Aegis board members, so that's why I accepted this invitation, and it's a great responsibility, and it's very special for me to be here today. So I talked to Paula about, it really made my life easier because she said a lot about being daring, and I was very happy to be in this opening plenary session because there's no better way of talking about being daring than listening to incredible stories and inspiring stories like the ones that we're going to listen to now. And just a comment about being daring, talking a little bit about the dynamics of the session. So yesterday I looked the word daring up in the dictionary, and many of the adjectives have already been mentioned by Paolo when we talk about courage and being brave, but being daring is when you do something without reflecting upon it. That's what the dictionary says. And that definitely makes me think, because being daring is in a place that, we should do more and think less. Not, in a reckless manner, of course, but in a way where we're going to prioritize practice and experience to be able to get innovation. So this is something that I thought was very interesting when you talk about the meaning of being daring, and I'm sure you're going to bring that up. So we're here with three great guests, and the dynamics here, just so everybody's on the same page, I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves and to talk a little bit about your initiatives and how daring you were in the philanthropic field. And then at the end of this presentation, we're going to go into a Q&A session. I have a question for each of you, and then we're going to open up for the questions from the audience. And we're going to have time to hear about what your questions are, the people in the audience. So I'm going to start with Geise. And Geise, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about the impact Against Hunger, the company you're in, and this is an initiative that was launched last year, and it tends to mobilize Brazilians to end hunger. Thank you, Rodrigo. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, thank you very much on behalf of thank you, Aegis, for this invitation. So giving me the opportunity to share what Pacto contra a Fome is on behalf of Paula and Marcos. Thank you. Rodrigo, you could also be here to talk about being daring. So I think we're going to hear you after talking about this. So my name is Geise. I am a white woman. I have long brown hair, brown eyes. I'm wearing jeans and dark jeans coat and navy blue sandals and a white shirt. So what brings me here to this place? Simply because I don't agree to being a rich country that produces food, that exports food, and that has the inputs, but at the same time we have 33 million Brazilians that are hungry every single day. And we also waste 8 times this amount that would be possible to feed this population. So I was not happy with this, and I made studies, and I'm going to give a step back. And during the pandemic, I got engaged in the distribution of food. I co-created a movement that is called União São Paulo that delivered food in the state of São Paulo, and it was 900,000 baskets in a year and a half. And then in March of 2021, I co-created a campaign that was called Panela Cheia Salva. And this campaign was a national one, and it benefited 3 institutes that worked on that with our support, União São Paulo and UNESCO's support. So Agência África did a great campaign. In 10 days, this campaign was broadcasted, and in 4 months, we got 240 million reais. March of 2021, nobody donated anymore, a lot of unemployment, everybody was waiting for the vaccine, and at that moment I thought, what are we doing? What are we doing that is different? So we got together in a moment of frailty in Brazil. People were open to donating, and together we made a movement. So then I said, well, you know, we are doing something that is fundamental for the moment, giving food. What about hunger in Brazil? What is necessary to make structural changes? So I brought a consulting company called Integration. They made a 6-month survey, and it was full-time. It was qualitative and quantitative, and we got some data, very significant data. So one was the 33,000 Brazilians that were going hungry, the wasting in agribusiness, going through the suppliers, the industry, restaurants, supermarkets, your table at home, everything we throw away every day. It's 8 times what we could use to feed this population. And I got this study. There was a diagnosis, and there were ways of working with it as well. And I heard about 300 people, I'm not exaggerating, in all the different sectors. So I went to see if that really made sense, if that connected, understanding that food waste is not directly correlated to combating hunger. So we only have to think about our table at home, the food that is left over. It is not given to somebody who's hungry. So this happens here, but it's all immoral for us to think about this waste that we have today. So considering this, I thought, my family, I come from a family that is also a social investor. So nowadays, not many years, of course, we have the Peninsula Institute that is focused on education and sports. So we have a focus on this area, but hunger actually took me in another place. I did not agree to that, but I said I cannot just do nothing about it. I have to do something about it. So I heard many people on this subject, and then I said, okay, this cannot just be another institute. It's not going to be just another NGO, because otherwise I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to have the same difficulties as the others. So I co-created this movement that is called Pacto contra a Fome, together with another 40 people. Today, we are 40 co-founders that created this pact against hunger. And it is a movement of civil society to work on combating hunger and against food waste. So we are super competition and super religious because it's hunger above everything else. And then we're also multi-sectorial. Everybody's working together. So we work in 3 great pillars, and I'm going to talk about our objective. In 2030, nobody in Brazil will be hungry. 2040, everybody will be well fed. So it's no use just coming out of the UN's map of hunger. We need to have nutritious meals for the whole population to develop. If we want to invest in education, we need to provide the least, which is food. If we want to invest in health, we have to look at food. And I think this is one of the great primary factors, looking at how our people are being fed. And we work by not reinventing the wheel. We want to promote synergies with everything that already exists. There are many initiatives in the private sector, in the public sector, in the third sector, but they don't talk. So today we've created a platform which is an initiative hub, and we bring these initiatives in so that we can promote synergy between them, and then we're able to view who can cause a greater impact, and we can even help these initiatives. So we launched the prize for impact against food, and it's UNESCO and FAO, and we give 100,000 to initiatives and also mentorship in terms of management and administration so that we can see who already does this. And this goes to all the sectors. So we're going to bring, do I have another minute? She said my time is up. Let me try and just conclude here. So we're going to bring the importance of the private sector in this area of combating hunger. So in the environment, everything is being directed to the environmental aspect, but when we talk about food waste, we go to an environmental issue as well. So one of the ways is to work with the S of ESG, and we've been working with B3 Social, we've been doing some work with Febraban, the financial institutions, and we're also going to launch the food credit, hunger credit. So it is just like the carbon credit for the company that can't do anything, they can at least do this with projects that have to do with nutrition for children. And then we're going to talk about public policies. And to do this, you need to have a basis. So this whole area of data and intelligence, that's extremely important. And we also make partnerships with coalitions and universities and research institutes to check what already exists so we can not waste time, because 2030 is very little time to get a structural change, but it's an eternity for those who are hungry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we're going to explore a little bit more about this initiative, this very powerful initiative. Now I'm going to give the floor to Eduardo Saron. I'm going to ask you to talk about the Itaú Foundation. Good morning, Rodrigo, Gueda, Geise. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. When Paula and her team invited me to be part of this panel, talking about this perspective of being daring, I was very excited because, you know, we are in the Itaú Foundation, which is a result of several initiatives from Itaú Unibanco, Itaú Social, Itaú Education and Work, Everyone for Health. But it's very recent as an organization that brings together these initiatives. So we're 3 years old, and we've been discussing this issue a lot. And something I wanted to share with you is the values of our organization. So all this is connected to being daring. So I'm a white man. I'm dressed in blue, just to make it easier to describe. I have transparent glasses. My hair is a little gray and a little silver, something like that. And I'm really very happy to be here with you. It's not the first time that I'm in this forum, and it's a privilege to be here. And it's also a privilege to be exchanging with such a relevant and important audience on a topic that is absolutely urgent, which is philanthropy in Brazil. So talking about being daring, that's very important. When we think about Brazil, what Geise thought of impacting numbers, she talks about 2030, and the number 2030 is also very important for our foundation, Itaú. And 2030, Brazil is going to be technically a Brazil of that will be older. In 2030, we're going to have the second IBG, according to the IBGE, we're going to have more people over 60 and less people below 14. This has already started in Rio Grande do Sul. The last place, and it's going to be in 2040, is going to be the Amazon. But the fact is that 2030 is a year that is extremely transitory for a country that has forgotten to grow. In the last 30 years, we grew 2% on average a year, while our population grew 1.1. So our growth was almost annulled. So it's a huge challenge. Each of you who grew more than your parents and your grandparents, definitely you are outliers. That's very sad in a Brazil with so many perspectives. And it's a Brazil that forgot to grow and needs to accelerate its programs, its actions, its projects to create a social impact and to be able to do something. On the other hand, we have wonderful numbers in Brazil, and every day it's a Canada of students that go to school. 35 million boys and girls that go to elementary school until secondary school. They go to the public schools in Mato Grosso, Espírito Santo, of teachers receive these students. They're fantastic numbers and they're very powerful. Now, for us to think about a country that also has dramatic numbers in terms of education, today we are among the last that respond to PISA, the index that looks at quality of life, that measures quality of life in more than 70 countries in the world. And according to mathematics, we're not the last ones, we're before last, right? We're penultimate in the list. And if we continue in terms of the acceleration that we have today, it is improving, yes, but the time and the focus, it's not focused on inequality, on racial issues. We're only going to be a medium-level country, medium level, which is mediocre, let's say, and this is 2040, 2043. We don't have time. We cannot wait. It is urgent and priorities are screaming, and so we have to be daring. We have to be transforming. And this is why we have to do a lot more than we're doing. Because if we continue doing the same thing, we're not going to have time. So this country cannot wait any longer. So I was in a seminar the other day, and a white man just like me, you know, and straight like me, he was talking about numbers and evidence. And then at the end of his presentation, it was a seminar about Brazil outside the country, everybody got depressed. And then a black girl, young, but Brazilian, she said, "You white man, you can get depressed. You're a white man and you can lose hope. But I am a black woman from the outskirts of Ceará, near you. So I'm a black girl from the outskirts of the city. I cannot lose hope. I cannot lose the perspective on life, because what haunts me in the future is a future that you built together with your expectations and your hopes." And this touched me, and we have debated a lot on the challenges of the Itaú Foundation when we talk about this daring aspect, this transformation. So 4 things are essential to me. Value the people in your team. We are an organization that provides services, and we provide services, we make services for people to have a better life. So if I don't start putting people in the center of this transformation, there's something wrong, right? The second one is to do participating management. So it's not participating management. So we have the complexities, the governance, the necessary situations of compliance, but it is necessary for us to involve the trainees and the leadership in this participation. And the fourth point is that we need to be an anti-racist organization. We can't tolerate this anymore. We can't tolerate that our law only has 1 article and doesn't have anything about social development, life perspective, and so many other things in the racial field. And the fourth point, which is fundamental for us, is to be an organization that is inventive and exploratory and pioneer. And with the data, with the information, and with the models that we have, we're not going to be able to deal with the urgency and the priorities. We need to be inventive. We need to go beyond what we're doing so that we can actually do something different. And therefore, I conclude, because they've already told me to stop talking. So there's only one way of being able to connect everyone around this synergy. With participation and valuing people, anti-racial, being inventive and pioneer. It is connecting people to their values, to their purposes, and converging the values of these people with the value of the organization, the purpose of these people with the purpose of the organizations, because then it becomes easier, the impact on society and the feeling that you're really making a difference. Thank you very much, and hopefully I've shared our experiences with you. Thank you. That was very inspiring. We're going to explore a little bit more about that. And now I'd like to give the floor to Gerda. Gerda comes from Haiti, and she develops great work with the Haiti Community Trust. And I'd like you to tell us a little bit about your work in the organization and how this has been.
Thank you so much. Bonjour. In our culture in Haiti, we say honneur, and then you respond respect. So because Paula said we are going to be daring today, we're going to practice. I'm going to say honneur, and you're going to say respect. Ready? Honneur. And we said honneur, respect, because it's an opportunity. Sorry, I'm listening to Portuguese at the same time. It's an opportunity for us to say we will honor each other and we will be respectful of each other. It's also a way when you show up into somebody's home and you say honneur and you don't hear respect, it means please go back home. We're not ready for you, right? At the same way. I want to say a special thank you to Felipe for being daring enough to hear me speak at an event and thought I could actually come and be a part of this forum here today, because he definitely is a daring individual. And for those who are watching, let me describe myself. I am a beautiful black woman with olive skin, with a beautiful beautiful locks, wearing red glasses, with a black dress and orange scarf, with black shoes to accentuate it. I want to say a special thank you to IDIS for being daring enough to really be bold enough to start this entity, which has been an inspiration to the work that we set out to do with Haiti Community Trust. I want to take the opportunity to honor my co-founder, very good friend of over 28 years, Pierre Jonas Imbert, who's in the room. Pierre, please stand up, who helped co-founded the Haiti Community Trust model. So thank you for being here. Haiti Community Trust has been a transformative force in Haiti, ushering in the era of sustainable and grassroots development. Haiti Community Trust pioneering and endowed fund underscore a paradigm shift from temporary relief to sustainable long-term development. By pooling resources and leveraging local expertise, ACT seeks to address core challenges faced by Haiti. By championing local empowerment, Haiti Community Trust has fundamentally reshaped the approach to community development, pivoting from short-term interventions to a model rooted in enduring solutions. To its endowed fund model, Haiti Community Trust has introduced a sense of financial permanence, ensuring that projects that have the consistent backing they require. This has facilitated long-term planning and consistent resource allocation, which distinguish Haiti Community Trust from many traditional aid models in the country. At the heart of Haiti Community Trust's mission lies a firm belief in the potential of Haiti communities. By centering local voices and expertise, IT Community Trust has fostered a culture of ownership and pride, empowering communities to lead their own development projects. IT Community Trust's multifaceted approach addresses diverse areas such as civic education, the environment, and entrepreneurship. This comprehensive outlook ensures that community development is balanced, touching upon various facets of societal growth. Recognizing the power of synergy, IT Community Trust has actively collaborated with various stakeholders from local organizations to international partners. This has amplified the impact of its projects, creating a ripple effect throughout the country. The work of IT Community Trust not only oversees the present needs, but also lays a strong foundation for the future generations to come. Its commitment to building capacity, nurturing leadership, and seeding sustainable practices promises a brighter future for IT. IT Community Trust's motto is brave and daring. Departure from convention, challenging the status quo of international aid by focusing on enduring solutions, leveraging local expertise. IT Community Trust is not just providing a band-aid, but it is aiming to catalyze a transformation in IT's development narrative. In essence, the boldness, the daringness of IT Community Trust vision, combined with its commitment to local empowerment and sustainable practice, has left an incredible mark in the country, paving the way for transformation change. Just in case you fell asleep while I was speaking, and you may have missed a few of the key items that I'm sharing, in terms of this idea about boldness and daringness, IT Community Trust believes that we can create our own ideas. Think about that for a moment. How daring is that? And it is, right, for transformational change in IT. Doing so with the legacy of the big donor, we're also creating a trust among the Haitian and international community. It's a trust that blacks can lead, that black nations can lead, that communities can lead, that in fact individuals can trust a black individual with a couple $1 million and believe that we can absolutely deliver. There's a belief in the fact that the people of the rural communities are the biggest asset of the country, as you were mentioning. The people are the biggest asset, who can carve their own pathways towards economic sustainable growth. In a nutshell, we believe that IET is capable and IET is possible, and that is daring. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Gerda. I think that we're starting with our right. Main asset of these models, of these solutions, and I think that being daring, recognizes this, and within their context, everybody brought a little bit of the way in which they see their solutions, having people and having issues that definitely guide the problems, to any kind of decision making. So I think it's three very potent examples. And this is also very collective, and they depend on a lot of organization and broad and collaborative views to be able to address such deep objectives and so distant as well. But they are still necessary, and in our view, we need to do that fast. So I think being daring carries a lot of elements that I'd like to explore with you. We have exactly 21 minutes and 40 seconds, right, to the end of the panel. So I'm going to ask you for the following. I'd like to just quickly ask each of you a question, and I want you to give us a quick answer, just so we'll be able to allow the audience to interact, right? So one short question to each one, and if you have 2 or 3 minutes to answer, and then we have like 10 to 12 minutes to interact with our audience, okay? So I'm going to start with Jay-Z, because something that calls my attention yesterday, it was exactly mobilizing this target, such a strong target, which is to end hunger in the country, and to mobilize at different sectors, people with different ideologies, different thoughts that occupy a different space. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about your challenges and opportunities for this kind of mobilization, so potent. So the opportunity is to have a real country, because we have the ability to do this. We have other problems that are not just food. So we have incentives, logistics, transport, and so on. But we have people. And what's missing is the will to make this happen, and being daring in believing. So many times I say, oh, I'm a little crazy because I want to, bring this over. But it's not just me, it's us, all of us. The 85% of the Brazilian population that does not go hungry every day, we have to do this. And I bring you an example. For example, when we have a health problem, the problem when we have some disease or some health problem, it is ours, it's individual. So what do? We go and try and find a solution. We go to the pharmacy, we go to the hospital, we go to look for a doctor, because we don't want to be sick. Now, when we talk about hunger, it is so big, it's such a broad problem that we, put a distance between us and this problem. We think the government has to deal with it because, even if we do a lot, it's not going to be enough. And my point is exactly compared to healthcare. So if we only allow the government to do this, or for the 15% of the population that is hungry every day, these people, they are not able to take care of this because they are in a state where they are hungry. I've heard mothers saying that they drink water and they give water to their children, and they spend the day sleeping so they don't go hungry. We're never going to have a developed country like that. So in this place, the invitation is to, we can and we have the responsibility of taking over combat to hunger. So my daring aspect is to bring this awareness to us, to people who can make a difference. And we're going to talk with all the different areas, because we're going to talk to all the different Brazilian individuals. And when we can make changes, we have to understand, first of all, we have to be aware of this, first of all, through data that is going to justify what we're going to do. And as a result, we can change our habits, we can change our families, and we can change our communities. We can change things at school, at work, and over here I'm talking about powers, right? If you're executives in large companies or medium and small companies, and we're going to be able to do this. So, my daring part over here is to make you aware that it is possible to solve this problem. I don't know if I did it in 2 minutes. That's fine. Okay, thank you, Jay-Z. And you're bringing something that is very important. So you're talking about believing, right? And that's a very important aspect for mobilization, right? And now I'd like to give the floor to Saguin, and you talked about the Itaú Foundation, and you talked about the challenge of bringing together different initiatives, social initiatives that already existed in Itaú. And I'd like you to talk a little bit, not about the challenge of doing this, but what was the motivation behind that? So what did you see as an opportunity in this place of putting everything under the same umbrella in the foundation? All right. Sometimes people think that the strategies are carried out in a very elaborate manner, and then they are applied. So the strategies are built throughout the initiatives, the dynamics, the discipline, the determination that looks at the strategies. So the first horizon after the study that we did was how can we increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of these initiatives that were in different spaces in Itaú Unibanco. So Itaú Unibanco is 35 years old. Itaú Social was almost 30 years old. The area of education and work for professionalizing, it's all 15 years old, and we didn't really talk to each other. We did not organize ourselves properly. And we have a blue ocean, and we're starting to go into more detail. Over the last 2 years, we've begun to do that, going into this blue ocean, which is the possibility of joining these issues of basic education. So that's Itaú Social is focusing, and G4 as well, and G5, where the child is creating their brain plasticity, and also Itaú Cultural working with culture. So bringing together these issues, observing, and then putting the young people together, teenagers together, and getting a strategy of a whole person. The whole person has to be treated, and that's something natural, and it's necessary. And we talked about the first job, and we talked to 50 different companies. Out of every 10 people that are employed, they lose their first employment in the first year. Out of every 10, 7 lose their jobs. They are hired because of their CVs, because of their technical competencies in their CVs. And these 800 companies that we talked to, they said that most of this job losing was because of low social emotional activities of these people and the low capacity of communication. So where is this gap? So if there is something that can contribute towards this construction, and this was approved a short time ago in the Lula government, and the construction of technical competencies and emotional competencies. So Jaycee also knows about this, and also in Helena from Bienal, I saw Fausto as well over here. This is because of the intersection between education and culture. So there's a huge power there. And sometimes we're talking about the possibility of this being a hub, of building this. So maybe this is one of the great challenges in Brazil, to look at the different initiatives and in the view of the hub. So we're doing this in the foundation, so that these initiatives can actually complement each other. They can interact, they can articulate, they're going to be organic, and we cannot miss these young people because there's no competencies, no social emotional competencies. So they're talking less, they're living less, they're having less connections, and at work, there's this whole cultural shock business. So that's important. It's important to join these experiences and to think fully. And this is one of the great challenges we have in Itaú. And once again, to reinforce, and it's a privilege to participate in this organization, we have the best professionals. And just like you have in your organizations, the solutions are there in different areas of the country. So looking at this and compiling this, building the evidence, and maybe one of the great challenges in this country, it is in the third sector and also in the private initiative. And that's the issue of implementation. So looking at this and be able to create programs and models for implementation. And this is the great challenge, and that's what we're trying to do in the foundation as well. Thank you, Sarum. So now I'm going to give the floor to Gerda. Sorry that we're really cutting the times. But I'd like to know about the endowment that you created, because when we talk about being daring, you have an organization, a community organization that places people in the middle of decision making, and that's funded by an endowment. So I'd like you to talk about all the challenges that you faced in this process, and also if you could talk a little bit about the results and perspectives.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for the question. So the IT Community Trust, with the idea of the endowment, just to give you an idea, it's a process that took us, myself and Pierre, about 15 years to study, right? To really understand IT, to really understand what has happened in the country, to recognize the international aid that has come in the country, that has not left the country in any better position than it was when the aid came in, right? And to really begin to think through when we look at other nations, what does sustainability looks like? What would be the key ingredient that will allow for permanent, sustainable change from an economic perspective in the country? And so it was clear that the endowment model, so when we visited lots of places, we went to various foundations in the Caribbean, we came to Brazil and met with some community foundations, we went to Africa and met with some individuals, but the single most important thing that allows for any entity to last longer is a permanent fund. It must find a way to self-sustain it. If it does not do so, it will continue to be at the beck and call, right at the hands of others. So the endowment model was an important one for us to be able to address. So it's clear that now, how do you build an endowment fund in a country that is in a narrative war? And I say narrative war because Haiti gained its independence from slavery, but it did gain its independence from the narrative and the way that we think of Haiti as a country. So as an example, right, Haiti, I say Haiti, right, because that is the indigenous name of the country, A-Y-I-T-I, not H-A-I-T-I, as it is seen internationally, because that is a part of that of the war in terms of narration. Well, we turned out that we thought we were special, that we're the only country that they actually changed their name, right? Because as you know, the name of countries is connected to identity as well, right? But it turns out we're not the only one. Philippines, it's not the Philippines, it's not their name as a country. It was named after the King of Philip. But they, they're actually known as the Pearl of the Orient. How different is that than to be the Philippines? Anyway, I digress. What I say all of that to say, the challenge in terms of building a fund is when the international community and others already see the nation as a nation not capable, as a nation who's corrupt, as a nation who has an array of challenges and difficulties. But we know, as individuals in the country, as we look at the work that can happen in rural communities in the country, that the idea of economic sustainability is possible. So it is my job and Pierre's job to convince people that, in fact, IT is, in fact, possible. In light of all of what you hear, in light of what you see and understand about the country, the opportunities for economic sustainability is possible in IT. And at the core of it, it is grounded on the people of the country. That is like a challenge in terms of building an endowment when we oftentimes see disaster relief work as being what I really want to support.
So now I'm going to open up for 2 questions from the audience, and I'm going to ask you, if you're going to ask a question, there are microphones. So please stand up and tell us who you are, ask your question, and tell us who the question is for, right? We have some time for 2 short questions. Over here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Saulo Barreto. I'm from Sergipe. And since Saron named me, I'm going to give him the question. I'm going to ask him the question. And it has to do with the reality of Gerda and the dream that Jay-Z had. So Saron, you talked about the 4 areas of activity and connecting values, right? But I'm going to provoke you because, in fact, we're talking about very distant worlds. There's the community, and I agree with Gerda that that's where the real energy for transformation lies. And there are people who want to invest socially, those who have the power. And in my view, they're even poorer than the people that want to help. So we're talking about mentality, about a mindset. So when you connect values, when they have different mindsets, it's not only connecting values, you're going to have to build a change in mindset. And the only ones who can influence power are the ones who are below, and they're able to emancipate in a way so that they can convince people. So if we don't do this, that's why I'm provoking here. Jay-Z in 2040 is still going to be fighting to make this country not be hungry anymore. So it's not a short-term process. It's urgent, but it's not a short-term process. And I'd like to provoke you, according to what Gerda did. We do this. It's only the community that is able to make the transformation. The rest is intervention, and there's an expiration date. So my provoking to you, and it affects the others too, how can you also not include or use the strength of the Itaú Foundation that has a history to start influencing the change in mindset of people who really want to help this country? So before you answer, we're going to listen to the other questions so that we can answer together. Well, we focus a lot on a spiral. He didn't ask the other question. So there's also the nucleus, which talks about 4 points. The first one is to do it together. The second one is to always do it. And the third one is to do it to transform, and finally for equity. So the first point is to do it together. And doing it together is to look inside and look at the power of the territories, the experience and the power. You know, this is much greater than the needs. And the territories, an example of this, they have a lot to tell us. And basically, our organization is a private organization, but there is an essential characteristic in this construction. It is an organization that has a public spirit. So this makes a huge difference, because it means that this construction has to come from the different knowledge, the different learnings, the different experience, so that we can actually potentialize and shed light and prototype and help to gain scale, to reference the public policies. So this spiral that ends in the values, it is one thing, it is based on one thing that is essential, which is to do it together with a public spirit. And we need to know this. We are a private institution. That's important to know. Thank you. We have another question over here. I'm Carlos Jorge from Alagoas. And looking at what you said, we notice the size of the challenge, because hunger in some aspects is an accessory, right? So I'm talking about the story of my life. At 9, I was already an alcoholic. I had been sexually abused. I was beaten every day, and I was still going hungry. So there are so many variables for you to restructure and regenerate the human soul. So besides feeding it physically, right? So in your opinion, how would you deal with this variable? Because hunger is a material good, right? So I can be here. I ate a lot these days here. I'm feeling heavy here. But this variable, the social emotional variable in this process, and thinking about the change of the mindset, this new paradigm for those who are, you know, at the edge and they're still trying to overcome the social trauma and this tragedy. How are you going to deal with this variable, the social emotional variable, until you get to the plate of food? Because eating will have a different contribution in cognition, improvement of education. So the child, first in childhood, will be able to create a social rupture, because, you know, nowadays they're still competing with Maranhão. You know, it's in education as well. We have very bad data. So how are we going to overcome this variable? I think it's also part of Rodrigo's and Saulo's question. So how do we do this looking at people who actually need it? So this is the learning that the group needs to have, because many times we're here at the top of the pyramid and we're strategically looking at things, but we need to understand the basis, so what these people need and what these people live. So nowadays we're talking about the tax reform, and we have the basic staple food that has no taxes. They're discussing this, and they're discussing what products are going to be part of this staple diet, right? At no moment did they talk about nutrition and even something regional. So the person in the south does not eat the same thing as the person in the north. So we're also making studies about this so that we can discuss it. So looking at the community, so that's why we are concerned, and we're making a pilot project. Our pilot project is in the state of Ceará, one that has the most hungry people, unfortunately. We can't do this alone. We have to bring the government in, we have to bring the private initiative, we have to bring the third sector that is already acting there, that already knows the base. So it's only adding people with a joint effort will help. And I'd like to do some merchandising here. So you talked about the challenges. A great challenge that we face today, Saulo and all of us over here, the entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, is support. Is, getting people to participate. I never thought it was going to be difficult. I was always on the other side. I was always the investor, and I thought, oh, it's going to be very easy to get people to participate, to get a structure in this hunger. And when we saw how much we got in terms of assistance, and it was not that easy, even with all the KPIs, the deliverables, the products, the targets, it's still not easy. So I'd like to invite you all here. If you are interested in knowing more about Pacto contra a Fome, combating hunger and against waste, and please come and talk to us. I'm going to be here because we need to make this wheel turn. And when Itaú says they already support projects, that's what we need. To gain time, we need to support people who already do it. Thank you. Thank you for the question as well. And it's great to see you here today, having overcome everything that you went through. Congratulations. Thank you, Jaycee. They gave me a few minutes, so I'd just like Gerda to make some final comments and to send a message. You came from so far away. It's so rare to be able to receive you here, so I'd like you to send your final message to the audience, please.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. What a pleasure it's been also to listen. Because we are dealing with a lot of our challenges, but when you come to a country like Brazil, who's also talking about the challenges that you're also facing in the work that you're doing, it also is a very incredibly hopeful for all of us. Our presence here today, your invitation to IT Community Trust and for IT to be a part of this forum today is a testament. You are sending a message that you also believe in the work that is possible in the country, and that is incredibly meaningful. We know very well that IT needs friends. There's a difference between friends and then there are good friends. IT needs good friends, and being a part of this forum today is an opportunity for us to build on those friendships. And we ask all of you to not just go by what you are seeing on Google. I had brought you a map, but it didn't happen as a part of the presentation, because so you can understand the country. So when we say IT is possible, that you can see what that requires on our end. But for us to be able to build an endowment, it means we have to think holistically. We can't just think about hunger without thinking about the systemic issues that we need to be able to think through. It's not just about feeding individuals, which the international community can do, but it's also about how we supporting the growth locally that needs to happen so that individuals can also feed themselves, can also develop an economic opportunity, right, as a part of that as well. It is absolutely crucial for us to think about trust. This is going to be an essential part of this daring piece that we're talking about. Trust is at the center of this. Somebody has to trust you that you can take the funds and do what you will do with it in the right way. Somebody's going to have to trust us as IET Community Trust to believe that we have the capabilities and the abilities to think of local development in that country. And that, my dear friends here in this room, is going to require us to change our mindset, to shift our thinking about the way we think of certain communities, other communities, marginalized communities, so that we can begin to think about transformational change as putting the people at the center of that work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerda. Thank you, Geisa. Thank you, Salon. I think at this point, when philanthropy has a very important role, as Paula said in the opening, where philanthropy can represent a fertile ground for innovation. So this was a great panel, changing and believing, changing our way of thinking and acting as well. So that's a great invitation from this panel. Thank you very much. It was an honor to be here. It was a surprise, but I loved it. I loved the opportunity of being able to hear everything, and you three especially. Thank you, and let's keep going.
Obrigada por essa mesa incrível que vocês.
Thank you for this incredible panel and listening to the issue of strength of the communities. This can only increase the pride that I have of being part of the Aegis team, to be able to collaborate with the program, Transforming Territories, that talks about this power and this transformation coming from the community. So our program is now going to be divided into 2 sessions, and these sessions are simultaneous, and you can choose the topic that you prefer to follow up. So here in this main room, we're going to have the panel Philanthropy, Family Philanthropy, Coping with Invisible Causes. The session can be followed by the people who are here in person, and the people online are also going to be in this session. This is the only session that is going to have simultaneous translation and sign language as well. Here on the left, her left, which is our right, you're going to listen to the session. We learn from our mistakes. So these are stories of people who did not get it right the first time. And this can only be seen by those who are present here, and this is going to be recorded, and it's going to be made available later on in our channel on YouTube. So please, let's start choosing the session we want to go to, and let's do this quickly so we can continue our presentation. Thank you.
Não vale parar no meio do caminho. Vamos, vamos. Quem está indo para outra sala, por favor.
Come on, everyone. Let's move.
Não posso começar. Não posso começar. Vamos lá. Já selecionaram as mesas? Já estamos acomodados?
Are we ready to go? Let's settle down, guys.
A gente já vai dar início à sessão. Quem tiver...
We're about to start the session. If you're at the back, I'm going to start calling people by their names. Felipe. Come on, let's settle down. Sit down, please, Felipe. I don't want to embarrass people, but I can call them by their names. So they sit down. Okay, let us begin the session in this room. Please settle down, and if you could come to these tables in the front, if you were at the back, just so we don't have a huge distance between us. You can come closer, you can come closer to the stage. The debate over here is going to be family philanthropy and invisible causes, or made invisible, and I'd like to call onto the stage Ilana Minevi, the president of the board of BMO. Luciana Temer, the acting director of the Movimento Bem Maior. Filipine Vernes, Senior Manager of Charities Aid Foundation. And the moderator, Luciano Cerqueira, the project coordinator of Samambaia Philanthropies. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and please start. Hello. First of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Luciano Cerqueira, and I am the project coordinator of Samambaia Philanthropias. I am a black man, 1.72 m, very few hairs, and I have turtleneck glasses. And I'm wearing a light blue shirt and a beige blazer and light colored pants. Dark pants. So when Paula invited me, they thought I was going to talk about something new, and very quickly I remembered it's one of the oldest topics that we have in humanity. If we look back, we're going to see that families do this. They've been doing it for centuries. They have been doing it for centuries, right? Donating to those who need, people and institutions. So what do we have that is new, right? So I'm going to talk about two fundamental points when we talk about family philanthropy. So families today, they used to donate, and if they did that, they were going to be differentiated in society. And today, many families that donate, they want to be anonymous. So this is a fundamental point if you think about family philanthropy. And the second aspect is the topics. So until today, and this has changed very little, we have 3 topics that are worked on: health, education, and fighting against hunger. And unfortunately in Brazil, this still needs to be worked on. And what are our institutions doing that is different? So we end up getting topics that are complementary, they're not competing. And we work with topics that are competing. So in this panel over here, you're going to hear stories about philanthropy, and it's a different perspective in areas that you never imagined it would be possible to have family philanthropy, and many people don't want to do it. So for us to start this conversation, I'm going to give the word to Luciana Temer to be able to tell us what her work is like in this area. Thank you, Luciano. Thank you, Paula, for the invitation from Aegis. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to start by what that guy from Alagoas said. And he said it so well. The issue of, yes, hunger is urgent, it's physical, and people are dying of hunger, but it's not only about hunger. There's also education. That is one of the greatest investments, social investments that we have in Brazil, and it's extremely important. It is made under a logic, a traditional sort of logic, traditional in terms of education. So you also talked about socio-emotional abilities. So now you're starting to make it clearer, but logic and education, it is still something permanent. So 7 years ago, I was invited by Eli Horn, a great philanthrope and an entrepreneur, to talk. So I was coming out of the secretariat that I worked in Haddad's mandate, and we were talking about girls who are sexual slaves. So he wanted to do some work to cope with this problem of women girls, right, who are explored sexually. So I worked with police, and I know about this. And what did I tell him at that point? I said, Dr. Eli, sexual exploitation or violence, it's very difficult, and it's a residual case. So why don't you choose to work with something that is more structural, like hunger and like education or healthcare? So violence against women, domestic violence. And he answered the following. He said, because nobody talks about this subject. And I loved this answer. And I accepted the challenge, and we opened up the Liberta Institute 5 years ago. And it is an institute that makes people aware of the problem. So showing society the dimension of this problem that I didn't know about that day, And I learned over these last 7 years, and today I know, and I wanted to share it with you. And also with advocacy, with the governments. So we have two points. We have awareness of society for them to understand the size of the problem. And very few people in this room with all of these social problems, they're not really bothered about violence, sexual violence with children. Well, society is not, if it's not uncomfortable, permanently uncomfortable, it does not provoke the government, it doesn't pressure the government, which is a producer of public policies, and they are actually able to transform this reality. So I'm going to work with some data here. So we have the official data in Brazil for public safety. It's more than 5 children below 13 years of age that are raped per hour in the country. So while we are working here, many, many girls and boys under 13 are going to be raped in this country. And some more data, that's already horrible, but there's more. This is only 10 to 11% of what we know, of what is registered. So we have research from Datafolha showing that this represents about 10% of what really happens. And there's some more important data, which is children playing truant. So there is a study from IBGE that shows that 6 among 10 teenage mothers, they do not study or work. And of course, we have the cycle. So what does pregnancy have to do, when you're a teenager, have to do with sexual violence? We have 21,000 girls delivering every year, under 14, and this is what is registered. And for our legislation, any relationship below 14 years of age is a rape. So we're talking about a context. I'm just giving you some data. So there is a study from the World Bank showing that Brazil does not produce billions because of pregnant children. So I'm not talking about just a single problem. When I told Dr. Lee when I was talking to him, I know that sexual violence in childhood is at the basis of many other problems. So you can give them food. It's important for you to give them food. It's extremely important. But there's a whole other side to this. And prevention to sexual violence in children, more than 60% of the cases happen in their homes. I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm talking about the houses of the victims. So it's violence that can be avoided. And Liberta works not to get to these rapists, right? Everybody wants to get them. We're a country, we have to be a country that does not allow this to happen, and this has to do with prevention and education and strengthening of children and teenagers. But this is only going to happen when this problem is actually, it actually makes people uncomfortable, and we all think about it before going to bed. So 24 hours, how many children were raped in the country? What is my responsibility? And your responsibility is to look at this with courage. Help to disseminate this and work on the prevention policies. Sexual education at the school is a minimum. The minimum we have to be able to help children and teenagers to prevent this inter-family violence in the families. And that's what we're doing. And with all of my lack of knowledge, I had the courage to accept this invitation. We've been producing data for 7 years and bringing awareness to society to transform this sad reality. Thank you, Luciana. It's great that you were daring to accept this invitation, and you brought data that is really shocking, and the data needs to be exposed so that we can do something about them. So I'm going to give the floor to Ilana, and she's going to tell us about what she does in philanthropy, and there's also the philanthropy in the Amazon. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you, Aegis, for the invitation to talk about being daring. And when I was thinking about being daring, and everything in the Amazon is daring, right? The distances are huge, the challenges are huge, but I see an entrepreneur. I come from a family that is a family of entrepreneurs, and we migrated from the Morocco in 1890, and we were daring. We were after the cycle of rubber. After a while, it didn't work. They had to reinvent themselves several times. But this passion for the Amazon is the topic that we discuss at dinner in the family, and it works with all of the different areas of the business and the family. So my grandfather was a great Amazonologist, and he wrote several books, and he always put in the dedication to my grandchildren who are going to work and live in the 21st century. So this was cultivated in our family, and here we are today in the third generation doing this work. And talking about being daring, the Amazon was for it to develop, it needs to develop 4 paradigms. So it has to be economically feasible, socially just, politically balanced, and ecologically adequate. So for you to be able to combine these 4 ingredients to the success of the Amazon is difficult until today, but he wrote this in 1980, and this is still a very relevant topic. The Amazon is in the north, and it's 45% of the territory, 9% of the population, and 6% of the GDP. The worst educational indexes, informality, a series of challenges, and it's very complex. So Mariana is here. She knows about this topic. So how do you look at these 25 million people who are spread out in the Amazon? Most people, they have a helicopter view. They see the trees, they see rivers and green, but you have to go down, look at the roots of these trees, these 25 million people who live there and seek to be prosperous. Just like in the Southeast, people want education and health for their children. They have the same thing in the Amazon. And then everybody says, no, we have to protect the Amazon. But how can you develop it in a sustainable manner? How can you take care of the people who live there? And then thinking about the project, would be interesting to talk about the daring part of it. In the Amazon, we have about 500,000 indigenous people. So it's a very invisible situation, considering that the young population suffers in terms of low self-esteem, a lack of life perspective, a high rate of alcoholism. And how can you work with this if we have a very relevant indigenous population? So this is sustainable Amazon. You have 45 different processes, and they grow, and they use a bow and arrow to defend themselves. And why not transform this into a sport? Why not have an athlete, an indigenous athlete, competing in the Olympics? Definitely there is great symbolism for Brazil if one day we're able to reach this target. So basically, we are bringing the young people from these villages, and through this project, today we have more than 73 medals and conquered by this public. We have 1 athlete that is part of the Brazilian team, bow and arrow team, and our dream is getting a medal in the Olympics, because we believe in how important it is. And this is the strategy of our operation. There was the opportunity to deliver with the indigenous population. So today we hire, and we have the integration of these collaborators as part of our culture, and how proud we are of being in the Amazon and understanding the importance here. So my time is up. I still have another 2 minutes. So over here, I'm going to talk about the project and the family. So I have a son, and I'm proud of him. He likes bioeconomy, and he did some research with our greatest specialist in fungus in the region, and she told him that most of the indigenous students who did their masters were not able to write their thesis in their own language because the keyboards did not have the letters so they could write. So the people in their communities were not able to have access to information. They did not get the material, and they had to write in Portuguese, and they had to write messages through WhatsApp in Portuguese or record audio. So imagine the community in the middle of the Amazon community there, and you need to send an audio. You know, it's not going to get there. We don't have 4G or 5G in the middle of the Amazon. So two young people developed this digital technique, and with the indigenous populations, letters and alphabet, and this is circulating in all the communities, and this has provided greater connection and greater pride in the individual communities. So I would like to thank you for I'd like to thank your family for staying in the Amazon and being so daring and helping in the development of an area that has so many needs. And the size of the need is small, considering the number of people who are trying to change this. So now going to Philippines, we'd like to hear, what is the international trend that you have seen in terms of funding of invisible causes or causes that have very little?
I think this is on. Yes? Okay. Thank you, Luciano. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much to our network partner, IGIS, for convening us all together. My name is Philippine, and just before I start, for those who can't see, I have long brown hair, green eyes, I'm fairly tall at 1.81 meters, and I'm wearing a green leopard print dress. For those of you who don't know the Charities Aid Foundation, we are headquartered in the UK with operations in the US and Canada, and we are a leading charity and bank. And we really exist to connect institutions, individuals, organizations, governments, social enterprises, not-for-profits, to create a fair and just society for all. And we've been operating for 99 years, and our goal is really to convene everyone and collaborate. We have a wide international reach, and we work with donors to distribute funds all over the world. In the last financial year, we distributed over £1 billion into 119 different countries to about 160,000 different organizations. But there is so much more that needs to be done. In the UK, we work with about 3,000 high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals and their families. And we're really proud to partner with families to help inspire and transform their giving. Now, Luciano, as you said, family philanthropy is by no means a new concept. In fact, it's got a long history and is vital to the development in so many countries. In the UK alone, at the top 150 family foundations give around 2.5 billion pounds every year. But again, we need to do more. And when we're thinking about the transfer of wealth that's about to take place between generations in the next 2 decades, the importance and the opportunities are huge. So what is family philanthropy? The way we see it at the moment through our clients, it can take many forms in terms of the giving vehicle itself, from donor advised funds to family foundations to corporate programs for family businesses. But whatever the mechanism is, the motivation, what we see for family philanthropy is beyond public recognition. It's very much about giving back to the community that they're from, the countries that they're from, and really tackling the need within that community. We've seen a change amongst the families that we work with of how they give. So today, families, international families at least, are very much stepping outside the lines of conventional philanthropy and the well-worn practices that they've traditionally used. So going beyond traditional grant making, going beyond supporting INGOs, it's very much about partnering with local organizations on the ground that have the expertise, the community solutions that we've heard about today, and really taking that risk approach to change the way that they're investing and the way that they're giving. So to the organizations that are here today, you know, find new ways to collaborate with the international families, work with different types of advisors, such as the Charities Aid Foundation, that are working with these donors, and utilize your expertise as being the local expert in your area and your cause. And we predict that this rising propensity for innovation and tolerance for risk is only going to continue, particularly with the next generation that are coming along, that are being included in the family philanthropic strategies, such as your son, listening to them. One of the benefits of family philanthropy are the generations being able to share their opinions, share their expertise, and actually have that discussion and conversation between the different generations, which if you're an individual philanthropist, you don't necessarily get that benefit. With regards to Brazil and the amount that is given to Brazil and understanding how internationals are supporting Brazil. So from the Charities Aid Foundation, Brazil is consistently in the top 10 countries that donors give to. In the last 2 years, about £14 million was distributed from the UK, US, and Canada via CAF to Brazil. But that's actually a small proportion when you think about the number of Brazilian diaspora that are living in the US and UK. So there is about 1.9 million Brazilians living in the US and about 220,000 Brazilians living in the UK. So how can we work together as advisors, as civil society organizations, as philanthropists to actually encourage more donors to do more? And I think the answer is in two ways. One is, how do we access these donors? And then the second is, how do we clearly articulate the needs and solutions that family philanthropists who are willing to take risks should be investing in? So what we're looking to do at CAF, and we're really open to partnering with anyone who's interested, is hearing from you about what the needs are, how that should be communicated to the family philanthropists. You are the experts, you know what's needed. But also, how do we work with the diplomats that are in the UK and the US and the Canada? How do we work with government and convene our thoughts to speak to them, to then gain access to the donors and the networks that they have? So we're really looking to engage with the diaspora community, but not by ourselves. We need to do it with the local experts. And so my call to everyone here today is to be bold. Let's create new partnerships, new collaborations, and to the families, it's to push the limit, reinvent philanthropy, and take the risk.
Thank you, Philippine. Although I'm very young, when I started working in 2000 in one of the NGOs, I worked with an organization of children who lived on the streets, and the English were the funding partner here. And it's a tradition, and it's very nice to know that it continues. And I'm very happy about your son. And Luciana, what you have done seems to be small, but if we look at the future, this is really going to make a huge difference. So before I go on to the questions, I'm going to use 2 minutes of our time just to explain why I'm here in this panel. So Samambaia Philanthropias was created by César Coelho, and we work in 3 great blocks for funding. So first of all, culture. We think it's very important, and we help some institutions in Rio de Janeiro, and we support Cinemateca and also Pão pela Maré inside a community. So they really need a lot of culture. And our second line that seems to be completely unfocused from the universe of philanthropy. It's the tax reform. So we work by financing studies about this tax reform 2 years now. It's our greatest investment. And many of the patients who went through this, they did this, and they're in the federal government, and they're helping Birnarapi and other people. And we believe this is going to change Brazil, make it fair. And the third line of action is the freedom of speech to dialogue. So if you open your bags, if you take this Stanford Social Innovation Review, this is an initiative of Samambaia Philanthropias. So we're the ones who created this together with José Setúbal. Marcos Paulo is here. So it's several things. And in this freedom of speech, we created with other organizations a platform called Mobile for the artists to talk about censorship. So Mobile is the movement for freedom of speech in Brazil. So Samambaia works with several subjects that seem to be strange for the world of philanthropy. And when I talk about this, I talk about family philanthropy, talking about tax reform. What is that? It's not, a very nice topic. No, we have to make it clear. It's something we think about, and our organizations in this case, it's more strategic, and it could come in the medium and long term, but it is associated to what's here, because in the first panel we need to definitely feed people, but we don't want Gisele to, provide food in 2050, right? Maybe with a good tax reform, these people will not need this anymore. So I would like to tell this story, and I would like to hear from you, Luciana. I'd like to hear about your work, and I think we would like to hear a little bit more about Liberta. So I can talk about Liberta for hours here. So I'd like to say that it's very difficult to work on this topic because it's an ugly topic. An ugly topic? Does any company want to have its brand connected to sexual violence? I'm going to tell you a very quick case. We had sponsorship after the pandemic. We did masks for the students in public schools. And it was, to talk about the sexual violence. There was a great registry of during the lockdown, and there was a lot of denouncing, and children did not go to school. So we got 2 companies to donate, and we donated to the state of São Paulo, and there was authorization to put the name of the company on the mask, the sponsoring company. None of them wanted to put it. Can you imagine a company not wanting their brand on the product they're providing? And it's about that. But my hope, Luciano, is that 35 years ago, nobody talked about violence against women. It was an ugly subject. And it's still the same characteristics. It's ugly because it is in the family, it's domestic, it's a subject that people don't get into, and this happens to black women in the outskirts of cities, right? So I was a delegate, and I was in the police, and I never registered this when I was there. So we know that nobody registers. For children, it's the same. It is silent, it happens in the family, it's in all social classes, believe it or not, with different consequences depending on the social classes. So I'd like you to just use the rest of your 2 minutes to talk about the Movimento Bem Maior. Okay, so I'm also a council of Movimento Bem Maior, and it was also a very daring movement to increase philanthropy. And I think that it's daring because each of the associates, and we have Eli Horn, and you also worked in this, and they are together, and everybody has their own work, but they decided to get together so that they would be able to increase philanthropy and joining efforts, right? That was the opportunity. So the great beauty of Bem Maior is we have very potent names, powerful names, together at a certain movement. And for example, Carola Matarazzo Institute, and they do it so well. So they get resources and they distribute them in two fronts. So one is for large transforming projects in Brazil. So these have been consolidated, an educational project that has huge power and they can be strengthened. But the other bias is the small amount of work done in Brazil. So we invite people, and it could be just, an individual that has a daycare center that takes care of 50 children. So they need some, financing. So this is these are small initiatives in Brazil, and we also work with this at Bem Maior. Thank you, Luciana, and the Movimento Bem Maior is also with us in Stanford. So thank you very much for believing in our idea. Ilana, I believe that in the Amazon, you have a problem that happens in different areas in Brazil, which is centralization of resources. So resources in Brazil is stuck, right? How can you work in the Amazon with this scarcity? When you look for a partner, are you able to overcome this difficulty? Can you tell me a little bit more about this? This is a recurrent challenge. So very few families that work in the Amazon, but today the Amazon lives a moment of greater empathy and love. So there are many organizations trying to follow good practices in the Amazon, and I think that this contribution, not wanting to do things alone, it's more collaborative. So recently, we had two initiatives, one that was with Gastromotiva, that is an NGO from Rio de Janeiro, and there's a lot of work done with that, and there was also work working with the riverside communities, and this is an indigenous community, and also working on food safety. And in these places, we also have less opportunities for fishing. So how can you provide protein for this population? So together with the Federal University of Amazonas and the socio-environmental nucleus, we're working on how to deal with this in the community so that they will not have problems with food again. So this is from the Federal University of Amazonas, and together with Gastromotiva, we've been working with them. So you have several initiatives, and I think this is something that has happened, and we are an entrepreneuring family, so we value entrepreneurship as well. So we also have in the north, we have very little training to be able to believe that they can be very strong leaders. So we also did work with entrepreneur women, and it's called Empreende Mana. Mana is like you say, hey love, hi love, something like that. So we did a project with our customers who had businesses, formal businesses, small businesses, and they wanted to grow. So there's a series of initiatives that I believe are being built, and they have partnerships with different institutions, and this makes us become more robust, because when you do it alone, you have limited resources, limited time, and engagement as well. So in this way, I believe that we can become broader. And I would like to invite people to know the Amazon. So there are a lot of interesting projects, good things happening, and an economy is there. There's very few investors, but there's a huge potential. So they need to look at the Amazon in an empathetic manner, and there is a potential that is not only environmental, but also economical. And this can bring a lot of results for Brazil. Thank you, Ilona. Philippine. So as I said over here, in 2000, I started to hear that the great international funders left Brazil because they saw Brazil as a rich country and unequal. There was money inside Brazil to invest in social causes. In 2004, I began to see this in a great organization that started to lose people because this money was leaving, the money from international organizations. But this movement seems to have changed, and these thoughts have changed, and we saw that this can continue in Brazil, and we work in a partnership, right? Many of the organs, right, have come back to Brazil. And what do Brazilian organizations have to do? What do they have to pay attention to be able to get these partnerships, international partnerships?
Thank you. It's a really good point. I think one thing to really be aware of is that although we're seeing the amount of capital that's being put towards philanthropic purposes or being associated, being given to trusts, etc., is increasing globally, the amount that is actually being deployed across borders is shrinking, which is really scary, especially during a time of globalization. And there are various factors which contribute to that enabling environment for philanthropy. So with regards to Brazilian civil society organizations, the way I see it, there are sort of three things that you need to focus on or be aware of in order to gain access to these international donors. Number one is understand the regulatory environment of the country where your donors are located. Every country has different tax incentives to giving, has different regulations around whether funds can move across borders or not. It's not as simple as just approaching a donor and asking them for money. There will be either enabling factors or limitations around that. And working with an intermediary, and this is where partnerships are important, working with an intermediary such as CAF or with a local council that can help you navigate that is hugely important, because that will help you understand whether in one instance or not, donors are able to give to your organization. There are a few vehicles that can help you access that funding. So for example, at CAF America, we have a Friends Fund, which allows international organizations to fundraise in the States without having to set up a 501c3 yourself. And so we take on all of that administrative cost. The second is understanding the motivations of the donors that you're trying to reach. What we've noticed is that the culture of giving is actually linked to the country that the donor is from, rather than necessarily the country that they're living in. So something that we need to do is how do we encourage the Brazilian diaspora to actually give more and to contribute back to the needs that exist in Brazil. And then thirdly, it's during this time, the world is so turbulent, there are so many disasters, there are so many urgent needs. Donors, be they high net worth individuals, be it a family that's creating a legacy, being a corporate, they are being approached in so many different, through so many different ways. We see it within our own clients where people are becoming desensitized to urgent issues because it's just a constant demand. So understand what your USP is, understand how you're unique, how you're bringing in that local expertise, the solution that will help through if the donor invests in you, then they will actually be able to tackle a problem. And I know it's clearly, but you need to clearly articulate it. And rather than necessarily focusing on impact, which is measured in so many different ways, and that's an entire different conversation, focus on the outputs. What we're really seeing donors be attracted to is, one, speaking directly with you as the organization and having that human interaction, if I can say so. And the second one is, what is your output? With the funds that they're going to contribute, how is that going to help the community that you're serving, or that larger, the secondary output? And also, don't be afraid to ask for unrestricted funding. Don't be afraid to be bold and actually say what you need. The power shift within philanthropy is shifting, and it's not, you know, the giving behavior has to switch, but it's not just up to the donors to change that. It's also up to the civil society organizations to request what you need. And intermediaries such as CAF are always happy to help that conversation along.
So, guys, we still have some time, and now we're going to go on to the questions. Who's going to be the first one? So, please make it a short question so that we'll have time for our guests to answer. Do we have any questions? Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Anderalzo, and I'm representing a community association. It was created inside the Aegis territory, and I'd like to ask Ilana the following. We know that there is data, more than $1 billion a year go to the government or social associations in the Amazon, always about the Amazon forest and, you know, riverside communities. But the largest social organizations that operate in these in this area are not able to get money for the city of Manaus. Sorry? Oh, okay. So it's a large city, more than 2 million inhabitants, and there's this, you know, tax reform scenario. They go through, you know, they lose their resources that are responsible for the growth of the city. So I'd like to know what you feel about this dichotomy, and that is they're very needy in Manaus. Well, I'm going to try and answer. And I think most people look at the forest from above, as I said, and the preservation of the forest is just a solution of the problem, not only for Brazil, but it's a policy for the world. So they feel the need to talk about the environmental production, and that's why many of these go to the forest. The city is going through a difficult moment because of the commercial zone in Manaus, and that's most of the economy. Most of the economy is in this industrial district, and they've tried to reinvent themselves. And then they can usually, Mariana can talk about this a little more and how much this has brought in terms of PPA, bioeconomy, to try and strengthen this new way of bringing resources to the city. And also in the forest, developing who is in there. Now, the problems in the city are the same in any large city. That's what Luciana said. So that's very common. There's a lot of violence. And I think the Amazon is one of the greatest known indexes about the topic. And they're fighting in terms of economy to try and not have this commercial zone while, you know, keep it while you don't have anything else. And, you know, they just try to retain talent, because many of the talents, they are concerned about the future of the region, and they leave because, you know, this makes the region even poorer. I don't know if I was able to answer, but thank you, Elena. Next. Good morning. My name is Helena Monteiro. I'm the director of the University of Harvard office in Brazil. I have a question. It's more of a comment, but I'd like to hear your reactions, including yours, Luciano. In my experience today, where I am, what I see is inequality in Brazil that is expressed in philanthropy, family philanthropy. And for some causes, it's a lot of resources very quickly, and there's a lot of concentration in terms of the donation. organizations and, you know, donators that support causes, that see each other, that know each other. And I see this panel, and I would like to thank Aegis because it's a daring panel that brings different perspectives. But I think that the picture of Brazil in the philanthropic area is the concentration. So do you feel this? Do you feel this concentration? And what can we do to deal with this, you know, to take this concentration out of donators, you know, giving to the same cause, or being, you know, very easy to donate to some names and organizations. And something that I wanted to hear from you as well is that I still miss data about family philanthropy, about the donations, how and when. Yesterday, in the meeting about the territories and transforming territories, we were discussing Econ, and one of the good things about Econ is the mapping and knowing the community, knowing the needs, and knowing what it's about. And I think we still need that in Brazil, especially for this sector. So I'd like to hear your reaction to this. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Ilana to start answering, and then Luciana, and then Philippine. And you have 1 minute. So the greatest difficulty is trust. And in the end, there's a lot of resources going to the right place, and, you know, there's no governance, there's no trust, there's no transparency. So in the Amazon, when you look at some institutions, you don't want to put the philanthropic capital of the family in these institutions, so maybe it's a lot of the same. And there's work here to make these institutions strengthen their governance, their data, this transparency to be able to attract to different causes. And very difficult to do it in 1 minute, but the cause of sexual violence. So I think they're not seeing this. Society is not seeing it. Why don't they invest in this? Because it's very, you know, very sad reality, and it's a police case, right? But in fact, there was a great partnership with Folha de São Paulo newspaper, and they produced articles showing, is it individual pain we're talking about here? Yes, it is, but there is a collective consequence, because it's not the individual pain of 1 or 2 people. I'm talking about thousands of children and teenagers who have their whole lives harmed in the future because of violence that happens when they are young. So I think the effort in the case of sexual violence, you know, there's no investment, but people have not understood the consequence that we all suffer as a society, and also violence against women, because that's a star, right, of philanthropy. So that's it. So making this effort, and then you have the data. Very important.
So I think something we need to look at, families need to look at. You're right, there is a concentration of funds, and we see it in the UK and the US towards your large institutions such as Harvard, education, etc. But with the with the introduction of new giving vehicles such as donor advised funds, and families being able to align their philanthropy with their investment practices, etc., and the inclusion of the next generation, that is creating a shift, and we need to focus on that. In terms of building trust within philanthropy and trust with local organizations, donor advised funds can do that, can take on that responsibility, can take on that administrative burdens for family philanthropists. And so there's more we need to do around changing the giving behavior, but also educating donors and families about the different ways that they can give, and the different mechanisms that can help with that. Data is hugely, hugely important, and that's where partnerships with organizations such as CAF and Aegis can help build and gather that data so that we can then inform practice and change the way people are giving.
I'm going to say the following. When we did our tax transformation, we started by ourselves. So we're going to continue on with a bigger project, and we don't have any partners. We get a percentage of our annual budget, and we invest in what we believe in. There are causes that we're able to get partners much more easily, very easily. But this one, a transformation, tax reform. So I'd like to call you to share a project. So, tax reform for a fair country. No, thank you. What are you going to do? What are you talking about, right? So it's really complicated for this project. And this concentration of resources in the South and the Southeast, it's very damaging for the country, very damaging. And there's still these organizations. They also need to adapt to the new organizations that are coming. So there's an excess, of care with the results. They're asking for invoices about everything, and the organizations, they make it difficult for the smaller companies to work because they don't want to provide the invoices. So it's very difficult to find partners for some initiatives. And when you find a partner, the partner has a different modus operandi, and we don't have this habit, right? We want our partner to do whatever they want, of course, but we want them to make a difference. You're concentrated in the South and Southeast. And to close, I would like to thank Aegis for being so bold and put 3 women in one panel and 1 black guy, and 3 women wanting to make a difference. That's very daring, because women have to make a bigger effort in a chauvinistic world. That's being daring. Thank you. Congratulations.
Obrigada por esse poder.
Thank you for the power of this panel. I think what Philippines said about the shift in power has to do with the topic of invisible causes and the power of family philanthropy and corporate philanthropy supporting organizations institutionally. So the strengthening of the institutes, helping in the governance, helping in the mobilization of resources, that was also mentioned before. I think this growth has already generated transformations that can be very potent and long-lasting. So now we're waiting for the people who are coming in from the other room. And meanwhile, we'll stay here with music, and in another 2 minutes, they will be coming in.
Vamos nos acomodando, por favor. Onde estão os nossos empreendedores? Onde é que estão os nossos empreendedores? Eu acho que eu estou vendo Carlos Humberto, Mariano, Priscila. Cadê a Priscila? Tá todo mundo atrás da Priscila Cruz. Vamos sentando, por favor, gente.
Okay, guys, let's settle down. Hello.
Vamos nos acomodando.
Please take your seats. We're going to start our next session for you to know about innovative cases about entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship. So these wonderful people were recognized by the Social Entrepreneurship Award. And so for these cases, I'm going to call the winners of the 2022 winners. Carlos Humberto Filho from Diaspora Black, CEO. Mariano Senor from Idesan. Priscila Cruz, Executive President of Todos pela Educação. You also see Luana Genot in the picture, the founder and executive director of the Identidades do Brasil Institute. She is also a winner, but she was not able to be here today. So please take your seats, everyone. And now, this panel is going to be done by Eliane Trindade from Folha de São Paulo. Eliane. Good morning, almost good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, recognized with the people who won the awards. They were recognized last year. And the Social Entrepreneurship is coming to its 19th edition. On Monday, we're going to announce the finalists in this new edition, and they're going to pass it on. And it's great to be here after 1 year, right? To talk a little bit about the stories that made them be recognized. And this, all the finalists, and we have innovation, and to be part of this group. So in this first round, I'd like you to talk a little bit about the stories of what brought you here, what brought you to social entrepreneurship and innovation. So I'm going to start with Carlos, so please tell us about Diaspora Black. So good morning. I'm a black man. I have dreads. I'm wearing a blue pants and a blue jacket and a white shirt. First of all, I'm extremely happy to be here on this stage because when they told me about the topic, being daring, being bold, I said, oh, I'm going. Because I'm a black guy and I won the award. I had to be very daring to get here, and so I have to be here. But anyway, I'm going to, I'm talking about diaspora, and I was very curious to know about what you understand to be bold. You know, what is daring for you? So sometimes we're talking about something obvious, but what is obvious? What is daring? So is ousadia actually part of the investments in your portfolio? Does your portfolio have people like us that are represented? Are you investing in businesses that are carried out by men, by women, by Negro people, black people, and trans people. Aren't we doing the same thing as we used to do 20 years ago in the last century? When I said in the last 20 years, our society changed. It changed completely, and sometimes it's easier to talk to a young 14-year-old than talk about many of them, because in these last 20 years, today it is not tolerated to have more oral harassment anymore and violence, and we had harassment and nobody said anything. And this kind of behavior is not tolerated anymore. So today, representativeness is something that is not just anything, it's an agenda. And if in each of these tables that have somebody and they don't have three, we have, your boldness that is going to be questioned because, poverty has color, sexual violence have color in this country, has a color in this country, and where is the boldness? And this is what I'm going to talk about, and my business is doing very well, so I can talk about this. We have overcome the second target of the year. At this moment over here, we are looking at the foundation, doing the structuring of the visit of the president, and we're going through 4 cities and the structure with these black people and looking at places where black people are. So we're producing encounters with more than 100 people, and the logistics is being done by a company that has black people. At this point, we've been working on the agenda of trainings, and we just did this. We just did an action plan, strategic action plan of the Ministry of Tourism and Equality and Investment in Afro-tourism. And this is for all of us to know the stories that were not told. And it's a moment of authority here because our business has been overcoming challenges, just like in the pandemic. And to get here, we didn't really have a lot of investment, a lot of opportunities. We did not sit at so many tables because, the levels were never enough for us. There were very few funds, and out of the few funds, I'd like to highlight 2. The Black Founders Fund, which is from Google, and we have received some support from them, and Next. Is there somebody from Next here? Anybody from Next? Because I would like to highlight Next. This was the result of this award. We started a dialogue with Next, and it was completely respectful. It was a diligence that is together with us, and they have the whole structure in opening up opportunities. We're going to be in New York in October, and we were invited by Embratur to talk about our work and represent Brazil. And in parallel, they are organizing a whole fundraising agenda, and this is very daring, and it's not an opportunity for many, and it's not many black women or men who have the opportunity to be here because it's very common to be in the slides. And in the slides, we're always like that. And if you're receiving resources, most of the time, you reproduce the old behavior from years ago. So over here, I'm here to provoke. I still have 1 minute, so let's do a quick exercise. Oh dear, quick exercise. He seems to be the moderator, yes. Please, everybody stand up very quickly. Very quickly. It's a quick exercise. Sometimes we're in our comfort zone, and sometimes we need to give a step forward. So sometimes we're afraid because we don't know. We reproduce what is being said, but it's important for us to know that we don't know, that we can learn on a daily basis. And there are people who are enslaved. So we need to give a step. So I'd like to invite you all to give a step to the left, together with me. 1 step to the left. 1 step was enough for us to get out of our place, for us to leave our comfort zone. For some, it could be the first step. For others, it could be the second or third. And this is determining. This is representativeness for the younger people. And this relevance is going to be left behind. So thank you. Okay, We're now going to give the word to Priscilla, and Priscilla's going to talk a little bit about what it means to be an entrepreneur in the area of education, which is the one that is spoken about the most. How challenging is your work? Can you hear me? So good morning. It's great to be with you. I'd like to thank Aegis to participate in this panel. I think this has to do with people who are dealing with very difficult causes, and even if we're talking about education, it's very complicated to be able to advance in Brazil. And this is a fact. We just completed 17 years. There's still a lot to do, and we still have a long way ahead of us, and we have advocacy work. So it's more recent advocacy, and here in Brazil, it is starting, so it's advocacy that is extremely technical and that allows us to address the issues with good diagnosis. And the microphone is not working. Okay, it's back. And we're talking about long-term for educational policies. So first of all, I'd like to highlight this point because, Eliane, we really have something that still has to be built in Brazil, which is an agenda about the priorities for Brazilian education. So in a way, we were able to put a few policies that are absolutely inevitable for us to make a great revolution in terms of the education we need. When we talk about opportunities, when we talk about a change in the composition of society, so inequalities are not going to persist, and it's not going to be the great mark in Brazil because it's unfair inequality that we see in Brazil. So you really have to go through improvement in the quality of education and for everyone. And you know, society needs to be to do this. We have a balance of forces and between the different entities of the federation, the powers, but there is another type of balance, which is between society, private initiative, and governments. And organized civil society, they can bring good diagnosis, good proposals, and above all, the scheduling of these policies in the long term. We can persist in full-time and a basis implemented, and the changes. This could be something that makes sense for young people, and we're talking about the challenges in the 21st century, and we also have the teachers, you know, that have to be trained. So, you know, these are the topics for education, and there are many things. And to work on this at the national level with a government, with municipal and state and federal governments, and looking at the different areas and the complexities that we have in Brazil. And also for education and other areas, we can look at this advocacy and more modern advocacy so that we can get better outcomes. And it's important to bring a message, a positive message, where Brazil was able to give very important steps in education. And I dare to say that mostly because there is a civil society that is very active, that is very organized in public education. So if we're able to establish these processes, avoid discontinuities, and provoke the acceleration of some policies and the governments, it's because we have a well-organized society. And my time is up, but I represent all of them, and then we're looking at the prize, and we received the prize. We were very happy about it, and we were doing something that was very important during the pandemic. And during the pandemic, when there was complete absence of leadership in education in Brazil, everybody for education, Todos pela Educação, our institute, it wasn't a step to the right or the left. It was a step forward to say, look, we need to work with, the agenda with states and municipalities. We need to react. We need to prepare for distance learning. We need to prepare for the reopening of the schools. So I think that was bold, being able to understand what spaces society should offer, how much we have to charge, and we have to be very independent, and we really have to pressure this, and we have to work together. So this is the great contribution that we have been providing. Thank you, Priscila. So now let's go to the Amazon to talk about sustainable development, and I think one of the greatest thing is to definitely look at the impact, looking at the work and the result of the work. So I'd like Mariana to talk about this agenda that is very important, and how to accelerate business, and how Idesan works, and it's a hybrid model, right? So you can talk a little bit about how bold it is to do social entrepreneurship in the Amazon. Hi. Thank you, Eli. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here beside Carlos and Priscila. And I am white, a little dark because of my Lebanese grandmother. I am a forest engineer. I was born in São Paulo, and I was raised in the Amazon. I got the green card there, Ilana, after a long time living in Manaus, and that's where I learned everything that I know in my professional life. And that's where Idesan comes from. That's where I work. So I left São Paulo when I was 17, and I went to do university in Piracicaba. And at 23, I moved to Manaus, and that's where my first bold thing happened. I opened an NGO, and it was not very valued in terms of philanthropy. I didn't really know where I'd be able to get money to finance the work, but it was a period of a lot of learning. It was a backpack, right? It was a backpack, right, your NGO. At the time, they said that we were not an NGO. We were an INGI, non-governmental individual. So I'm an NGI, not an NGO, because I took my documents in my backpack. But, that's how we learn. We learn to overcome with difficulties, and we learn to face the problems that we have. And more recently, we went through AMAS. AMAS is an accelerator of business, and our focus is to help entrepreneurs who have the intention of helping society, and AMAS wanted to provide hybrid funding. They have philanthropic investors, they have individuals. Ilana is one of our investors. It's a great pleasure. And Idesan is an organization from the Amazon. We are based in the Amazon. 60% of our collaborators are women. 62% of the leadership positions are also occupied by women. So I'm going to focus on the Amazon, but I'd like to explain why, because it's a topic that is not that big in philanthropy. So the Amazon, Ilana gave some data, right? 6% of the GDP, about 50% of the national territory. But what I'd like to say over here is that although it is not very relevant economically speaking, it is very relevant for Brazil and internationally. Unfortunately, the Amazon and the loss of the forests actually puts us as the 7th greatest emitters of greenhouse gases. 70% of the emissions from Brazil comes from agricultural livestock and the deforestation, and that's very sad. And it's also a great opportunity for us to become relevant in terms of internationally. So if it's something that I believe that Brazil can occupy, it's the position of prosperity, solving the biggest problem that humanity has today, which is climatic changes. So we see this every day. So it's not an environmentalist who is talking about this. We're going through a complicated period, and I'm going to talk about boldness in a different manner here. what I'd like to say is that how do we actually look at this as a generation? How can we stimulate a way of life that is going to involve or damage future generations? So it's going to be completely chaotic if the planet is still going to be there, if we continue to do what we're doing. So my provocation is that we can change this trajectory, and the great contribution that we have is the construction of a new model. And for Brazil, this new model is going through Ginação. Thank you very much. So our time is up, and we can have a lot of different things. We are talking about complex problems. We're also talking about solutions. So you want to know more about these trajectories. If you want to do that, we have a lot of material about these organizations and the profile. So they are here to show that there is a way of doing it. We do have solutions, and they are daring to make these causes be seen the way they should be seen, as solutions. Everything that we have to solve. So everything and a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing these very interesting stories. When I see these winners of the award, I admire your work very much. I'm very touched. Congratulations. And now we have a special guest. Sir Ronald Cohen is an international investor, an entrepreneur, a philanthrope, innovative in terms of social issues, and in 2012 he received the Award of Innovation in Social Finances from the Rockefeller Institute, and between 2013 and 2015 he presided the working group of social impact in G8. In 2022 he launched the book Impact, a new model of capitalism to generate true changes in the world. And he is considered today one of the popes in investment, impact investment. He is a daring personality, and we're talking about evolution of the impact. So unfortunately he could not be with us in person, but he sent us a video, and hopefully it will inspire you.
It's a great pleasure for me to join you at the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum in São Paulo. I wish I could be there in person with you, but I'm speaking to you from France. Philanthropists have a major role to play in the impact revolution which is underway. And the impact revolution itself is transforming the way in which philanthropists can act and must act. What is the impact revolution? The impact revolution is basically shifting our economic system from measuring risk and return to measuring risk, return, and impact, created by companies and by investors. And the pivot point for this revolution is transparency on the impacts created by companies. We see the SEC, we see the EU, we see IFRS, which is responsible for all financial accounting across the world except the US, all focusing now on measuring the environmental and, in the case of IFRS and the EU, the environmental and the social impacts that companies create, and transform them into standardized metrics, tons of carbon, liters of water, and the next step, which I'm proud to say I'm playing a role in leading, is valuing these impacts. So the International Foundation for Valuing Impacts, a spin-off from a Harvard Business School effort over the last 3 or 4 years, is actually standardizing the valuation of impacts. And what this is going to do is it's going to give investors the ability to discriminate between which company they invest in, according to its profit and its impact. And Tesla is the first example of a company that built itself not just on risk and return, but on risk, return, and impact. Its first consumers and its continuing attraction to consumers comes from the environmental impact that it creates. And when we begin to measure impacts, it affects everyone. It affects entrepreneurs, it affects investors, it affects companies, it affects governments that can begin to tax and give tax credits for the right sort of impact, and it affects philanthropists. For philanthropists, it shifts them. It shifts us, because I'm a philanthropist too, as you know. It shifts us from measuring the inputs that we make into charitable organizations and that they make into populations, to measuring the outcomes that our charitable giving achieves. And when we begin to measure outcomes, we begin to open up a world where we can begin to fund organizations according to the outcomes that they have achieved. We can agree to pay for the outcomes when they've been achieved and enable the organizations on the basis of the contracts we sign to raise investment capital, to grow like a business. And the more impact they deliver, the more lives they improve, the better the returns to investors, and the more money investors can raise. And the other thing that it leads us to do as philanthropists is to align our investment activities in the endowments of our foundation with the aims of the foundation. Not to find ourselves investing in fossil fuel companies and creating environmental damage, and then using our philanthropic donations to try to remedy that damage through investment in charitable organizations. So those are the ideas I wanted to share with you as you debate the future of philanthropy in Brazil. And my bottom line for you all is this impact revolution is something that philanthropists are leading in many countries now. In the United States, the Ford Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation, the Skull Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation are just examples of those who have understood that the world of philanthropy is changing and that it can deliver a lot greater impact than it has done before with the resources at its disposal. So I wish you a very productive meeting and look forward to seeing the results of all your efforts.
Obrigada, Ronald Cohen, por essa contribuição.
Thank you for this contribution and for calling us to be part of this revolution of the impact. In the next session, we're going to discuss the ESG agenda with private social investment, and some of the points that Mr. Cohen put over here are going to be approached in this next session. And I would like to invite Carolibe Albanese, Vice President of Communication, Marketing, and Institutional Relations of Amigos do Bem. Marcelo Klein, the Director of Territories in Vale S.A. Roberto Salluti, the CEO of BTG Pactual. And Gibson Trindade, co-founder that will actually do the moderation of this panel. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today at the invitation of Aegis, discussing such an important point, boldness. So I have to provoke you, and I'd like to thank you. So we're talking about the democracy without discussing this, and this is a provocation. And this has been increasing in the country because of allies that understand that we're only going to have a fair country when we reduce this. So this is Jair Ribeiro, who created and had the great idea of creating this protocol and, putting in companies the perspective of greater racial equity in the market. Thank you, Jair. But as the mediator, I shouldn't talk too much, right? I have to give you the opportunity to speak, right? So I'm going to start by inviting Roberto to say something about this, making a brief presentation about what is being done in ESG. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to be here with you and to be invited to participate in this event. And it shows that at least we're moving in the right direction. This makes me very happy. And as Carlos Humberto said, we started getting the ESG demands. So if we're talking about clients or investors or regulators, and we looked at that and we said, we can see this in a bureaucratic manner. We can do the, checking of all the boxes. We're going to do the due diligence. Fine, or we can actually accept this provocation, we can accept the challenge, and we can take advantage of the opportunity to transform the institution. And that's the agenda we decided to follow. And there's great impacts in terms of the image, in terms of talent attraction, the engagement of employees, but mainly this has great impact in the creation of value for the investors. So when we just needs to open up, if a person needs to open up an account, if you have slavery, if you have environmental damage, if you do any of that, you're not able to open an account. And this became part of our rules. And then our ESG team and all of the credit committee, we had the same power of the risk of credit or of the legal aspects. So our ESG team could block any credit operation if it did not follow the criteria, and this is becoming regulatory as well. And this could become something bigger, and this is creating a great value, financially speaking. So when people decide to embrace the ESG agenda, they said, okay, I don't want to talk about coal, I don't want to talk about certain things, but is this the right approach? Or when an operation comes in, you have the selling of a coal mine. If we work to guarantee that this buyer is going to respect and demobilize this asset before the time that is expected, isn't that better than doing nothing and instead of allowing this asset to go to the hands of an investor to prolong the life of this asset with a greater carbon impact? So we decided to make the difficult decision. Not the easy one of I don't want to come close. We're going to vary, and we're always going to act to be able to improve the environmental impact, the social impact, even if this gives us more work. And there was an example of a transaction involving a coal mine. It was the first time in the history of Brazil where they negotiated with ANEEL the reduction of the PPA deadline so that it would be decommissioned before the expected time, and the investor committed in research in the capture of carbon. So it was much better than not having done anything and allowing the investment to come over to the investor, and that would elongate the price of the PPA. And a second example for you, we are the second greatest manager of forests, so commercial forests. And with the skill set we have, we saw the demands of global investors and said, why don't we do a reforestation project? We're going to buy, degraded pasture areas, and we're not going to sell the wood for fuel. We're going to sell the wood for furniture, for when the carbon is permanently stocked. And the other half, we're going to do native reforestation, and we're going to sell carbon credits. So there is a line of investors, and over the next 5 years, we're going to plant 200 million trees. It's 1 tree per Brazilian. So This is really something that transforms, and we are only able to do it because there was a mindset of ESG in the values and the culture of the institution. And this is in terms of social activities. And we used to make several contributions, basically in marketing or relations. It was not something that was transforming, and we decided to change this. We wanted to identify a few things which can really cause an impact. So we selected three areas: education, environment, and entrepreneurship that we would support. And we would try and direct 100% of the resources, and we would provide funding for these three areas. And more than that, we would use our incentives or our resources without incentives to support a few projects that we consider to be transforming. There are two over here, Amigos do Bem, that we've been supporting in the area of education, and we are very proud to be with him for more than a decade, and we decided to create our own projects as well. One of them is BTG Soma. So we have an acceleration program for startups, and it is very successful. And we said, okay, so we have this ability, right? How are we going to do this? How are we going to support the social agenda? We're going to do something that potentializes NGOs. It was elected this year as the best volunteer program in Brazil for entrepreneurship. And you see the impact of who is there, able to generate a lot more results. And then you say, and Aegis is a great partner in this project. So we anchored the scholarships from Intel. So any student that passes the selective program in Intel and cannot pay for his studies, he will receive a scholarship that includes also food and residency, English, computer classes, and diversity comes naturally because in Brazil, talent is not badly distributed. It's the opportunities that are badly distributed. So we have two new pilots of projects that we're going to scale up. One of financial education, because we believe that the more financial education the Brazilian population has, the better the quality of life. And the second one in this program of mentorship, it's for women who are entrepreneurs in needy communities to help them with marketing and finance and management so that they will be able to potentialize their business. Thank you, Roberto. Very good examples. Carol, I am a fan of Amigos do Bem, and we know that you are a great reference in the subject in terms of strategic relationship. I'm from Pernambuco. I know your programs closely. I had the opportunity of being in some of these places, and I'd like you to talk about the relationship of your experience in this very positive contribution to Brazil. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much. Amigos do Bem is done by many people, many friends, and I am the daughter of the founder, and I've been a volunteer since I was very young. And I like this topic of boldness because, you know, people do it within their context in their way. We come out of our comfort zone to generate impact and transformation. And when we talk about Amigos do Bem, we're talking about the boldness of somebody from São Paulo with 20 friends 3 decades ago from São Paulo, from the center of São Paulo, going to the Northeast, because we had seen something on TV, and we know that's where the focus of poverty was in Brazil and where few people really tried to help. And they were really abandoned in Brazil. And we went, and it's bold because it's bold to work in this very distant region, distant from São Paulo, different from urban centers, and we have 150,000 people in 300 different villages in Alagoas, Pernambuco, and Ceará, and we have a huge challenge, logistics challenge, to make these resources get to these regions. So we're talking about the place where you have the biggest drought. Many animals don't survive. Imagine the human beings. They don't know what a shower is. They've never seen a bathroom. They've never seen a TV. And they didn't even know other people aside from their family. And that's where we're working. So I think it was bold to get to these people. And in second place, I say that we work 360 degrees. Look at the challenge. There are several projects inside a project. So many people, they work with great initiatives, and we're in all the areas. And we had to learn how to do this. We didn't have the specialty, everybody for the education, and we had to learn. We had to learn about health and water and food, and this was developed because it was a region where we didn't have anything. We had to develop the basic things, and we had to create opportunities to rupture this cycle with transformation, education, work, and profit. And we were also bold to tell human beings, you're never going to be hungry again. And when we work with a family in this area, we have a commitment. So we bring opportunities and resources for them to transform their own reality, and we help them to come out of this very deep well, difficult well, and they become a multiplier of what's good. Not only helping once in a while, but make them multipliers. And there are daring things in many aspects, because in a project like this, we're developing a large project, and Amigos do Bem has a business, a social business, and we're talking about education, but where are they going to work, right? We had to take productive units, and imagine creating 15 units in the middle of this place and develop products, and this income is maintained for the education of the children. So I don't know if you've eaten some of our products in the retail sector, or if you've tasted any of our products, our bags and our handcraft as well. So it's many initiatives made by many friends, and we can only get there through the partnership with companies. BTG is our partner, and also with private initiatives and also resources through this social business that needs to be leveraged and maintained for the project. So the last ones will be first, right, Marcelo? So how has Vale seen boldness in their private initiatives and associated to ESG? So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Aegis. It's great to be here with you. Vale is a great mining company, and our acceleration in ESG over the last 5 years was based on a lot of pain with what happened in Brumadinho in 2019. So I was in this project for 4 years and 1 month in the recovery, and we looked at the management of territory. The only thing I see is that territories is very challenging, and we had to position ourselves, and I think we were bold because we have humbleness as part of our essence. So after the dam broke down, 270 deaths, and this definitely killed us, right? And I was at a turning point. I was at the company for 27 years, and now it's almost 32. But, we have to really face it, and we have to solve it. So we had to convince people internally that we were not bad, although there was damage that we produced, but, we didn't want to do that. So the boldness of facing your vulnerabilities is important, and starting slowly, right, to reconstruct trust, because it is captured from the outside in, and this is how we have moved. And private social investment, we've been doing this for a long time. The Vale Foundation, our arm has 55 years, and we noticed that even though we were working on social development, all of the places we worked in, all of the different areas, so in mines, in railways, and Paraná, Maranhão, Espírito Santo, Minas, the company is 80 years old, and we still had extreme poverty right in our backyard. So it was a question of focus. So although we're trying to help and we're trying to get public policies, there was a population that was marginalized, that was invisible. They didn't have the right to access to the social programs and with the policies that already existed. So we were bold to propose the removal of these poor people until 2030. 2030 is definitely a historical year, right? We have to organize ourselves to do a lot until then. And this public target that we declared in New York for the investors, it also brings a lot of boldness in terms of the capacity to carry things out and adjust the flight plan with the plane flying, right? We don't have a methodology that you simply implement. We are building a series of partnerships with the Oxford methodology and listening to many people here in Brazil, and we're very humble to realize that the pain of those who feel is different from the pain of those who study. So you have to balance the best of knowledge and the best of those who live because of knowledge of life and because of suffering and experience, different from the formal structuring. So we have to bring these two worlds together. Accreditation. So how are we going to prove that we're able to do that? So we have the dimension of poverty, 5 dimensions. So healthcare, education, income, infrastructure, and nutrition. Nutrition was a spin-off from health, so it's very critical when we talk about safety, food safety. We can't really think about education if people don't eat properly. This has already been mentioned here. So all of the structuring, who are the agents that violate the capacity of the person to leave poverty? So it's multidimensional. All these subjects are interconnected. And in family, follow-up, so looking at the family, special attention to young people and children, and to see how they can connect in these different dimensions, changing the different levels. And we're going to follow up these 500,000 people during 2 years to guarantee that they're actually going to come out of the circle of poverty and go to a different condition. And in parallel to this, we also position ourselves, and people notice Vale as a company that provokes impacts because of its mining activities. Definitely, mining does create socioeconomic impacts, but it also allows for a positive agenda with all of the local development. So we have tried to do this and in a very humble manner, and we have to understand that we don't have all the answers. Everything is very big and everything has to be overcome. We're an elephant with an X on our backs, and we have a target on our backs, and we have to work a lot on the people who have a direct impact. So we are perseverant, we are trusting, and we're following this path. But we have become stronger, and we're very aware that nobody does anything alone. So it has to be in a network, in a partnership, always strengthening public policies. Public partnerships, sorry. Thank you, Marcelo. So now we're going to the Q&A session. So if you want to ask any questions, please raise your hand, and somebody's going to take a microphone over to you. Just make them very short questions. But I'm going to also say something. We have representatives of the 3 ESG areas. We talked about governance, environment, and the social area. But I would like to go to the social area. In Brazil, we still do not discuss social aspects deeply. So today, we're in a privileged place with very intelligent people, people who have the power of changing the direction of some priorities. So I would like to invite you to take a look at the majority, not the minority. So we're 56% of the population in this country, but we're still not occupying this leadership position in the companies. We're 56% of this country, but we are the majority of the people who leave school, of people who go to prison. We have the highest rates of mortality due to violence. So we are a majority in all of the negative indexes. And this is not something random. It's not disconnected from the historical and cultural aspects of the country. So you have the responsibility of changing this history. So I hope that in the next forums, instead of talking about problems, I hope that we will spend our energy talking about advances and what we have conquered every year with regard to the change in these terrible agendas that we still have in Brazil. So racism in Brazil exists. It is still being fed, and we have the obligation of combating this. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gisela Solimos. I'm part of Empreendedores da Folha. I worked my whole life with children's malnutrition and these very interesting panels. Now I'm living in Alagoas. I'm in a project in Alagoas working against poverty and hunger. And I'd like to ask a question and make a comment. So we have ESG for companies. But there, in the countryside of Alagoas, there's a micropower, which is the micropower of the government, of the city hall. And I really want to have an ESG for governments. So a standard, that's not what it's going to be called, of course. We have to give it another name. But it's a standard that we can use to compare and to say, this is nice or this needs to be improved. And just sharing with you, if somebody wants to share something about this and following this and putting our foot into it. And
7% em 2021, quando o Brasil estava regredindo, e a pobreza é o terceiro estado mais pobre do Brasil.
And this is the third poorest state in Brazil. So why doesn't this account close? I just wanted to say this. I think you're bringing an important aspect, and I'm in favor of ESG and this movement, and we're talking about the possibility of accelerating. The pandemic accelerated this, but there's a great challenge here. We're talking about the action of the companies around them, the development, social development, and in the regions where they have an industrial basis. And when we talk about not having a productive unit, nobody gets there. So how are we going to develop these regions? And we're talking about, you know, the Brazilian countryside, where lots of people are poor. We're talking about misery. How do we develop these regions? So when we talk about local ESG for these city halls, for these regions, I think this could be a way out for us to be able to create a local reality and be able to promote development and social inclusion in a more effective manner. Thank you. I'm going to add on to that. So in a way, when we talk about social problems in territories that have a very complex agenda, so historically we bring a lack of data, a lack of information, lack of statistics, and I'm going to continue talking about the racial aspect as the deepest of everything. So we have a tool that helps companies to understand their racial inequality, not in a punitive way, but in an educational manner, because it is a strategy, it's an action plan to correct this problem. And this has to do with, you know, the community. So the company is not isolated, as we said, and making the company understand how unbalanced it is, and that also provokes it, you know, how unbalanced it is with regard to the sector. So we also have an index per sector according to the classifications of the IBGE. So you're in the mining area and you can't really compare to the retail sector, you know, and health and education. So it's important for you to know that today we have tools, we have technology, technology, we have alternatives to help the companies to conduct this, us in this path, which is to have greater equality. Sorry, the mic isn't working. We can't hear. Okay, now it's working. Eduardo Settling from the Associação Nossa Cidade in Belo Horizonte. I was the head of ESG in the United States, and the great difficulty we had was to advance internal dialogues and to bring the leadership. And I heard from Marcelo this new title, how this evolution has been and what the conversations have been like in Vale, not only according to what happened because of the huge number of companies that have imminent risks, that suffer imminent risks all the time. How is Vale transforming itself, and how much of resources do you have for this? Thank you for the question. This has been a challenge, and the main positioning has been sustainability, and this ESG agenda is not a little box or one person who is responsible. It's something that has to permeate, and our target is everything that we do has to have the principles of sustainability as an anchor. So we have behavior that we share with the employees. We have the issue of open dialogue, transparent dialogues. It's listening. Is the community, is the society. So this connection between the citizen that feels the climatic changes, that feels the social pressure, racial pressure. So this is not part of him. So he comes to the company and he feels this. He's a victim of this. So you can't really be disconnected. So the great challenge is, or the great effort is to create this so that everybody can share this, so that every employee can be part of this transformation. And from then on, a big connection with the territories. And I've been in the company for 32 years. I'm a chemical engineer. I have technical patents from Vale, so I've never been in the social area. And I was thrown into this situation in the worst moment of the company, which is when the Brumadinho Dam ruptured. And there were thousands of victims, and I was in an environment that nobody wanted to be in, so I needed to have the courage and the boldness to be there when, when you're not seen very well, when people don't like you. We have to take care. We have to take care of these people. So this was the turning point for the company. We're noticing that it's no use. We're never going to have sustainable development if you don't have something around it, and this has to be broadened. So we have social actions, just like we do in Maranhão. We have a substrate that is huge for our activities, but we also have a lot of support in the national view as well. So the great effort has been internal, so taking every employee. This is part of the agenda of the company, and we're also working on decarbonization, and in energy we are providing ores that are going to be able to do this. So the balance of different areas that allow us to have the internal and external communities to realize that it is possible to reconcile and to make these changes, social changes. Thank you, Marcelo. Roberto, I'm not going to allow you to escape, Roberto. We know that the companies have been advancing with regard to ESG and indicators, monitoring of data, but when we talk about private social investment, how do the investors look at this? How has this been moving inside these groups? So this has gone in as something bureaucratic. So European investors, they come here with a lot of questions, and you have to be ready to answer this questionnaire. I think this is a first step, and it's great. Now, in an increasing manner, I think that we are going to see this in some investors, and you're not going to be bureaucratic anymore, and they're really going to start saying that this is not a marketing problem. It's for you to really have projects that are transforming in a permanent manner, in a measurable way. So you talked about being measurable, right? So I'm going to say that this is really, when we talk about diversity of the bank, this is really something that, 10 years ago we didn't measure. We didn't measure diversity of gender or race. Nowadays, we follow this up in our committees on a monthly basis. And this is what makes you get to the policies and the actions that are going to take you there. So in terms of investors, I think that there are greater demands all the time just to check that you are advancing in these indicators so that you can do the diligence that has to be done. Now, my hope is that we'll be able to do this in a way that companies will be awarded prizes for actually doing something that is not bureaucratic, but doing something that is transformational. Thank you, Roberto. We still have time for one more question. Good morning. I'm Daniele. I'm a consultant. I'm in, one foot is in ESG, the other foot is in philanthropy, and I'd like to hear you. There was recently a debate between people in this field and in this agenda that was called sustainability. Now it's called ESG, and it gained strength, and philanthropy is becoming frail in companies. And they said this, and that's not what I've seen, I said. I have seen philanthropy gaining a new space. And there are different people talking about philanthropy and seeing something that was in a department. And I'd like to know from you about this vision, contradictory view that is being debated in your practice in a moment when the strength of the financial market comes in with a social environmental aspect, and they call it ESG, with new players and, new things on the table. Has philanthropy become stronger or weaker? Has it gained greater resources, or is it disputing resources? So now they realize they'd have to invest in diversity and in the environment and so on. And, that money is it's a dispute now. So, and some people say it differently in terms of philanthropy. So in your practice, has this status changed? Is it better? Is it worse? Philanthropy in the sense of the strategic agenda that companies have. So you said I was not going to be able to escape. According to our experience, it's the contrary. So we can see every year the engagement of collaborators participating in in our activities. It has been increasing, and we're also going to start communicating better with the collaborators. And I always like to play that people think they can only contribute with money, right? Contribute to money is easy. Contributing is more difficult to contribute with work, right? And we always invite people, maybe at that moment, they don't have the resources, they can contribute with work. And further ahead in life, when you have experience and knowledge, you can also contribute with your knowledge. So we encourage our team to always contribute any way they can, either with resources or with work or with knowledge. And according to our experience, according to our collaborators, when they find a project where they can put all three together, the impact they cause is phenomenal, and the happiness that they have, the return to the people being part of the project, that is unmeasurable. So our last question now. Hi. I just wanted to add to that. Marcelo, we see philanthropy being intensified. So we've never had this many companies looking at our project, and we've never had so many companies asking about how I can develop volunteering in my company. And I'm not talking only about donations. And bringing the example of Salute, BTG went to the countryside of the Northeast. So now we are looking at at a trip with collaborators together with Salute. So it's not only financial support, they understand the pain of who's helping, and that's very important. And this is really transforming for the companies and for the projects and society. And philanthropy is being seen as a connection to the business. It's not something that is separate, right? Only who can do it or who has a personal reference or and it's very important for us, you know, to keep the health of the business if you don't have the main things in the business. So it has to be present in all territories. It is the basis of a community relationship with the municipalities. So we need to be active in the public policies and in attacking these frailties and not being able to perpetuate the business. So I think philanthropy has never been that connected to the expectations of the companies. So this is reinforced in our work. Thank you. Thank you. I am Renato Orosso. I'm Eduardo's colleague at the Associação Nossa Cidade. And we also manage the regenerative fund of Brumadinho. Ever since the rupture of the dam, it was a resource of donations. It was crowdfunding. And with this amount, we do micro support and local projects, up to 3,000 reais. Over these last years, it was 52 projects that were supported, with the characteristic of the ones who choose the projects are the people who live there. There's a committee of people who live there who evaluate it, and they say what is important for them, what makes sense, what doesn't. And since the projects are also part of the community, they also know. So this is the project in my district, and it's a selection process. It's incredible, and we made an assessment now. It was systematic, and that was financed by Rede Como A in the project, Saberes, and we saw a result, an extraordinary result in terms of adherence and satisfaction of the community. And what I notice is that the community knows where to allocate the resources, and many times corporate philanthropy is another extreme. And there's a huge distance as well. There's a sentence from Rumi, which is between what is right and what is wrong, there's a field, and I'll meet you in the middle. And I think it's the same thing when we're talking about communities and the large companies. How to bring them together so that we can make the projects, have them meet, and the local knowledge will get there, the money will get there, and then we'll be able to have greater impacts. Thank you. Let's go back to daring. So 2 minutes each. Your final comments. Carol, please. Well, I think we're going to continue using it to transform. It's important. I think that everybody, when we talk about a social project, many people who are in this position, like Amigos do Bem, we have to help the companies to change their culture. So we have done this. So sometimes the companies say, oh, I have financial resources to donate to housing. No, but that's not what the region needs. They are hungry, and we need to develop the generation of income and water, and we do this with Amigos do Bem. If you want to help, we're going to be together. We have a report, and this is a very important role that everybody has in the third sector and in the direction. So measuring is very important. Auditing, transparency. We're also responsible for looking at the third sector. So is the resource actually getting there? So we have to monitor, and we have to do internal auditing and look at, everything that comes from our love, what we have, and the third sector, and look at transformation and transparency. And together, I'm sure we're going to produce effective transformation, looking at this in an innovative manner, and how we can actually transform and how we're able to work in the best way possible with effective outcomes. Thank you, Carol. Marcelo, just to reinforce the multidimensional aspect, because we have to understand and we have to work with metrics, and we have to now reverse the dictatorship of the financial issues. You know, everything is productivity, everything is money, and we have to show that, you know, there's a project that is combating domestic violence, or people not going to school, and, you know, pregnancy in teenagers. So there are several parameters that have to go into that. And there's a lot of effort that has to be put into integration. Many people do many things, but in an unintegrated manner. So one resource can help, and we need to have the effort of integrating. You can only integrate if you go and you really engage and embrace the agencies. You cannot be a supporter, you know, at a distance. No, you really have to be hands-on and put your hands in your heart. So I would like to congratulate and thank you for the invitation once again. I would like to provoke you, and I would like to thank you. For the companies, we all want to have areas that provoke us, that are very good, that perform. And you also have to create an area of social responsibility that will provoke you, that will demand from you, and that will perform, just like what we have. My team comes with a crazy project every other week. So that's not a problem. Some are not, we're not going to do, but the ones that you're able to do, they're going to make you very proud. So we always want to have the best professionals, the best people in all the core areas of your activity. So you also have to look for these professionals in the social area. You're going to be really surprised with the impact that you're going to have inside and outside your institutions, which is exactly what happened to us. Thank you, Roberto, and I'm going to conclude by provoking you. What are you companies doing to make it a better world, and what are you individuals doing to make this a better world? Think about this once a day, and I think we're going to have a much better tomorrow, a fair tomorrow for everyone. Thank you.
Obrigada por mais esse painel.
Thank you for this panel. This week I heard an expression that translates what has been discussed here. Before we talked a lot about the borders, you know, the borders and, you know, private investment, ESG and all that, and what is great and that can contribute to our work, to the development and generation of impact, is that this is becoming porous, and we really have to experiment and explore these pores further. So now I'd like to invite you to a cocktail that will be served over here in the foyer while we prepare for lunch. Lunch. If you're getting up, don't forget to get all of your stuff, because these tables will be prepared. The configuration will be changed, so everybody needs to take everything they've left. So at lunchtime, our program will continue. So each of these panels will have one topic and one host. So you will be able to know the map of these tables in the room to the side, and you're going to know each table, the topic they're going to have, and who the host will be. During the cocktail, you're going to choose. And when we open up this room, please go to your tables. If you have any questions, the QR code on your badge will have information about this program. For our international guests, we're going to have one table in English as well. So don't forget to take all of your belongings, please. And if you need to leave the event now, remember to fill in the assessment form that is together with the notebook that you saw on top of the table. And if you don't have this form, in the credentialing, we can also remove this. We can also take one and fill it in. And if you fill it in, you're going to receive a gift. Everybody's opinion is very important so that we can all make our meeting better.
Tá indo embora e usou fone de ouvido, por favor.
So if you got a headset, please leave it on top of the table or give it to somebody from our team. For our online audience, hopefully they're listening to me. Our program will be back at 2:20, all right? See you in a bit. See you. Bye. Have a good lunch.
Por favor, dirijam-se ao salão ao lado, onde o coquetel está servido. Ao sair, não esqueçam seus pertences. Não, eu quero que ela me dê um ok. Senhores participantes, podem retornar à sala principal. O almoço já será servido. Falhou pra caralho.
sentido.
Agora estabilizou. Vai lá no fundo lá de novo lá. Mano, o cabo de rede não funciona com isso daqui, ó, nem ferrando, mano. Cabo de rede não, né? O placa de microfone.
Senhoras e senhores, pedimos que tomem seus lugares para darmos início ao almoço. Obrigada.
Olá, peço licença para interromper para lembrar que essa sessão encerrará em 10 minutos. Vocês podem ir terminando a conversa, mas não precisam se levantar, pois a próxima sessão será aqui mesmo neste salão.
Boa tarde. Eu sei que o papo tá uma delícia. Eu estava
and civil society. Oops. So in this session,
Dois segundos, já volto.
I'll be back soon.
Todo mundo sabe que eu estava falando de saúde, né? E da
So you know I was talking about healthcare and the importance and the potential, the transforming potential of the private initiative and the civil society in the improvement of the healthcare condition of the Brazilian population. So in this session, I would like to request your attention, please. Carla Reis, the head of the Department of the Industrial Complex and Healthcare Services of the area of Productive Development, Innovation, and External Commerce of BNDES, the National Bank of Development, Social and Economic Development. She would like to present Juntos pela Saúde, a program. And through match funding, if you wanted to know about match funding, the bank has been bringing philanthropic and public capital to strengthen public health care in the north and the northeast of Brazil.
Peço silêncio para a gente dar as...
Silence, please. Let us welcome Carla Reis. Good afternoon, everyone. I know people are still being entertained with a lunch. My name is Carla Reis, and I am the head of the Department of the Industrial Complex of Healthcare Services in BNDES. And I would like to thank Aegis and the organizers of today's forum for the invitation. And I'm going to talk about the context of the BNDES and our match funding initiatives, and also highlighting healthcare. So in the BNDES, we have an integrated view of health, and there's an understanding that we cannot think about the healthcare services without thinking about the discussion of the industry, so that we can actually promote growing access of the population to quality healthcare services. And in BNDES, we work especially with credit instruments and variable and reimbursable income. And until recently, we did not have any experience with match funding instruments and with mobilization of private social investment. This was something new that came up in BNDES since the pandemic, and they asked me to say, and talking about today's topic, which is boldness, or being daring. So for us, we were very daring in being able to very quickly in 2020, in the middle of the chaos, our first match funding, and we were able to leverage 140 million reais, bringing the resources of the BNDES and the resources of private initiative. And our model, for every 1 real that was donated, BNDES would provide 1 real from its budget. The resources that are used for this kind of action, they come from the profit of the bank. So it is a specific separation, and at that moment we work with the Cital and Bionexo partners, and then we also have the Santa Casa de Misericórdia in Brazil, and these partners worked pro bono in this project. And with this project, we were able to mobilize, as I said, 140 million resources. It's more than 90 million individual protection mechanisms that were donated, 20 units of oxygen, 270 cylinders, and over 600 coolers for vaccines. More than 2,000 hospitals and about 9 million people benefited with the use of 73 partner companies. And during the pandemic, we became very excited about the model and the capacity that the match funding has. of leveraging resources. And before the non-reimbursable and BNDES, we worked with a lot more internal resources from the bank compared to the possibility of getting private resources for this partnership. So as from the emergency situations, we thought it would be important for us to have more match funding and with a more structured bias. And we made a diagnosis of regions, more needy regions, and looking at some basic indicators like life expectancy, child mortality, the number of doctors per 1,000 inhabitants. And we defined the scope of activity of this initiative, Juntos pela Saúde, Together for Health. And this is for structuring projects in the North and the Northeast. And the idea is for us to work focused on municipalities that have less than one doctor in 1,000 inhabitants. And the idea is also for us to have, we have a budget today of 100 million from BNDES to get another 100 million in the private area. So we want to get 200 million reais in 4 years for structuring initiatives and especially focusing on primary care and telemedicine according to the capacity that these areas have of becoming more effective in their attention and minimizing the events.
E do custo da saúde. A gente fez, então, a gestão do...
So we did the selection of the manager, and our manager is Aegis, also the organizer of this forum. And today we're in the selection and hiring of projects. We already have 3 projects hired with donors, and there is a budget of 64 million. And the partners that we have already done, we have Dynamo, Fundação Vale, Wheaton, Drogaria Raia, and we hope to have more projects, more donors, and we count on all of you being present with your donations. And if you want to have more information, we can actually look for information here in the site, here on the screen, as well as over here at the event. Look for Guilherme and Luis and Aegis, and they can give you more information. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Carla. She's so tall. Thank you for updating us on this initiative that is extremely important for our society. So I think to talk about healthcare in the north and in the northeast of the country is fundamental. And we talked a lot about, if we just think about the forest and the environmental area, there's a great challenge according to the distances, continental distances in the north of the region. Thank you. And this initiative makes us very proud to be part of this as well. So now we're going to have the traditional session in a talk with. So I would like to invite Arminio Fraga, a philanthrope, ex-president of the Central Bank and the partner and founder of Gávea Investimentos, and I would like to call Paula Fabiani, the CEO of Aegis. Paula? Hello. Isn't it excited? I'm also an economist, so for me it's an honor to be here. I'm even more nervous than I was this morning when I opened the event, but anyway. We always have this session and a conversation with in the forum, and we have to talk to inspiring celebrities, right? So explore, it's an informal conversation, explore motivations, and also show paths for those who decided to dedicate resources, time, and influence to this. And I have the honor of sharing the stage with Arminio Fraga, one of the most influential economists in Brazil, ex-president of the Central Bank of Brazil, and a partner of Gávea Investimentos, and he's also being solidary to people. Basically, that's it. And so we have the studies that were done for healthcare policies. And it seemed that it was an area that was less populated than education. And this was before or after the pandemic? It was before. Yeah. It was an unfortunate coincidence. But it was before, and, you know, it's a son of a doctor and also an economist. And it's a huge sector. Especially the medical area is a huge sector, very important socially and economically, but they do not have the support that we see for education today. So definitely, but we have a second place in education, and that's how it started. And then, since that worked out well, I was talking to my partner, who's also an economist, and he had just been through some good experience in producing a project. And it was done for those who won. So we were worried about the subject. There was already a proposal in the Congress that was being mutilated, and Paulo made a group with all the public employees and designed a proposal, and he participated in the group. And the institute that had to do with social mobility, which was the other group, I went to talk to Paulo, and I said, Paulo, what do you think? You know, this project was used up. And then I can help you to, you know, I can help you. And in terms of healthcare, it was risky, so I started on my own. And that's basically what happened. And we focus basically on public policies. And I think the idea that is part of the project of the third sector, which is to scale up. So defending ideas, and this could become a public policy. Yeah, we've already talked a little bit about this when we talk about the development by the government, right? Testing models that can become public policies and that can definitely benefit most of the population. I think that's the dream, right? Dream of an institute or a foundation that is proposing to make a positive contribution, right? And it's great. So we talked about healthcare, very interesting, the influence of the family in the decision. So having children who are doctors and trying to make this contribution, and also about the, you know, social development and mobility. It's very interesting to think about this in a country like Brazil. But I wanted to ask you, so we had a video before by Sir Ronald Cohen, and he talked about the revolution of impact, the idea that all companies should have a positive social environmental impact. They should contribute to society, and they should measure this impact. And what he called the revolution of impact, the risk and return, and this social environmental impact. So we were looking at your investments, and you also supported Regreen, right? That has, it's a profit company, but it also wants to generate positive impacts. So how is this process? You have philanthropy, you have investment, impact, and, well, I basically got a ride here because the original idea was that, you know, it's public, and it was João Moreira Salles, who is our colleague, and he founded the Serra Pilheira. It's an institute that supports science, and then he met Bernardo Strasbourg, which is a fantastic scientist who writes articles for Nature about environmental subjects, and they came to the conclusion that it would be possible to explore ideas, and two people set up the business, and then soon after they got a few partners at this moment, but this was born as from science, and it came from something that, in this case, it's a company, but I think it's also valid for the third sector. The third sector is an area of risk, and I know we're talking about being daring, right? But this is something that I wanted to fit in here, because in the government, it's very difficult to run risks, very difficult. You know, public employees, they have, you know, a risk function that is very asymmetrical. So losses are very serious normally. And in the private sector, statistically speaking, you're able to work with losses, and individually, the people do it. So in the case of Regreen, it is a profit organization, because what you do over there requires a lot of efficiency for according to what we would like. And Brazil today has huge areas that are degraded, and what a company does in 30 words or less, it buys degraded areas, pasture land full of ant hills and things like that, so soil that has been wasted. They restore the land, ecologically speaking, so with biodiversity. They sell the carbon, and they transform the soil into a reserve. You don't sell anything. So the soil has to become a reserve so that it will emit carbon, right, again. So, you know, to make furniture, right? And that is incredible. It is very simple, and it's very difficult to carry out, and this is what we're doing. It's wonderful. And deep down, I still have participation in Gávea Investimentos because, you know, this is my personal interest and in public issues that I get involved in. But I really liked the two institutes, working with these two institutes, and I'm very happy. I'm 66 years old, and I don't do anything without a 10-year horizon. So being very optimistic, right? So if I'm not optimistic, you know, you don't do anything if you're not optimistic, right? Yeah, optimism is part of being daring, right? Yeah, definitely we are optimists by nature. Now, still talking about the climate, and how do you see, you know, beyond climate issues? So we had a panel before talking about the SG agenda, and how do you see the S of this discussion, of this agenda? So I think here in Brazil and also globally. I think S definitely is the most difficult. And I feel this today. So E is fine, you know, that's what we do. But G, I think, is, you know, just having common sense, you know, just a little bit of, you know, common sense, and, you know, just a little bit helps, right? and a little bit of shame, right? Just a little helps. And I gave some classes in a course that a Brazilian sociologist and economist, a Brazilian one that was living in New York, and yeah, I gave like 1/4 of the lessons in the School of Public Policies in Colombia, and in this last round, we had a debate, and that was the following. So there was an article. There was a column writer, Martin Wolf, from Financial Times, and he's the main economy and finance columnist. And he said Milton Friedman was wrong. He wrote an article about that, and he was referring to an article that Milton Friedman published in 1960, I think it was in the New York Times, defending that the only function of a company is to generate profit. And he was very careful, obeying the law and ethics. And Martin removed that part, and, it was a little too light. And then we proposed, and I said, okay, we're going to have a debate. So you're going to read the work by Martin Wolf, and we're going to divide the group, and who wants to stay on the side of Martin Wolf, and who wants to be on the side of Milton Friedman, and who wants to defend the position. So everybody raised their hands for Martin Wolf, right? No exception. I said, okay. So be prepared, because I know that probably I'm going to be beaten up and carried away, but I'm going to beat you up too. So yeah, obviously, I was beaten to death, right? But it's good to think about it, right? It's not easy. It's not an easy subject, but I think that it's very polemical, much more than it appears, because people are afraid of talking. So, of course, from what I do in life, I defend it, right? It was not easy to go on the other side, but the article is very well written by Friedman. So, I don't think that somebody would follow what Milton Friedman would do, and it's not seen. But I think, it's more difficult because the company needs to generate results. So it should do it in a smart manner and working with the communities, just like in our case, buying land. There are people there, and so there are communities nearby, there are reserves. So this world is crazy, right? It's fascinating. So it is in our interest, and of course, the companies as well. So I think S is the most difficult, and I think it needs to be the object of more reflection. I think that it needs a long-term view. It's not only a question of solidarity. It's more than that. And the horizons for most of the companies, they are surprisingly short. And that's not good. And it's local, right? So S does not have international standards because each country is different, and each state, each municipality will have different demands for their social aspects. So I think it's even more difficult because you don't have standards, right? Transversal standards. Okay, so now changing the subject quite a bit. And it's a subject that is very dear to me and for Aegis, which is the endowments. So this is what we have been defending. And we have followed up several endowments. We have created a monitor, and we have 74 active funds being monitored, and the amount is more than 100 billion. So, of course, we have the Bradesco Foundation, Itaú Foundation, who are great names that contribute to this large number. But I'd like you to talk a little bit about this. So, and also talking about the responsibility of this capital. So we even talked a little bit about this before at lunchtime. So we always have this trade-off of now and after. But there are also the benefits in the long term because you invest, for 10 years, right? So I see 10 years as an annulment, right? with a defined period, but it's an annulment, right? If you propose to place money for 10 years, it's a commitment, it's a long-term commitment in Brazil. But how do you see this topic? The endowments in the United States, which is what I know best, and it's the most known endowments in the world. I think they are a good basis for universities that are usually leading edge in terms of long-term research, research that has risks involved, and this has been a basis for all of them. So I did my PhD in the University of Princeton, and I was part of the board there. I was a trustee. And it's incredible what they do there, incredible. So half of what comes in Princeton is for the endowment, and it was a wonderful experience to see how they worked and in the use of the resources, as well as in the management of the resources. And these endowments, starting with the University of Yale very quickly, they revolutionized the long-term based on a simple point. So we have long-term money, so we can make investments, long-term investments, and we can get a little extra for that. So this requires a lot of money. These endowments are huge, billions and billions of dollars, but they also started small. So it's also a culture, an engagement culture, and of risk as well, right? Yeah, assuming risks, definitely, yeah. We can say that it's even daring, right? Yeah, they are fanatic. Yeah, I think this degree of fanaticism is very difficult to reach, but it's highly desirable. And it's a culture. There's a little bit of fiscal support in the United States, and someday maybe we're going to have this in Brazil. And we talked about this now at lunchtime. And now just starting with the return of the money being exempt, right? So some are not, and the donations as well. This is also deducted from inheritance taxes, right? So that's very interesting. It's a very hot topic, and speaking as an economist, the fiscal side in Brazil is very frail. I don't know how much you can actually do, but I think it would deserve a discussion, and maybe starting with the easier side. It wouldn't really cost a lot in the short term. So trying to experiment the other side, I still find it a little difficult. And I'm going to make a pause. I still have a question, but just to check if anybody here has any questions that you would like to take advantage of this moment. Just raise your hand, tell us your name and your organization, and my people will bring a microphone. Anyone? You're going to leave me alone in this task? Okay, we have one. Paula, I'm solidary to you, but Arminio, I saw one of your articles a while ago, an interview with you, where you recognized that the idea of growing the cake to share it later was a mistake, and that social equality should always have been the great objective of the job, and that's how I think about it. But going back to the ESG, the S in ESG, I agree that it's the hardest part. I wanted to make my comment. It's my personal experience with the resources, and S talks about risks that the companies don't want to get. Especially when you talk about oil and gas and mining, they have mandates to make big social transformations. They can't promote this. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I wanted to know about your comments. I work to build a country without a government, because we've had this for a while. It's a place where you know, society emancipates and starts assuming its role. And when I look at Vale do Jequitinhonha, it's a great paradise. There's lots of mining companies going there. It's traditionally a very poor area, but the mentality of the investment they're going to make is the same mistake as everything. So I would like your comment about these mental errors in the private sector. They have a mandate and the chance of making a transformation. They don't do it. Let's get another question. Anybody else? At the back. Right at the back. And then we'll go to the answers. Hi, I'm Tatiana Piva. I am a consultant in the social area. I started my career at Aegis. So we're talking about research and donation. So we're sort of converted. I would like to talk to people that are not converted. So how are we doing in terms of the culture of donations outside our bubble with investors? What would you say to us, and how can we increase and bring more people to this bubble or burst this bubble and making more people aware? Thank you. Great. So first, a comment about your comment about what you read. So in fact, it's very common in the world of economists, the idea that to do something in the social area, you have to let go of growth. So if you're going to spend on something, you're going to be able to invest in this sort of thing. The point is that in a country like Brazil, that has, you know, dozens of millions of people, so in fact, we don't have any chance of doing this. And I think that the economic element does not appear. Maybe for economists, it's not the way we think, but maybe this has to appear in a different manner. So I consider myself to be liberal or progressive. I don't know what that means, but you know, if you find a good party, I'm interested, political party. So I believe in equal opportunities. And, you know, that's far from our dear and suffered countries. So I think, you know, if you have an education, a quality public education that experiments several models for delivery, and this is something that we should do, and also for healthcare and other systems. So this generates growth as well. That's number one. And number two, we cannot have the moral authority to make the adjustment proposals that this country needs without taking care of these issues. So when you include in your reasoning politics with a capital P, I think then that's very obvious, because the way that Brazil is, it's not stable. I don't think we have any future if we're not able to do that. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, and I come to São Paulo quite frequently, and you know, I always sit by the window and I always look, you know, São Gonçalo, Nova Iguaçu. It's hard. It's hard. So I think that's it. But I don't see Brazil moving without this. And this is going to demand an effort in the budget area, and for us to have a little bit of peace in the economy and not having a crisis every 10 years. So I think today this is moving in the right direction with the proposals of the Minister Fernando Haddad. So I think it's still going to make the country frail, but I think he was able to put a few things on the table, right? What he has around him, and also in the beginning of his, you know, his boss talking about this. But the adjustments that we have to make, they are much bigger than whatever is necessary for us to have a better budgetary life. So I gave the example here of SUS that was supposed to be just like the British system, and it spends 4% of PIB. And we made a comparison, an international comparison. The British system spends 8% of their PIB, 3 times bigger than ours, according to the value of the coin. And our SUS per capita, it's always per capita, and they spend 6 times our GDP per capita, and they're still full of problems, right? So imagine over here. So it's a very difficult study, and sometimes I feel that our policies are, in the retail world, and we lose the strategy for it. So that's it. And the other question was about how you see the culture of donation in our country, right? I think, the presence of this group here today shows that society is moving, right? But do you realize, do you realize change in the behavior? I think the pandemic actually touched the Brazilians very much. Well, it's not, it's never come to a point where, a desirable point, but there's a good trend, I think. I think it is. Economists talk about trends. Yeah, that's good. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use that too. I'm not an economist for a while now, but the market, if you don't know, the market works in the gerund, in ing. So when things are improving, and then it goes up and it stops there and it stops improving and then it gets worse. And we see this frequently. Do you think that we have to be more daring? We're talking about this in the forum. Do you think there is, boldness lacking in our sector? And also in terms of the research about donations, they're saying that Brazilians do not talk about the donations they make. And now it's 74. It was 86 to 74, or was it 84 to 76? But 3/4 of the population. And maybe there is a connection. We are not risk takers. What do you think about the risk for appetite? The appetite for risk, sorry. And the people who are in this sector, I think we need to have more people. But don't you think it's important to talk about the subject as well? An example. I think people are afraid of exposing themselves. And not in business, right? Yeah, but I think, the ones that appear in business, they're very few. And these are, in general, I think they're okay to expose themselves. But people don't like to appear. That's basically the case because they're afraid. They're afraid. But, this can change over time. I think it's not a characteristic of our culture, and it's just, the situation. What about the risk in philanthropy? It's very difficult to make philanthropy without running risks, right? You can work in the area that has its role of assistance. There's no risk, and the results are practically guaranteed. And the rest, it's a good thing they have it, right? They have the 2 studies. They were created to run risks, but, there's space for everything. During the pandemic, making the delivery, what we saw from Carol, I think many of us participated, and And it was definitely a goal, right? But I don't see any aversion to risk. So there is a Brazilian economist, and this is in Berkeley, and it was one of his specialties, and it was financing of research and things like that. And it's worth bringing here. Rogério Manso is his name. So there are things to do, but I think that it's not, just living in Brazil is a risk. Yeah, that's right. I disagree with you, Emilio, because I think that our philanthropy wants to see results to invest in a project. So they want to invest in something that is already working and it's been proven. And for our market, right, risk market, for our venture capital. So Brazilians find it difficult because, we have a lot of safety in terms of the return, and maybe they never do this, but maybe, yeah, I don't have any knowledge about this. I'm going to change my mind. All right. I'll just do that. Okay, I'll go back home, and I said, wow, I convinced Arminio Fraga of something. Wow. But that's it. So we need to be more daring, right? Otherwise, we're not going to move forward, because Brazil needs this community, needs everyone for us to be able to bring new solutions. And I'm very happy that you are here with these two topics, and they're not very common, and they're even healthcare that is so important. We have very few institutes with this kind of focus. And social mobility, it's wonderful, right? And we need to find ways, and we had a lot of provoking to look at the structure and everything that we have in terms of society. Let's give Arminio a hand. And that's it. Would you like to make any final comment? Yeah, I do. It's a lot of education, right? There's a lot of good people working, giving their time and money for education. And for healthcare, we don't have that. So if you can think about something new where there's a lot, and we are candidates. And then I'm going to, break my piggy bank, open up my piggy bank. But I think it's not healthy. So I think at some point it's important to have diversity, and we really need help. So thank you. If anybody wants to talk, you'll be welcome.
Só obrigada, Arminio, pela conversa. Foi uma delícia.
Thank you for the conversation, Arminio. That was great. Just a comment about Brazilians who don't like to talk, and Brazilians that think that you should not think about philanthropy and the donations they make. And my husband was telling me the other day about what is happening even abroad, right? The questions that society does with regard to the position of philanthropes. Walk the talk or not. But I think it's a topic that we have to evolve to be able to get to the point where the United States is. But now I would like to bring another video very quickly. And this time it is a very dear partner who was with us in person a few years. Rodri Davis is a student of philanthropy, of social society, and he's very interested in technology. And during 7 years, he worked at CAFI, the Cherry Foundation, where he was responsible for conducting the podcast Giving Pot. And then, when he left, he founded the Why Philanthropy Matters, a portal dedicated to the production of knowledge about social investment. And when we started to feel the advancement of artificial intelligence and exponential growth, especially in terms of the influence we've had, especially in terms of the ChatGPT launch in the beginning of this year, we immediately thought, so Rodri, what is he saying about this? And the future that we used to watch in the science fiction films, it is here. And we wanted to show what the opportunities were and what the challenges were, the challenges of this new world, what it brings to philanthropy. And this is exactly the question that we asked Rodri, and let's see what he has to say.
Hello, my name's Rodri Davis, and I'm the founder and director of the think tank Why Philanthropy Matters. I want to talk to you briefly about an area of work that I've been working on for a number of years now around the impact that artificial intelligence, or AI, will have on philanthropy and civil society. I think we're all increasingly aware that AI is coming to have an impact on our lives in many different ways and is going to have an even bigger impact in years to come. But I still think we need to think through far more clearly what that impact will look like in the field of philanthropy and on civil society more broadly. And I think there are a few different ways of thinking about this that I think are useful. The first is around the way in which philanthropic organizations and civil society organizations themselves can make use of artificial intelligence potentially. Now, some of that is about directly using AI techniques and tools like machine learning and generative AI to address social and environmental problems directly, so kind of in line with philanthropic organizations' missions. And there is already a small but very healthy field of tech for good or AI for good initiatives that seek to do this. And some of them are really exciting. As I say, I think at the moment, the danger is that it's a relatively limited field because the barriers in terms of knowledge that are required and skills and investment are quite high. And if we want to expand this field further and to try and harness the potential of AI, we need to look at ways of getting more money in from funders and more partnerships between civil society organizations and the tech sector, where some of these skills and resources are to be found. And also, I think there are limiting factors in terms of things like the availability of data, where you need data in order to be able to use many of these AI tools and techniques. And in some of the areas in which civil society works, unfortunately, there's still a long way to go to get the data to the point where it's even possible to start. So I think there is a lot more to be done there around data more broadly. I think perhaps the more immediate way in which many of us will see the impact of AI within the world of philanthropy is on how philanthropic funders and civil society organizations themselves use some of the new low cost or even free AI powered tools that bring new capabilities in terms of productivity, automation, and accessibility. And here we're all keenly aware, I think, of the power of new generative AI tools like ChatGPT around text and things like Dolly when it comes to image generation. And it's clear, I think, from a lot of what has been said in other fields already that these do bring potentially huge new capabilities in terms of taking jobs that traditionally humans would have done, some of them being repetitive data-heavy tasks, but also increasingly kind of creative or knowledge-based tasks, and automating these, or at least making it possible to automate them. And this could have potentially positive benefits if it frees up human time to spend giving focus to things that only humans can do, like building connections between other humans, or also thinking about, more creatively about the challenges that we need to address or the questions we should be asking. But we should also perhaps, I think, be concerned that there's a danger that we automate in the wrong way and that we end up with people simply being put out of their jobs because they're able to be replaced by AI tools and other ways of automation. So I think there's a question mark about how we implement some of these tools in the nonprofit world. I think there is also another side to thinking about the impact of AI on philanthropy and civil society, which is about the impact that this technology will have, whether or not we choose as organizations ourselves to try and use it, because it will be used and implemented in many other different areas of life that will impact on philanthropy and civil society. So in one sense, it's already being used in the financial system and by regulators. And so decisions that are driven by algorithms and automated systems are already affecting the work of civil society organizations in terms of things like whether they have access to banking products or financial services, or whether they are seen as risks in terms of regulation. And so I think understanding what the nature of some of those decisions that are underpinned by algorithms is and what some of the dangers are is hugely important. I think more broadly within society, it's clear that we're coming to become accustomed to tailored recommendations that are provided by algorithmic systems. So we already get recommendations when it comes to choosing music or video content or shopping. And I think it will be very natural in a few years' time that we will come to expect the same thing when it comes to making decisions about giving philanthropically. So there will be the development of algorithms that are designed to shape the choices that we make about where and how we give. And I think, again, understanding the nature of those algorithms, who is creating them and what they are designed to achieve will be very important, because otherwise there is a significant danger of unintended negative consequences. And that brings me to the final broadest point, I think, which is that even if philanthropic funders and civil society organizations themselves are not that bothered at the moment about the potential impact of AI on their work, they should understand that AI is having an impact on the people and communities that they serve, many of whom are already marginalized and will probably be hit earliest and hardest by the negative potential consequences of a technology as powerful as AI. And we're already seeing this in a few different ways. So it's well documented that AI systems can develop biases if the data that they are trained on contains historical biases for things like gender or race, which unfortunately it quite often does because society itself has demonstrated those biases in the past. And AI systems come to reflect those biases and even strengthen them over time, which can further disadvantage already marginalized groups. There's also the risk of deliberate misuse of artificial intelligence-powered tools for misinformation and disinformation. So things like artificial intelligence-generated video and audio content that is indistinguishable from real audio or video, so-called deepfakes. And this can be used to try and shape people's views or beliefs when it comes to things like elections, and to try and kind of sway the way in which those play out. And I think this whole question of the erosion of authenticity in the online world is a huge challenge for civil society, because authenticity and trust is so important to the work of civil society that I think they will struggle in a context where people no longer feel that they can have that trust when working online. But I do think there's a positive role that philanthropy and civil society can play there in terms of raising awareness of some of these challenges and trying to strengthen democracy by working to make sure that authenticity in the online world can be maintained and preserved. I think finally, the other question that is important for philanthropy at the moment is how it responds to the challenges of artificial intelligence and how it understands those. And I think this is going in two different directions, and it's causing quite a lot of debate. On the one hand, there are people who believe that the biggest challenge around artificial intelligence is the so-called existential risk of superintelligent AI, essentially kind of deciding that it wants to take over from human beings and threatening us as a species. And many people within the effective altruism movement and around that movement are arguing that this is the thing we should be most concerned about, and that's where we should be putting resources. But other people would argue that actually the real challenge around AI is the more short-term, pragmatic, real-world impact that it will have, you know, right here and now on people and marginalized communities around the world through things like misinformation and bias. And I think getting the balance right between those two things when it comes to addressing AI through philanthropy will be absolutely vital. Thank you very much.
Ana Valéria Araújo, who's probably over there. She is from the superintendent of the Human Rights Fund in Brazil. She won't be able to come, but we have Aline Andrade, who is from Fundo Brasil de Direitos Humanos. Braulina Baniwa, the Executive Director of National Articulation of Indigenous Women Warriors of Ancestrality. Malu Nunes, the Executive Director of the Grupo Boticário de Proteção à Natureza. She also had some personal problems. She was not able to be here, and that's why Omar Rodrigues, the Senior Engagement Director, Communication, and also Relations of the Grupo Boticário, will represent her in this session. And our facilitator, we have Anny Pereira de Souza, the president of the Baixada Institute. Over to you, Jenny. Hi there. Hello. Good afternoon. I really like the topic of this panel, and I'm going to start by putting boldness into the work that we do. So Maya Angelou said in an interview that courage is the greatest of virtues. Without it, it is impossible to practice all the other virtues in a consistent manner. Without courage, you cannot be consistently human, generous, fair, because at some point, sooner or later, we're going to find something and we're going to think, oh, threat is too big. The challenge is too big. The problem is too big. And considering the third sector, we are bold and we do something that can only be done with courage. So our panel will have this word together with boldness in the next 44 minutes. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to these wonderful guests in a minute, but I have Braulina, who's going to be the next person that I'm going to call to speak. And Braulina, so boldness for me is a word just like courage, and you need time to be able to live. So Braulina, tell us about your trajectory and the importance of making improbable alliances for you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, for women and our companions and partners, it is very good to represent indigenous women in this area, the Bioma women, and we just came out of the 4th March where we brought the topic of biodiversity. And courage and boldness is to be born an indigenous woman in this country, and also to bring our ancestrality to different areas. So in these processes, the courage that we bring in terms of being the speakers of those that are in the territory and being the speakers that talk about our pains in different areas, and making improbable alliances is to place the indigenous women, for those who never heard about us, for those who always thought we were invisible for many years. And to make an alliance is to place yourself as and if you look at the indigenous girls, looking at this territory as the main thing So I'm very happy to be here as a woman, the Amazon bioma, and of our articulation. And in our articulation, we have placed the importance of women also occupying this space so that we can bring this territory to our communities and in our territory so that we can be remembered and so that we can have partnerships so that you can also talk about the indigenous women. So basically, this is where we are. And as the executive director and bringing the protagonism, so talking about ourselves. So that's the thing. And that's it. Thank you for the opportunity of being here through this indication and talking about women. Because if it's boldness we're talking about, everyone in the audience has to be bold as well. So Aline, it's great to have you here. So Aline, can you tell us about the importance of community philanthropy and the networks for the strengthening of organizations that work with causes in territories? So good afternoon, everyone. So I am Aline Andrade, part of Fundo Brasil, and it's part of a network with a mission to strengthen philanthropy. And this is for the defending of rights, and this affects the communities when we're talking about gender, race, and sexuality, geographic localization, national territory. It really depends on the situation. So I brought a cheat sheet here. It's important for us to talk about this network that tries to not only unite these funds that are going to make this philanthropy with social justice, but also to look at the ecosystem of philanthropy, stimulating or exchanging knowledge so that, and based on trust, based on the territories and how they build their solutions. And we support projects. We don't build solutions from the top down. We believe in the horizontal aspect, and we believe that, in fact, it's the territories that have to tell us what the solutions are. So I think that the importance of the network beyond the development of this philanthropy, and it's going to make us potentialize our initiatives through this union. So I was talking about my cheat sheet. I would like to talk about our partners. We have Brazil Foundation, Casa Fluminense, Fumbel, Daguibara, Fundo Baobá, Fundo Brasil, Fundo Casa, Fundo Elas, Fundo Positivo, Umicom, Wix, Instituto Baixada, Instituto Procomum, ESPN, Rede da Maré, and also Taboa. So we have a robust set of organizations that work with this, and in fact, and this is essential for democracy and also for the building of a project in the future that includes everyone. All right, that's good, that's good. For now, it's good. You may give her a hand, yes. And also, Fundo Brasil also works with articulation. So everything is connected. So thank you for being here, and we would like to know what the action of the Boticário Group is in the territories where you work. So the connection with the business and with the environment and human rights, and how this is transversal to what you do. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for being here presenting the Boticário Group. And taking a little bit of what you said when you talk about boldness, I think the Grupo Boticário was built within a context, and it was created in 1990, and there was a decade, and it was idealized in the 80s. And I believe that we needed a lot of boldness, because in the 80s we had a process, a change process. I don't know how many currencies we had, and the economic and controversial context. And the founder of Boticário was very bold in terms of getting together a foundation to protect the environment at a time or within a context that they didn't really talk about this. They didn't talk about sustainability. They didn't talk about ESG, everything that we have being discussed by the third sector. And then also talking about sustainable development. So the Boticário is more than 3 decades of existence, and it has already supported more than 1,600 initiatives. When we talk about Brazil being huge with different biomes, different characteristics, and it's important for us to look at this complexity and the different causes, but also in the environment it's not different. And these 1,600 initiatives in the last 30 years, and then 2 natural reserves, one on the coast of Paraná, Salto Morato, and one in Goiás, in the north part of Goiás, Serra do Tombador, that brings together 11,000 hectares. That is equivalent to 11,000 hectares. And besides working on the projects and the solutions that are in the field, we have 4 territories where we act, and we try to prove the thesis that, yes, it is possible to conserve nature and promote social development, promote economic development in these regions. And either we're talking about development or nature, and we can generate business possibilities and improve the quality of life of these people keeping the forest. And these 4 regions, 3 or 2 of them are actually around our reserve. So we're talking about the large reserve of the Atlantic forest, and it's what is left of Mata Atlântica here. It's about 1.5 hours from here if you live in São Paulo. And there's environment, there's nature. And another territory that we work in is the basin of Miringuava River in the metropolitan region of Curitiba, where we try to promote water safety in a region that 2 years ago went through a great drought, a great crisis in water, and also for business. And then around Goiânia and Serra do Tombador, we work in the savannah, combating fire. And then we talk about the Baía de Guanabara. We have 17 municipalities in the municipal region, metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro. And we also work so that conserved nature can have quality water in that region. So it's 4 areas with different characteristics, environmentally speaking, also socially and politically speaking. And together with other actors, it's important to, it's not the Boticário Group in the protection, but it's together with the local authorities, with the private initiative, with the academic world, and in a way to be able to perpetuate the governance models, to have philanthropic funds that can make investment possible, and bringing these entities, these local institutions, to co-create solutions that have to do with that. So we're talking about biodiversity and the loss of water, and the climatic crisis that we've been going through, all the time, looking at the climatic crisis now in Rio Grande do Sul, once again, but how we can actually adapt to these local changes, and we do that co-creating at the national level and bringing in experts to be able to address this in a concrete manner. Just to let you know that we're going to have a round of questions, my questions, and then we're going to open up for you to ask questions. So I'm president of an institute called the Baixada Institute, which is in Maranhão, in the north of Maranhão, and every time I hear alliance, I feel that this institute has married lots of people. And I'm sure that the organizations who are here have already done that. So, you know, dating and marriage. I don't like the separation part of it. But sometimes it's a natural process. And even relationships, they should learn with the organizations, right, and make improbable alliances. So when I look at this name, it seems to be words from a song from Caetano Veloso. Is that a song from Caetano? And for us, it is very interesting to make an alliance. So when we look at the territory, when we look at the organizations, the investors, the entrepreneurs, we're always thinking that we're working with social justice, but nobody works alone. So we have the effect, and it's very important for us to consider that this is a way of relating in the third sector, right? Cooperating, collaborating, being together, that's a basis of the third sector. Alliances are very important. And thinking about Caetano, there's a song called Alegria, Alegria, and definitely that's how I feel. So walking against the wind, with nothing, with no documents, and I'm going. And why not make alliances, making these improbable alliances? Why not? So I'm still with you, Omar, to know I liked you. That's why I'm going to continue with you. I liked you too. But anyway, I'm going to keep Omar. So I'm going to ask you the following question. The Grupo Boticário Foundation has had activities for over 30 years, right? So it's quite consolidated, right? I would like you to comment on the learning that you've had in your territorial approach and how you work together with the communities. How do these alliances happen? Over here, I think we've learned a lot over these 30 years. And the 1,600 projects that we supported, they happened until 2020 through editorials. So we have specialists that represent this diversity, and we have the conservation in the country, so we have to access scientists and researchers in different areas of knowledge to be able to open these. But starting in 2020, we started working using a model called Network of Solutions. And we start co-creating together with the academic world, but together with the third sector, and in a multi-sectorial manner. So not only opening up these editorials and having the very important and necessary participation of biologists and environmental analysts and engineers, but also bringing a communicator, an engineer from some area of knowledge, statistics, and we also understand that the conservation of nature is not only an environmental topic, and we believe that we look at sustainable material and working in the ODSs related to the environment, and only with the conservation and maintenance of the environment are we able to have a more balanced society and a more prosperous economy. So it's important to bring the other players to look for solutions and address this in an assertive manner. And that's where the players that are in the field field, those that are inside the territory. So this happens through this network of solutions, as well as the initiatives and the movements, the alliances that we have in the field. So in Miringuava River and also in Rio de Janeiro, the movement that we worked on, it's called Viva Agua. So this movement works in Rio de Janeiro with fishermen, with tourist guides, with environmentalists, and we need to understand all of the characteristics of the region to propose solutions. And in the metropolitan region of Curitiba, we work with agricultural colleagues and small rural producers, small farmers that can understand, and they know the real needs of that region to be able to propose, together with us, together with a specialist, propose the best challenges and solutions to be able to address and identify the gaps and working on this assertively. Thank you, Omar. Braulina, so you are ahead of the articulation for 2 years, right? And one of your ways of asking is to make alliances, right? One of your ways of acting. So why do you consider this to be important, and what are the priorities nowadays? It's important to answer this question saying that this body of women is a political body in this attempt to make alliances, because bringing something about women, if we're talking about indigenous women, black women, quilombola women, we are challenging our system, we're challenging the institutions, we're challenging the editorials and thinking about something specific for women. He was talking about the Boticário Foundation, and I wanted to invite you to help me with reforestation, because this is a call for indigenous women, for humanity to think about providing for everyone. And we can relate that to Mother Nature and also amongst the other people who live here. So having said that, the priorities, there are many challenges, and our priority at this point as women, indigenous women, and in our articulation is to say that indigenous women are present in 26 states, and in these places we're also present in 6 Brazilian biomes. And for us, the savanna, the forest, the pampas, it's the same, just as important as the Amazon. So how can we say this, where we have violation and violence in the indigenous territories and with indigenous women? So thinking about our proposal of working in the protection of the territory of indigenous women and thinking about these alliances, it's also calling these institutions, these partnerships to challenge themselves. How can we take care of these women and children against all kinds of women? How can you act placing these women as the leaders or the main actors in their stories? Do we always want to tutor indigenous people when we place ourselves in our institution talking on their behalf? And this is our challenge as indigenous women. We're talking about reforestation. We have to think with our hearts and invite you in a solidary manner, and also in terms of thinking collectively and taking care of these collective bodies, these bodies that are there challenging themselves. In these 2 years, I can say that we were very bold in this process, and we still propose as indigenous women to occupy different areas, because we're still very few, and the ones who learned how to speak Portuguese, it's very difficult. I don't know if you're going to be able to understand my message, because Portuguese is my second language, but historically, where do we see indigenous women? It's also in what is written by other people and non-indigenous people, that women are a complement of men. Is that really the case, or is the historical narrative, was it explained in a different way? So the women also bringing this continuous denouncement against our population in our territory, we have to think about how to prepare the world for future generations. So climatic justice, climatic change, and how are we thinking about taking care of these bodies? And how have we cared as people? How have we been caring for ourselves? So I'd like to invite you to reflect upon when they take things from our territory and institutions, and if we're in this place, would we actually drink water with mercury at this moment? So 1 minute of silence for the children, the Yanomami children and women who suffer every day with this kind of violence. Would you offer this to your grandmothers, to your grandchildren? That's the first point. And when we make these improbable alliances, we're also inviting companies and institutions to rethink how they are harming us as indigenous women. And we have the hydroelectric power plants in our territory. We have the mining in Tapajós and Alessandra and Munduruku. And there's the issue of banning mining there because every day one child, Munduruku, a woman, is contaminated by mercury. And our fish, they're coming with mercury to our plates. So I invite you to think about these alliances, about how we want to take care of this body, our body, which is water. Would we be able to live without water? I think this is a proposal that we bring as from reforestation and thinking about the historical narrative that we would like to leave at this point. So thank you very much for this opportunity, but at the same time, it is a challenge to be, entrepreneurs and lawyers and teachers and deputies and ministers, and we are indigenous women. We don't talk only about our pains. We also dream of occupying different areas. So this collective body also puts itself in this place asking for respect because we still suffer discrimination. We ask for respect because we are also human beings. We have to be seen as from this right that was built by others, but that we use to defend this territory and body. Thank you. Aline. I wanted to ask you another question, but I'm going to follow my script here. What is your view about monitoring and evaluation when we're talking about the support for the processes? So when the expected results are not well defined, so how do you, because, building alliances is also trust, right? So we're talking about this in the third sector, right? How does this happen, this process? So we're talking about building this in the whole country. So how do you see this inside the processes for these partnerships, for example? So the Brazil Fund, I'm going to talk a little bit about the experience that we have in our fund, but I'm also going to talk about my own experience. So we're going to talk about our basis that has worked with human rights projects, and we know that these projects of the defense of human rights, we don't have those many times. And people like to discuss, the way that we see this in the project. We have to tell part of this. So this is based on evidence, right, for public policies, and I do this. But part of what we do in projects and measuring impact, it's fiction, and I think that it makes more sense in people's offices compared to on the floor and where people are building things. And this was not in my script for the answers, but The Brazil Fund has already had a partnership, and we have supported this. We were very happy to support the organizations. And when they talk about water with mercury and the threats that the organizations are, and you know what we measure in our processes when we look at the technology, survival technologies created by these women, how do we measure how many of us died? And when I say that I'm going to talk in the personal aspect, I talk about myself. So I was myself part of this project, a black woman. We had articulation of the young black people. We were 18, 19 people here in Brazil. And, it happened, right? This was the process that happened. And we made a book about the black youth in Brazil, and we participated in all of the conferences at the time and the leadership. So we had the support of several organizations, and Guilherme in Rio de Janeiro, they all supported it. So lots of organizations supported this. And we developed a project. We delivered a project. But today, when I see my generation with Carla Cotirani, Gelamilo Ribeiro, they are people who went out to fight, with narratives. 20 years later, I'm sure that this is not part of the result of our project, right? So I think we need to build a different type of imagination. We have to look at the results, and I think it's a philanthropy based on trust, and it is not connected to the results that only look at numbers. So it's philanthropy that really bets on human beings, and human beings as a project. So I think it's essential. I think it's essential for us to come out of the safety fiction and, closed up data and projects, how many lives we impacted, how many products we presented, how many things were delivered. And we have to understand that the mobilization of minds and hearts, that's something that is essential for a country that cannot give itself the luxury of wasting the black teenagers or the elderlies or the indigenous population. It cannot give itself the luxury of wasting anyone. And when we eliminate these projects based on outcomes, what we're seeing over here based on results that are not true, that's what I wanted to say. So part of these constructions, they come from your heads in your offices, right? It's not true. There are other results. There are other things happening in the world. There are other ways of measuring reality and results. And the groups know how to do this. And I think we have to stop and listen to the organizations so that we can understand how we can measure these results and the learning as well. And they told me my time is up. But I promise I'm going to stop talking. But what I wanted to say is that we have to really be daring. And we have to believe in life and the possibility of these groups building technology for survival and presenting us another future, another possible future. Thank you, Aline. So the time girls here are getting desperate. So if you want to call me for an event, never put some time limits. We're going to open up for a round of questions. No, we're not. No, we don't have questions from the audience. We don't? We do? So you have 30 seconds to ask questions, and there's 1.5 minutes for the answer. So we have to help each other. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any questions? We have one question. You saved our panel. There's one question.
Thank you so very much.
Muito obrigada. Eu vou fazer em inglês. Meu português.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gerda Nicolas from Haiti. Thank you so much. I really appreciated the opportunity to hear about the work, what does it require to think about alliance and collaborations that is true collaboration and alliance. The question I had about measuring impact, and I'll say that very quickly with an example. A number of years ago, there was a group of people who came for a particular project, and they wanted to study the impact of it in IT, and they measured it by the numbers, and there were about 10,000 people who showed up at the program, and they said, wonderful, successful program. Right, but when they went and actually asked the individuals about what is it that they had gotten from the program, nobody can talk about the content of the program. And so there's a way that we miss out on the quality of the impact of program by looking simply at the measures. So I wanted to ask you a question about what your thoughts are about storytelling as a vehicle for measuring impact in terms of the work that you are doing.
Okay, so this question, I think everybody could answer, right? It is a very interesting question. So everybody had their headsets. They asked me to summarize the question. Is that it? Okay, I understand. Okay, so the idea is for us to talk about what we think about storytelling, right? With regard to other ways of measuring the impact or what we see in our organizations. So everybody heard that. So Omar, we can start with you. If you want to, of course. Okay, let's try. So I think what our colleague said is really true. So when we look at the impact, I think we don't look at what's real, we don't look at the actual results and the transformation that we're actually generating, and telling stories. So it is a way of trying to translate this, but it's also very difficult because there are KPIs and indicators, and being able to group things and show the transformation that was actually generated. So it's a very important way of generating engagement and connection with people, and to, broaden the amplification of other outcomes. So an example that I have inside one of our initiatives in the Viva Água Miringuava project, we have Luciane, who is a rural producer, a small rural producer. She produces greens in the metropolitan region of Curitiba. This movement today, when we look at water safety, it is responsible for supplying 600,000 people who live in that region. However, when we look at food safety, the production of greens in this area, it addresses the whole metropolitan region of Curitiba. So 4 million people depend on that conserved area to get food, to have a better quality of life. And Luciane, through the initiatives that we talked about, just looking at the results, the environmental results, so what we talked about in terms of reduction in the use of water, a better delivery of products for the end consumer, and identification for that one, that making her family members want to continue over there and not try and find another career and try to understand that it could be perennial. It's very difficult for us to measure only from the results of the project, right? Because there's a whole, there's a whole story behind that, which is not in the indicator. It's not in the report of the project. So telling stories makes us, yes, we are in the office and we really know about the impact that we're generated, and the transformation is bigger than just in a piece of paper. Okay, Braulina, over to you. I'm going to give you time. I'm not going to cut you. No, it's here on TV. 1 minute. Oh, that's a challenge. So this is the challenge that is used to nominate your fight. This is the case in Indigenous women. 2 years ago, nobody wanted to support us. Nobody believed in our process because all of the supporters, they wanted results. And they said, oh, you need to have at least 3 years of action for us to think if, all right. So since we continued doing our work, and today we're very happy to say that, if you did not support us back then, today you are giving us a hand. So this process for us of results with a memory, digital memory, and the narratives that were our teachers. So I was very happy to receive the first coordinators of the Department of Women in my region and saying, congratulations, I'm from the 3rd generation of female leaderships in Brazil, and I am an executive director nowadays, but there is still resistance when we talk about financial support for Indigenous women. So we also ask for support so that we can believe in our process and maybe give a hand for our work, right? I think this is what we talk about when we say there's boldness for women's work. And about the others, we're talking about concrete results, and we, Indigenous women, we are working so that more women can come and occupy this space, so that more women in the next edition of this event, we can actually have more women from other biomas and telling their story. So I think this is the process. So this is the opportunity that is given. It brings other narratives given to these people. So we are these women who become the leaders, and they multiply these results through the different corners, not only in terms of numbers, because numbers are part of it, but happiness. And seeing in the 3rd edition, we saw 8,000 women believing in this process, that speaking is important, occupying space is important. For us, it's a very significant outcome as Indigenous women in Brazil today. Thank you. Thank you, Braulina. Aline, you have 1.5 minutes. I'm going to speak really fast. So first of all, I would like to thank you for the question. And in fact, numbers are important, but I think that the narratives are essential for us to be able to humanize this process and to understand the impact. And what I think is important is there is a Brazilian cinematographer, I forgot his name, but he made a film called Branco sai, preto fica. So the white people stay, the black people leave. And there's something written about our history. We talk about our own history. And I think that's very powerful, because it's not only the fact that we are working on the narrative that the organization can bring, as from a report where we ask about the challenges and the learnings, but we have to understand that the version that we have looked at is the version that that group has. So the groups have to be the leaders of their own history, and this makes a big difference. And this changes the question, right? It's not only what I want to know. We have I'm also part of the funding, and I have to have a report and social justice. We also get resources from that, so we know what is necessary, but there is a dimension which is to give value or to give space to this story of the people. And the Brazil Fund, we have a platform called the Brazil Platform of Rights, and we have the mediation of a journalist and facilitators. And beyond what they deliver to us in the report, they have some room to talk about their trajectory of the project, what happened, what the results were, to send their pictures and materials. We also have a photographic competition where people can place their photos, the ones they believe are more significant, to tell their stories. And then beyond what we need to do to receive the funding and to continue talking to the funding institutions and be able to discuss human rights and disclose this free view and giving leadership to the civil societies. Thank you, Aline. Thank you, Braulina. Thank you, Omar. And for us to cross the river, everybody that has quality has to do a few things. So the canoe is not enough anymore, so we're going to duplicate the canoe or triple it. Or we're going to build a bigger boat. So improbable alliances, they build a bigger boat so that everybody can cross the river together, and I think that's our commitment. And I would like to invite you or ask you, are you ready to be able to board the boat? And if the answer is yes, we'll see you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aegis. And I'm done before the time. Let's give us a round. Thank you for this incredible panel. And now I think we need to make this more probable, these alliances more probable, the alliances that we still think are improbable. It's very strong, the way that the territories are able to locally address the environmental, social problems, and this is really very powerful. But now we're going to have a break. Since there were so many people talking outside, I'm going to give you all a telling off. But we're going to have an official break now to have some coffee, and we'll come back in 20 minutes, and this will be divided into 2 simultaneous sessions. And once again, you'll be able to choose the topic that you prefer to follow right after the coffee. So coming back from the coffee break, you can go to the room that you want to go to. Here in the main panel, we're going to have management based on evidence, and this can be followed by the people who are here in person at the event and also the people who are online through our YouTube channel in Portuguese and the Alliance Magazine channel in English. And we're only going to have simultaneous translation in this room and available. So I would like to leave the stage here, but I will be in the session right beside us. Here on my left, I'm going to moderate the debate, funding models and calculated risks for transforming returns. So this can only be seen by the people who are here in person, but the recording will then be made available in the YouTube channel. Thank you. So let's have this 20-minute break, have some coffee, and then on the way back, please go to the room that you're going to be in, the one that you chose. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you in a bit. See you.
Senhoras e senhores, em 5 minutos reiniciaremos pontualmente nossa programação. Por favor, retomem os seus lugares. Pedimos que retornem aos seus lugares, pois nossa programação já vai começar.
Oi, gente, vamos voltando aqui para a sala para começar o nosso próximo painel. Difícil tirar o pessoal do coffee, né? Vamos lá, Andréia, chama todo mundo. Vamos lá, gente. Espero que tenham aproveitado o nosso coffee break, tenham se conectado. Eu sei que estava todo mundo conversando.
So everybody was very excited about the coffee break. For the online audience, once again, welcome. So now we're going to talk about evidence-based management. And now I would like to call So we have from Anexa Resources, Primeia, Executive Director at the Nature Conservancy Brazil. Jonathan Gottfried, Institutional Relationship in Renova BR, who is replacing Patricia Algi, the Executive Director of Renova, who unfortunately was not able to be with us. And the moderator, Sustainability and Cicobi. So now it's up to you. So good afternoon. Coffee wakes you up, right? So that we can close this last part of our forum. So I am Emanuele, and I am from the Cicobi Institute. It is a system of credit cooperatives in Brazil, and we work through the Cicobi Institute with social investment, philanthropy, strategic philanthropy connected to our work. And our panel to talk a little bit about the advancing of assessment processes. It goes to evidence-based management. So I was playing around with our panel members. I was saying that in the previous panel, they made important provocations, and I think we had actual pains, legitimate pains, that make us think and maybe bring some points for this discussion. So to deconstruct the products, and we're trying to reconstruct, looking at positive experiences that we have had in these processes inside our organization. So the fact is that the view according to the results, merely according to results in a very cold and isolated manner, it doesn't really make sense when most of the time when we talk about social impact, we're talking about intangible aspects, so something that we cannot touch. And according to our experience with evaluation processes, when we talk about evidence-based management and we talk about flexibility in the view to get to assessments that actually demonstrate the impact generated and allows us to strategically make decisions and focus them on the directing of resources. And this is for the support to the civil society organizations outside the managerial universe. It's also very important because when we talk about social investment, we're talking about a chain of stakeholders involved, and we also need to have an adequate language to be able to deal with each of them. So we're going to talk a little bit about these issues, about our experience. And I'm going to start Jonathan, who's going to talk a little bit about the experience from Renova BR, right, Jonathan? It is an organization that was born based on some data, looking at this view of management, of data, and it brings an interesting experience for us. So tell us a little bit about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Emanuele. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan. I'm a white male. I have wearing a blazer and a black pair of pants and a white shirt. Thank you, Aegis, for the invitation. And I'm going to briefly present who Renova is. We are a school for political education. We want to qualify new leadership to improve democracy and public management in Brazil. We were founded in 2017 with this objective. And now next year, we're going to be 6 years old. And in these 6 years, we have 2,122 people that graduated, 178 have mandates, and even senators, and the other 470 who have leadership positions in public leadership. And we have 36% of our network that is acting in the public life, and they are consequently transforming the lives of Brazilians. And in the elections for next year, we have many enthusiastic people. We're going to have the largest group of leaders in our history. So to start the conversation, talking about the topic of our forum. So I could talk about the Renova role that wants to occupy this place of oxygenating the Brazilian political class through the qualification of new people. And I would like to highlight another aspect, which is exactly what you said. So from the first day, there is data about their principles. So, for example, our first group that graduated, we were going through a moment where we had the selective process through the forms. The analysis were made by these spreadsheets, and it was an embryonic manner of doing it. In 2020, we had the challenge of scaling the number of leaders that we wanted to qualify. So we went from 133 in 2018 to 1,850 people graduated in 2020, and this demands the development of standards and our own technologies to be able to have this quantity of people. So we start doing the process through our own site, and then this year in 2023, today we have a data team that is very qualified. It's made up of 3 people, and they are responsible for the architecture of technology and data. And the selective process of Renova today is done specifically through WhatsApp, which is the most popular social media in our country. What is the relevance of being able to improve the selection and educational platforms? On the one hand, we can make it easier to manage the information internally, and on the other hand, we're trying to make it easier to have the experience of our customers, our students in this case. And this is only possible through the architecture of the robust data that we have, the structure that we have for the robust data. And when we talk about public data about campaigns in Brazil, it's important to recognize that we are privileged people because we have an institution like the TSE that for decades has been collecting and making this data available, publicly available. So our challenge is in how to use this data to train new people for politics. So Renova is part of the transparency of the TSE in terms of elections. So considering the complexity, how can we evaluate our action to be able to find ways and understand the work that is done, not only at the end of the process, but also throughout the process? And today in Renova, we're able to have the understanding that beyond the result of the elections, we're beginning to have a qualitative evaluation. So we're able to understand the electoral cycles. We do research, qualitative research with our students. Then we have partnerships with some research institutes. And now we have added a different level, which is our SROI assessment that we did in partnership with Aegis. And to connect this first part, we have to understand that the evolution of the world of data, globally speaking, It places us with a challenge to understand that the basis of information is going to be greater every year. And our role is to try and understand how we can use the information so that we'll be able to make better decisions. Thank you, Jonathan. Let's give him a hand. He is bringing an important report about evidence-based management, and it has evolved. We notice that there are different ways of doing things in this assessment process, different ways to measure, and this is going to happen in an evolutive form, and it's the moment everybody has. So now we're going to hear Firinea from Denetric, and she's going to tell us about her experience. How do you see these opportunities, and how did you implement the assessment processes, and how daring were you in this in your management? Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, my description: I am an average height person. I have long hair. Now they're looking horrible because of the time of the day, but I am a brown woman and very proud of it. So answering your question, first of all, I'm going to talk about Nature Conservancy. It has been acting in Brazil for 35 years, and maybe most of you don't know it because it is an institution that historically has worked with a low profile. And globally, we have 5,000 people in the organization, and out of the 5,000, almost 500 are scientists. And this means that we have 20 scientists in Brazil. So the decision-making from the start was always connected to evidence. So for us to have evidence, it is necessary to have clear methodologies that are going to lead to the information and indicators that will help us to define the path that we should follow in the medium and long term. Besides the short term, of course, but especially looking at the medium and long term. So we developed over the last few years a group, an internal group. So everything that we're saying about all the initiatives, obviously, all of them are based on the results of the monitoring structure. And what is interesting that we were listening to in the last panel that we were discussing, so it's if we are definitely getting to the results, or it's the impact that we want to have. So the separation of the results and what is the impact, that is important. And that's why in TNC we have been focusing on this scenario. So our whole structure today is based on what we call the theory of change. So the TNC works in 3 big biomas with distinct strategies focused on restoration, connected to the combat against climatic changes and the quality of water and combat water safety, and also with indigenous populations and traditional populations. We work in the Amazon, in the savanna, and in the forest. And we also have bioeconomy agendas. But when we look at, let me take the example, when we look at the legislation, a law, we're talking about result. And it's going to bring the impact. It's the same logic. So our theory of change is connected to the impact. So it's very difficult for us to measure the impact at the end. So how can we make a decision if we are moving to the right place or not? So we start, and we don't always have the right things. So it's not only from the Nature Conservancy. So as soon as you have a structure that is strong for monitoring and assessment, with a database that is strong, and especially with a timeline that is well based, it is very difficult for you to base yourself on these data to check if you're actually going in the right direction, if these intermediate results are helping you or not to get to the impact that you want to have. So I'm very connected to the scientific basis for people to actually have the decisions, and it's all based on evidence. Otherwise, we just, keep checking, and there are many years where people are making decisions, especially environmentally speaking, in terms of investments, not necessarily based on what we have in terms of scientific data and information. Then we have the scenario that we have today. So how can we reverse a crisis scenario? We're only going to be able to do that if, in fact, we are based on evidence. But we're talking about the investment and the investment that we make, and then I believe that we'll have a better result. Thank you, Frinea. That was excellent. Connecting with what you said, our experience in the Cicobi Institute is very similar when we talk about gains in this learning process, because the final result of the evaluation, it will not necessarily be the final focus. The whole process, construction process, it brings great strength because that's what we're doing in practice. So in our case, besides the theory of change, when we worked on the causality, because sometimes we create, just like they said in the previous panel, relationships in our heads. But when we go over there with methodology and practices, scientifically proven to say, really this issue connected to this brought this outcome, it brings us safety so that we can actually use it. Because sometimes it's even difficult because we're not sure about what we're doing. So the evaluation process, it brings a lot of this in terms of management. And then we want to hear you, Cris. So we want to hear your experience in Nexa. So tell us a little bit about it. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Cristina Luanda, and I have 1.72 meters. I'm a white woman. I'm wearing a blue shirt and black pants. So Nexa is a mining company, and it's copper, zinc, and lead. We are present in Brazil and in Peru. We have more than 60 years of history. And I am responsible for the social area in Brazil. In Brazil, we have 5 operations, 4 in Minas Gerais and 1 in Mato Grosso, in a remote area called Ipuanu. Now, to talk about reporting data and evidence, it's a huge challenge when we're talking about social investment, private investment, because on this side as a company, we need to explain things to the investors and the shareholders in the company. And then on that side, you have the communities and you have the social impact that you intend to generate, that you expect to generate. So in our case in Nexa, we have always built a strategy for social action with the community and not for the community. And from the beginning, we provided dialogues with the communities in our areas of influence, and especially with the stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders. So we had several moments of dialogue with the public management, with schools, with community leaders, with companies that have employees, because employees are also part of a community. And we listened to their demands. We wanted to collect people's priorities. And we wanted to build a strategy to act socially based on dialogue and to have more chances of getting it right. So it was the probability of getting it right, greater probability. So I've been at Nexa for 7 years, and we've been working in this sense, and we've been developing with the communities social projects. So we are not imposing projects. The community helped us to build a few projects. And these projects today, and the name of the project is given by the community. And this project makes the community feel part of the company, part of the process. But now more than that, we have to think about evaluating the project, and we have to think about evidence. You have to continue this process of listening to the communities. It's not possible to think about social transformation or the application of a good governance and social investment if you don't have, or if you don't pay attention to the changes around the world, if you're not paying attention to social changes. So for us at Nexa, to listen to the communities, this is something that is part of our routine. We do it the whole time. And we went through a process of building what we call a local development plan, and that's planning together with public management, together with the territories. And it's not planning made by Nexa. It is a planning of the territory. And from this territory, the company made private social investment. And we have come to a moment that we have to carry out this planning. And now we're beginning to evaluate all of this investment, all of this project. So from last year to now, we've been on a movement of evaluating our impact in the communities. And even more than that, we're measuring and monetizing it. Because once again, as a company over here, and I even talked to some colleagues before, we're in the middle of the way between listening to the demands and trying to think about solutions. And then on the other hand, we have to talk inside the company and we have to translate for the investors, to the shareholders, the social impact. And we don't do this without any evidence. There's no way we can do this. There's no way I can evaluate or am I able to get social investment or be able to improve the impact if I don't show my practice, if I don't show this impact. It is a challenge, and somebody talked about the S from ESG. It's very difficult to look at this topic inside ESG because you don't have metrics, you don't have defined premises by the market as well. And what you have is big topics. And then how can we build? You know, we're in the edge of things. We are working in the social area. We're working on these premises. So how do we show the market? How do we show the shareholder and the investor the premises in the social area? What is the impact that we expect in the social area? So I think we have the challenge of translating this to the market, to the investor, and these are distinct languages. These are languages that many times do not communicate exactly because of that, because unfortunately these are different ways of thinking. But I think that all of us should move in the sense of translating the work and the social impact for investment to increase this impact and to multiply this investment increasingly. Thank you, Chris. The ESG agenda, as they said before, Coin talked about this in the video, and it brings a challenge for the organizations in general, especially to the market. And beyond measuring the risk and the return, it also measures the impact. And I would like to bring some reflection about this because in social investment, in strategic philanthropy, we've been talking about measuring impact for a long time. So this is a challenge that is not new to us. We've been discussing this. We've been advancing the methodologies and the practices, and they bring us to these cases that were presented today. And what I notice is that for us, philanthropy, they even asked about this earlier. Are we losing space, right? In philanthropy, but I think it's the opposite, as has already been said. So we start coming out in the business, coming out of the peripheral business, and we go to the center so that we're there together in the discussion, in the DNA of the business. So at least that's what's happened to us. So I say that a while ago, we had 10 minutes at the end of the meeting, of the board meeting, when everybody was tired, and we could talk about social investment and philanthropy. And nowadays, we have been called for strategic discussions for the building of an agenda for sustainability. And this makes me think that we have a great opportunity through what philanthropy has already built of bringing business intelligence. So based on data, based on evidence, and based on this view of understanding that to measure the impact, we have intangible aspects that need to be observed, and we have to converge all of this expertise to actually get to what USG expects. And Frina, I'd like to hear from you because you're working with the environmental, climatic aspects. So how do you see this? Do we have opportunities here? Because in the financial institution markets, we are working a lot on evaluating the impact of the operation. And how have you looked at this, and what is your view about this bias of opportunities? We've been working on trying to measure these impacts, and I just wanted to say something before I go straight into your question, because I worked many years with the issue of reporting in the private sector. And I remember a time when one of the main criticisms that we had with regard to the reports was that to produce the report, it was more expensive comparing the resources invested in the production of the report and the investment that had been done in the social environmental projects. And from then on, something changed, but not a lot. So we still have to move forward with this issue of the financial resources that are available for social environmental development, and if we can communicate what we've done when we look at this agenda of sustainability. So ESG agenda. And there's another important item with regard to the issue of measuring the impact. So in terms of climatic changes and diversity with regard to the companies, but especially dependence, because this is a topic that few companies look at. And we have to look at what society has done, which is competition due to natural resources. So when we look at the impact that we have in the future, and the future, especially with regard to climatic changes and the lack of resources, what does this mean in terms of social investment of the companies as well as of society and the philanthropes and etc.? So we are in a scenario, and this has to be reversed. And we want to look at the positive and negative impacts. When we talk about these positive impacts that people like to call the outcomes, how am I going to actually measure it? What are the intermediate outcomes that are going to lead me to measure things and help me? I'm sort of repeating what I said in the beginning. They're going to help me to make the decision about the investment that I'm making today. So this is what we are looking at today, and that's the great opportunity that we have to actually change this scenario. So once again, we were talking about representativeness, right? So when we look at this issue of representativeness, and we bring a little bit of what Christian was saying, so who are we bringing into the table to make a decision? And this person is contributing to looking at what's happening in each territory. There's something important, which is protection. I didn't hear anybody talking about this term, safety, and it's an important topic. And when I look at this whole scenario, if I look at the rights that I'm actually helping to guarantee when I'm working with social investment or with social environmental investment, if it's whether it's private or not. So if I want to create a positive impact for society, I also have to guarantee climatic justice. So if I'm looking at the issue of a water crisis, of lack of food that is related to food safety, I have to look at the climatic issue. And how are we connecting, how are we making bridges between all of these topics? I cannot I have to talk about the indigenous population. So Braulina was here, and she said something very important. We have to remember that vulnerable people today are the ones that are suffering in the first grade, in the first instance, all of the climatic changes, and how do we try to bring all of these existing financial resources, because we know that money exists, but we don't have good projects. But is it really the case, or do we have to evolve the way in which we communicate what we're working on? And that's another discussion. And going back to that, when we talk about the impact and the clarity of what the impact is, and that I can't necessarily measure the impact, but I can measure the results that have been achieved that will lead to an impact. So we need to establish these standards better. So what are these results that will bring an impact? Because this will facilitate communication. It will make it easier to get financial resources to get to these outcomes that will lead to these positive outcomes that I'm looking for in the future. Thank you. And talking about communication, and according to what Frinea said, I'm going to ask you, Jonathan. So you talked about SROI, the process that you implemented. What do you see in terms of gains? Was there any gain in terms of communication in this assessment process, and that brings important impacts or an important return for you? Thank you. I think it's also, according to what Frinea said and what Chris said, it's about the translation of what is communicated to our stakeholders. So SROI is one of the ways that we have found. And I'd like to thank Aegis on behalf of Daniel and Isadora. They followed us up in a one-year process for producing this research. And when we talk about this ROI specifically, there is a final indication, which is, and there's one that goes far beyond that. We have a whole process where you gain some information according to quality and quantity, and this is the information that shows the wealth of an assessment process, because this is the information that is going to work as the input to build the next product even better. And thinking about this translation and these articles of communication that you're talking about, I want to bring three tangible examples, different examples of how we have tried to create these products that show the wealth of the work of these social organizations. The first one, and then talking about strategic stakeholders, supporters, and our challenge was, how would we be able to follow up and demonstrate the actions of the leadership of Renova, and also those who occupy leadership positions in public management. And now we are going through the production process of a monthly product, and we call Renovation in Focus. So we look at all the leadership and we evaluate it qualitatively, looking at the work that these people are doing in the different positions around our country, and then being able to translate this in a way to make us understand that the political debate today, you have a series of access and information, and this is not quality access, and that you can communicate the work that has quality in Brazil. The second example I wanted to bring, it's a product that we did in 2021 called Distritão, and it's a dashboard where we built internally. We built it to try and measure the election results in 2018 in case the model of the votes in the districts that were being used at the time, if they had been implemented. And this is the model that we used internally, and there were two important findings here. The first one was that if it had been implemented, we would only have the majority partners with representativeness in the National Congress. And the second one is that most of our federal deputies would be white men of medium-high class, more than 59 years of age. And it showed a lot of evidence, and it appeared in the media, and we made this product to be able to guide our students internally, and it overflowed. And the third example, I think this is the most interesting ones, how are we able to, inside this flow of information that we have, how are we going to be able to help our students inside their qualification process? So we built BAR, which is the recurrent academic report, and this is information that our students receive on a monthly basis. And there are three main indicators. One of competitiveness, so it's an internal indicator for the institution, and we were able to demonstrate the success levers in a good candidacy. A second indicator, which is to measure social media, also known as IMPD. And the third indicator is the educational performance of these students. So they receive this information on a monthly basis compared to the rest of the team, right? What do I have to improve? What do I have to develop? And it's ways that we can use the information for the different public, and we can communicate with them in an objective manner, in a way that is visually attractive, with quality information. And once again, it's going to help all of these people, if they are strategic stakeholders, if they are the press, if they are our students, so that they will make better decisions. Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm going to close my cycle of questions with a question for Chris, and then I'm going to open up so that you can ask your own questions. We still have some time here before we close the panel. So Chris, about decision-making. As soon as you decide to implement evaluation processes and look at evidence-based management, was there any change in this process to make decisions in the dialogue with the stakeholders? How do you see the processes? How did these processes impact them in this sense? Well, I see several parts of the evolution with the stakeholders, because when we show evolution of IDEP and the educational project, and the dialogue changes. So they understand the importance of the project, and even if it's difficult to apply the project. And when you demonstrate internal indicators inside the organization and evolution. And this is with the maturity of the stakeholders for employability. So there's some weight there, and we create this evaluative culture, and this has a direct impact on the company, and especially in terms of our social investment. So it's different from other companies, even in the past, when we know when the company is living a change and restructuring, and the social area is impacted. And of course, we always suffer the impact with the other areas. But what do I see today? I see a value. I see that the company sees value in the area. They see value in the social topic. So to make this management based on evidence and to show this all the time, inside and outside, this generates value, and it's shared value. It is value that is not mine. It's not Chris's. It's the area. So it's the company value, and it's how the company wants to be seen and perceived. So I think if you don't have this view towards monitoring and assessment, you're not going to change in the company. And we look at our purpose as a company as mining that changes with the world. And this is our objective. So we need to change with the world. We need to be bold. And being bold means going beyond what we do. So Nexa today invests in the generation of income, education, and water, because we are a mining company. And a mining company, in its production process, it consumes a lot of water. So how can we return this to society? How can we invest back? And we were very happy this year. We at Nexa had a project recognized by ONU, and it's a water project. And it's a project where we, together in the rural areas, we protect the springs, we educate the rural producers. The same information is taken to the schools, because it's no use just protecting the springs. Am I going to turn my back, and then they're going to remove the fence because the cows need to drink water, right? So you're removing this from my area. So we need to do projects in a network involving the direct stakeholder or a rural producer, but has a connection with a school, that has a connection with women. And we need to open up space for this dialogue, to talk together, to discuss a positive agenda, an agenda that will impact the territories. And that's very challenging. And there are many interests involved. Everybody wants priorities. Everybody wants to gain some kind of resource in some way, to be benefited in some way. And how do you think about this? How do you think about projects in a network? So I think all of us have a challenge of coming out of our topic and what we defend and thinking in a multidisciplinary manner, thinking in a way of, how can I actually make a social environmental project, because we are a social team, and how do I bring other stakeholders, other actors from human resources in the company, from the environment, to think about a project that talks about all these topics? Because I think that's it. I think the chances, the probability of this working, of being more effective, it is if it is multidisciplinary, and it is a project that is going to involve several topics. And thinking about evidence and thinking about the way that we're going to measure this, this means that we are going to think about the trajectory. So it is complex. It's not an easy mission, but there's no other way. So we have to think about the different forms of reporting and having evidence about this. And otherwise, we are not able to move forward, and we're not able to get new partners. So the challenge is to open up to new topics and new opinions and be able to talk and construct together. And this is successful in any area and in any project. Great. And the evaluation processes, they allow this dialogue space. And we're looking at the third and we have the dialogue with the stakeholders and direct or indirect, and then we can get to the evidence that we need. So let's open up to the audience now for them to ask questions to our members of the panel. Do we have anybody who has a question? This is the moment. We have a question over there. Thank you, Hugo from Liga Solidaria. We're also researching collaborations and public research. Although we're talking about evidence-based management, it doesn't mean that the decision-making is based on evidence, right? So how can we, as workers of philanthropy and private social investment, how can we re-signify the debate of what we consider to be evidence? And I think it's interesting for us to link with the previous panel, what evidence is. So can I ask a second question, because nobody else raised their hand to ask a question? So the second point is about communication of the view for ESG indicators. I've been looking at this for a while, and this happens because of the investors. So we did this because of the market. But this movement of communicating these social environmental practices, what the companies have been doing, it has not reached the final consumer, and that is very important to change the businesses of the companies, and that's what we see, right? It's happening in Rio Grande do Sul, for example. So how do we make this social environmental action get to the final consumer? And sometimes, well, we think it's the interest of the philanthropes to have some kind of systemic change. That's it. So we have two questions. One is about evidence and how we can connect to the group, and we can discuss what is about evidence, and the second one is about communication, right? Difficult. It's difficult, and I think we don't have the cake recipe. But I think that inside the corporation, what do I see? I see that we have to speak the language of the companies. And speak the language of the companies means that you're going to translate this impact. And translate this impact means, what kind of change do I desire? Most companies didn't even talk about their ESG strategies, and Nexa also did hers. And our ESG strategy is to generate income, increase employability, and train people so that we can increase employability. And Aegis is helping us to create our guidelines, because I have training programs that I have been doing for more than 5 years. But in fact, have I generated employability? Because I talk about this in my team and with Aegis. Okay, so we train and train and train, and what for? So where are we going with all of this? So evidence is exactly like that. Evidence is, if I want to generate, if I am training people, what am I training people for? What is my objective? Where do I want to go? And we need to have the answer to that. So we want to train new political leaders, for example. Are they becoming political leaders? If I am training people for employability, am I generating employability? So for me, that's the evidence of the impact. It's measuring and following up this impact. Otherwise, it's just training for training. Nothing against training, right? And I say this to the team. It's not that we don't want this. It is a way of doing that. It's the means. It's not the end. You're training people for something, and we have to be very clear about that. And our evidence needs to be that. The evidence and the expected result, the impacted, the expected impact, that's employability. Can you talk about communication, Vrinea? Yes, but I would just like to say something about this. Why is it important to talk about evidence? Because, in fact, when we work with the baseline and you define your indicators are going to show the evidence that you want. And that's why it's so important for whenever we do some work, when we are going to get some information and we're going to look at the methodology for monitoring and evaluation, it's important for us to have the baseline. So what are the indicators that you want to measure? These indicators are for what? And once again, we have to define where we want to go and what the intermediate results are. And if we don't have a clear methodology, we're not going to have clear evidence as a result. So I think it really depends on the methodology. But anyway, I talk a lot about the science of methodology because, in fact, without a scientific basis, we cannot define the evidence. But once again, it depends a lot on what Chris said, depends on where we want to go. What is the positive impact in the future? And then talking about communication, and I worked a lot with the issue of reporting and other forms of communication. We were talking about the translation. So there is a rule that the people from journalism use, that we should say this to everyone. We should talk to everyone as if they were talking to an 11-year-old. So then we can guarantee that everybody's going to understand. And I think that today we are still, since we're talking about this, a lot of information and very little communication. So we have to make a transition. We also have to measure the amount of information, and if the information is causing an impact, generating the impact that we want it to have. So my perception is that we're not. For example, when we talk about climatic changes and even the issue of vaccination, the denials that we've had with regard to climatic changes or with regard to the transmission of diseases and everything else, just mentioning two things. And this has to do with communication. So how are we communicating and who are we communicating with? We have to translate the information in a better way. Even scientific information. A scientific basis is important, but we cannot use the fact that everybody is going to understand what I'm saying. So we have to make the translations So Braulina was saying this, right? Portuguese is her second language. It's not the first one. So I need to guarantee that people are communicating and they're using the languages, the correct languages. And I'm going to give you an example. It was a criticism that I made for the people from the UN. Yeah, I promise I'm going to speak within my time. Anyway, ONU, the NU does not have Brazil as an official language, but Portuguese is the 5th most spoken language in the world. So there's something wrong, right? So most of the documents that leave the UN, they don't get to Brazil in Portuguese. So this is one of the examples that we have with regard to communication. So once again, I'm communicating to whom and what. What is the result that I would like to achieve or the impact that I would like to promote with the communication? And we need to advance. And when we talk about reporting, one of the main problems of reporting, let's make a survey here. So who read at least a whole report from a company out of these sustainability reports in 2023, referring to 2022? Raise your hand. You only read yours, right? Because you're from Nexa. No, I'm joking. You're from Nexa as well? Okay. 3 people raised their hands. Who read the reports from NGOs except for yours? Okay, it's a little better. But even so, it's not even 25% here in this audience. And what does this mean? It means that we're not communicating properly, even with our own reports. So we need to create more dynamic formats, innovative formats to communicate, including our own data. So I'm going to stop talking, otherwise I'll talk more than the guy from Praça da Sé. I think we have a topic for our next panel next year, right? Talking about the reports about sustainability and impact, because it's really very interesting. So we're in the last minute, so I'm going to ask you to be really brief, 30 seconds each, for you to make your last comments. Jonathan, please. Well, I think there was a common point that was important in all 3 presentations. It's the importance of building an evaluative culture, not only at the end of the processes, but from the start, so that we can improve the decision-making and bringing the next step that is interesting. We're going to now give a step forward, being able to, during the qualitative process of our students, we'll also be able to have an automatic response with an instantaneous feedback of what we're doing. And I think this has to do with the important discussion that we had about how we can increase the power of artificial intelligence inside our decision-making. And to conclude, I think that the number is not the final outcome. It is the starting point so that we can talk about not only policies, but all the subjects in the best way. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and this moment of exchange and sharing. And I'd like to say that in Nexa, we have worked in the assessment culture, because considering SROI, and we're already closing this, we're elaborating our projects to elaborate employability at Nexa. We're also qualifying the team with regard to the evaluation of the impact, and we understand that it's necessary to look at this topic and to do this in a very professional way, and Aegis has supported us. So I'd like to thank you. I'm very happy for being here. It's the first time I'm at this event. And I think there are very good contributions, and we're always learning. And thank you. I'm just going to close saying that we cannot be afraid of making mistakes, and especially of recognizing that sometimes our premises are not correct, and assuming that, and we can change the route as long as it's based on evidence and as long as we know how to communicate. Thank you. Thank you, Aegis, for the opportunity, and our panel members for this very good exchange. I think we were able to comply with the objective of our panel. And I would like to close by saying that evidence-based management is not the end. It's actually a start for us to be able to direct our investments in an assertive manner, and why not increase them to very important issues inside the ESG agenda? Thank you.
Olá, olá. Olá, a gente só está aguardando o pessoal da outra sala se juntar a nós.
Let's just wait for the people in the other room to join us, so please stay with us until the people in the other room come over. They're probably moving over now.
Vou pedir para irem sentando, se acomodando, que a gente vai começar em minutinhos.
We'll start in a few minutes.
Olá, gente, vou pedir para o pessoal ir se sentando, encerrando as conversas, para a gente dar seguimento à nossa...
Okay, guys, we're going to continue our forum now. Hi, come on, let's settle down. We're coming to the end of another Brazilian forum. And before presenting the next panel, I'd like to remind you once again that about the importance of filling in the evaluation form, because your opinion can make the next editions even better. And remember that we have a surprise for those who hand in the assessment. And the Alliance magazine offers the free digital subscription. And it's the main magazine about philanthropy in the world. And we've left some papers for you to access the benefit. For the online audience, we're going to include the link for subscription in the chat. So now, this is our last panel. More than ever, we have to combat poverty. So I have the honor of moderating this panel, and I would like to invite to participate in this conversation Gilson Rodrigues, the president of G10 Favelas. Jean Gereissati from Ambev. And my dear friend Iredita Narense, CEO of CAP India. Hi there. So I'm going to ask you to stop your parallel conversations. Please settle down so we can continue. Yeah, I'm telling them off. So this is a very important topic, and according to the IBGE from 2021, Brazil is above 63 million people living in poverty. So how are we able to move backwards with some indicators? On the other hand, the global report from Oxfam launched in January shows that in 2022, about 1% of the richest in the world, they have almost 2/3 of all the wealth generated in the period. And this is something that was done. They made poverty grow, extreme poverty. And this week, there was an article that came out about the inequalities in Brazil, and we have 6.7 million Brazilians that live with less than 150 reais a month. So that is a very challenging scenario. And over here, we have the perspective of a company, an organization of civil society in Brazil, and the global perspective that Energita is going to tell us about. So to begin this subject, the idea is to talk about the subject. First of all, I'd like to talk to Gilson. I'd like to know about the perspective that you have about this topic and what you're doing to face this issue. Good afternoon, community. Oh, it's great to be here with everyone here, Edita, Jean, and I am from G10 Favelas, and I'm from Paraisópolis, and G10 Favelas is a block of leaders, social entrepreneurs from the 10 biggest favelas in Brazil. We decided to create a new vision of the favelas. Instead of looking at the violence, we wanted to look at people want to live on donations, but they need investments to change their lives, and we're inspired in the G7 and the G20 of rich countries. These are the rich favelas because together they have an economic potential for the consumption of 7.9 billion. And favelas have a potential of consumption of 200 billion reais. So it's more than 20 million Brazilians in 14,000 favelas, over 14,000 favelas in Brazil, and they suffer economically. So the car apps don't get there. The e-commerce blocks us, and there are certain services that we're not able to access because of regulation of services. And through the years, we've been treated as marginals and violent, when in fact we are marginalized and we suffer the violence of what's happening. And G10 decided not to be defined by what's missing, because what's missing places us in a more marginal and more violent condition. And it's not going to work out because we stay in the corner complaining about the problems that exist, and we could not see that there was no way of prospering. This week we are celebrating 102 years of Paraisópolis. So Paraisópolis has for 102 years tried to become a district, and we're not able to do this because of the violence and how we're seen, and this has always been placed in front of this situation. So G10 is here to create a new look from the stories of so many northeastern people who come from the capitals, and my story is within this context. And it mobilizes and it inspires me to continue doing this work because this is what is happening in my life. My family is from Bahia, and we've been in Paraisópolis for 70 years, and when we got to São Paulo, our dream was to become rich, provide education for our children, help the ones who stayed. And when we got here, we discovered that São Paulo is where, we see the difficulties of the city life. It's not simple, but we thought that we would be able to do it. We would live in Morumbi. There was an aunt from Bahia and from Vitória da Conquista, and she got there, and everybody that comes from São Paulo to Bahia in the Northeast, they're rich. So, really, neat, and we asked her, where do you live? And they said, it's Morumbi. So it was really expensive to live in Morumbi, but we believed it. And the family came, and then we saw a different Morumbi, which is Paraisópolis and all its problems. And I came when I was 5, and I came to meet my mother, Maria Lúcia, a woman that was mute and deaf. She had 14 kids, and we went to live in a place called Penchado. There's a famous song about this that says, where did you come from, you crazy person? I came from Penchado, and I came from there, from Penchado. So don't go there because people have guns. So that's the context of Penchado that we lived in Paraisópolis with my mother. And after my mother died, I was 9 years old, and the family decided that we would have to be separated, and my siblings are all over the place. I stayed with another sibling that was 3 months old, but it was very difficult because I was seen as a child and somebody you had to be careful with, and you know, the son of a whore does not have a father, and none of my siblings know who their father is, and probably I would become a violent person. Probably I would become a drug dealer in the favelas. So I always felt like a child, a good child. And the point that with me, Paulo, Jean, and Gita, is that I was a child that talked in a house where the mother was mute and deaf. And the fact that I spoke, I was treated as a person that should be monitored. So they said, yeah, monitor this boy. I have to send him away. And, you know, I never wanted to leave São Paulo. And I draw a parallel, because if it were a child in a rich family, this talking child, just like me, would be treated as somebody who's creative, a future CEO or president of the republic. And these are the smart children in the favelas that have been considered the next smugglers or thieves in the favelas. So I'm looking at the transformation of opportunities, and we need investments. So G10 Favelas has tried to combat hunger, and it's rich favelas we're talking about. And we consume clothes, we eat, we drink, and we want to be treated as customers because our 10 reais are just as good as any other person's 10 reais. So it's not fair for people to buy things in e-commerce and receive it directly in their homes, and in the favela it doesn't work. They can open up companies, and you can't do this in the favelas. And the car apps, the transport apps, cannot take us to the door of our homes. So we have to try and create solutions for the people in the favela, and that's how we offered this credit for the family, especially black women in the favela, and we created micro-logistics centers inside the favela, and we just got 1 billion deliveries in 7 favelas. Imagine if it were in the 14,000. We created a LinkedIn in the favela because they say that they can't hire black people. And we're saying you're looking in the wrong place. So looking in the favela is a solution. And in terms of the favelas, they're always looking at what's missing, but creating solutions. And we have to make a social impact, combat malnutrition, but there are ways to transform, and we notice that the best way to end poverty is to have money in our pockets. So domestic violence, if you have money in your pocket, it helps. If you want to study, if you have money in your pocket, it helps. So you have to help the favela to create solutions to these problems that exist here. That was great. It's very powerful, right? It's very powerful and it's beautiful. I had never heard your story, the story of your life. It was incredible, and it's a pleasure to have you here. The story of G10 and telling your story, and we can see that it's so important, right, to have this empowerment of the human being through income, right? And I think that we're really able to create opportunities and obviously providing health and education and the basic issues for people to prosper. But let's hear a little bit about the private initiative. So we're here with Jean from Ambev. Ambev has a series of initiatives, not only in social issues, but also the environmental ones. But I'd like to hear a little bit about how you see the role of companies when we're talking about coping with poverty and other social environmental problems. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about the projects that you're carrying out. Thank you for the invitation. Jay Serençati, the CEO of Ambev. I'm also from Ceará and also from the Northeast. And it's a pleasure to be here. So at Ambev, when we think about ESG, and when we think about being an ethical and responsible company, we, for a long time, maybe 20 years, we have worked on sustainability and the environmental aspects. We've been doing consistent work for a long time, and we started a program taking care of water, which is crucial for our product and the basins of our rivers. And we've been consistently planting millions of trees in these river basins in Brazil. When Brazil had a problem in the Tocantins basin, Ambev was called to check what they did with our factories to replicate what we had in Tocantins. So that's an example. So all of our beer is already done with renewable electricity. And today, we can foresee that there's an ambition that in 2027, 2028, we'll be able to have zero carbon emissions in our scope 1, which is, and then we'll be able to do more of that to go to scope 3 and have zero emissions. So we see a lot of work with sustainability, but sustainability is an obligation. So that's part of the business, it's part of having a business and having a company. There's no way out for the companies that are responsible to not look deeply at their impact on the environment and to mitigate over time. So we have been reflecting on sustainability as an obligation and not an option. And we also saw what we could do, what more could we do in terms of a positive brand besides trying to end the problems, right? What could our positive mark be? And we studied a lot, and the capillarity it has of having an ecosystem that goes from the farmer to the waiter in the bar that has the great capillarity, right? All over Brazil, and wherever there's Brazil, there's Ambev, there's one of our trucks going by. And we are aware that our superpower is our capacity to transform this ecosystem into an ecosystem that is growing and prosperous and it's healthy. And this ecosystem will be able to make what Brazil needs, which is productive inclusion. So we're very aligned with ODS number 8 from the United Nations. We turn our key to be able to use our company as a company that is able to transfer its knowledge, its connections, its resources to the ecosystem as a whole. And the ecosystem is going to be able to include more people productively in this great pain that Brazil has, which is the pain of inequality, of not having a job and not being able to participate in the economy. So we called this program Bora, that has a 10-year ambition to impact 5 million people with some sort of training, education for people to be able to participate in this ecosystem, in agriculture and in retail, with some kind of financial help and with some sort of connection. So we have access, so the truck goes to the favelas, and we have have our customers. So how can we conduct this whole ecosystem so that we can improve and guarantee that this ecosystem will be able to bring more people who are there, and these people are not included in society and they cannot work. So this is our mission. It is aligned with ODS 8, and it is focused not only on making zero of an impact in the environment, but to bring something positive, just like Bora, that tries to bring a better country with more inclusion, productive inclusion. Great, and you have other initiatives, right? You have you have lots. Yeah, I didn't even talk about those. Yes, better platforms. Okay, so thank you. Thank you for your words, and we'll go back and talk about it a little bit more. And this is from another part of the world. So we have an Ivijita here, and she can talk about her perspective in her company in India, and it's also the role of women and the issue of gender and the vision of the challenges, right? And the same challenges.
Thank you very much. And I just thought I'd quickly say that I'm a South Asian woman who's brown and with black and gray hair, middle-aged, and I'm wearing black. And I'm really happy to be here, to be with all of you. And I'm especially grateful to my wonderful colleague and dear friend Paula for inviting me here to speak at this very important event. It's very inspiring now to see it in its 12th year, and I think we need to be doing similar things in our parts of the world. I live in India and work there, and I've been working in the social sector for over 36 years now. And I'd really like to speak on this topic of, when you say boldness, I think of it as courage. So courage and its link with reducing poverty and inequality, which is such a crucial developmental agenda, not only in both our countries, I think, but in our global south, if I'm allowed to say that. So I'd like to address this from the perspective of what it might take to address gender discrimination and disempowerment of girls and women in our largely patriarchal societies. And that's really an important situation. It's acknowledged as a cross-cutting SDG. It's acknowledged that there is a link between changing norms and particularly for those who hold half the population, if not more. In India, it's less than half. We have, as you might have heard, the missing women. So we have a skewed sex ratio in favor of men. And it really, we really need to, we know that there's evidence and data that talks about how it's important for societies to help women and to achieve their potential for the economic empowerment of households below poverty line. There's no secret in this. There's a lot of data and evidence. But challenging social norms, particularly those in the hinterland, in the rural, norms of girls and women not able to leave home, not going to school, being restricted during menstruation and poverty, early marriage, pressure for sons, accepting domestic violence as the norm, fear and shame of revealing matters in public, family matters in public. All of us are nodding our heads. We know it, right? But it requires a lot of courage for women. Change doesn't happen easily, and change requires courage. And the best forms of change, I would say, is where women and communities themselves seek space and grab space, because space is rarely given to us. We have to work hard and be very brave in order to get it. The data is there for us to see, and I'd like to draw on my own experience. I'll take you back to December 1987, when it was in a very in a desert state of North India that I established the first groups in India, groups of women. We call them self-help groups. I know here it's more Alcoholics Anonymous, etc. But it's mutual help groups of women who save, they have not more than 3 to 4 months of food in the year. and they have to leave their homes and families. The families have to migrate. They lend money amongst themselves, and these women are not credit-worthy from banks. And the philanthropic money that supported us in order to work with these women to develop new solutions based on their realities demonstrated 100% repayment. The male members had taken loans from banks, which they had not returned over 2 generations sometimes. But the advocacy from us and NGOs then led in the 1990s for the nationalized banking system in India to accept that women were credit worthy, and that issues of information asymmetry and moral hazard that banks had in terms of lending could be dealt with by groups. So the groups were then, women began to get formal credit for livelihoods to help each other, and this then moved to the next stage where we organized women into village organizations and federated them across provinces so that then they could link with government schemes, with social security provisions, and women themselves could stand for elections in the local councils and began taking on larger projects for themselves as well as communities. The emancipation of our women and ourselves and this courage began to create a space for domestic violence to be called out and for groups to change patriarchal norms. All of this with a lot of backlash. And by the turn of the century, this century, the government of India then introduced the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, and self-help groups became widespread across the country. By this time, larger foundations across the US and other parts of the world began supporting this, and now at the beginning of 2023, we have 12 million self-help groups across India with a financing operation of about $6 billion US. That's just their own savings, not what others are contributing. And this is supported by various World Bank and various other by philanthropic organizations. The point I want to highlight here is that as NGOs, there is an advocacy for the government to adopt our best practices and the support by NGOs to the government to scale practices for NGOs, corporations, governments to work together. It really has led to large-scale sustained change. However, the casualty is that the critical consciousness that women require to break norms, to change norms, to come together has lost focus. And that is where philanthropy now needs to step in, to support women, to continue to question, and to build critical consciousness and remain bold. Otherwise, all we have is a supply-side intervention. We all think it's scaled out and success. But this is required, and the role of civil society here really needs to be reinforced, of women like all of us to work together with them. So in summary, I'd just like to highlight that I'm trying to present an example of how innovations and new ideas come from NGOs backed by philanthropic resources that are ready to take risk and be courageous, and also keen on innovation, which can then be taken for advocated to the government. We support the government to scale it out, but we must continue to help communities through and with civil society to build their critical consciousness. I was blessed to be taught by Paulo Freire when I was at Cornell, and the whole notion of conscientization. It's a blessing for me to be here and meet all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great to hear about your journey, where you see civil society organizations and involving philanthropy and influencing the government. I think these changes happen when we're able to influence the government and we're able to take improvements for the vulnerable population. And I'm going to open up for questions in a minute, but Jean, how do you see the importance of companies also risking in social investment, private social investment and philanthropy to deal with poverty and extreme poverty? So do you see companies assuming risks in this situation? That's a good question. I see it. And I think that before the companies, Brazil is a country that has very generous people, loving people who like to help, but Brazil still has a long journey to better structure philanthropy so that it can happen in a more structured manner. And in the companies or in the world of philanthropy or in the communities, if you want to maintain the status quo, you can, risk less, you can keep things the way they are. But if you want to change a scenario, and we need to change the scenario in Brazil, we have to be daring. So I think Brazil has a long journey ahead of it, being prepared for more structured philanthropy in terms of legislation and communication. I think they has to be used in this sense. So the companies, I'm going to give you two examples, and these are the ways that we have to not only be a responsible way to do things in an ethical manner, and that's a great step for you to look for all of your, to try and do everything correctly and ethically in your company. But when we want to go beyond responsibility, this is the moment that we created VOA. And VOA is a program of internal volunteers in Ambev. And it doesn't really have a lot of novelty, and these programs exist. And when we decide and put all of our hearts in our company to address this, to embrace these initiatives, and these initiatives become very big. And you have how many employees? Yeah, we have rotating 600 a year that do some sort of mentoring. So they do mentoring in NGOs, and they are volunteers to transfer and donate their time and to transfer management knowledge, which we consider ourselves to be good at. And we believe that the NGOs in Brazil are young and they need this sort of push. And this is our way of donating the company's capacity and the time to do philanthropy that transfers management and the way of doing things and knowledge to the third sector. And we come in with 200 NGOs a year. We have been mentoring them, and it's beautiful to see the work of transferring knowledge and transferring a technology, and you see the NGOs really evolving and improving, getting better control and in their long-term views, because somebody that worked with us actually went there and took everything they learned in the company and they transferred it. And this is volunteers. And the other way to do it is Agua Ama. Agua Ama is a project that is a very interesting example because of what the company can do. Yeah, it's a very creative. And we elected water, which is the most important thing in our chain. And the product that we sell is going to be a social company. And that water that is called Ama, it is water that has P&L, so there's the profit. The objective is to have profit, so to sell and to grow. It is audited by KPMG to see what the balance is and the result. And then at the end, everything that it generates, it returns, especially in Brazil, for Brazilians, so that many communities that don't have access to water will be able to have it. So we get the thing that we use the most, we put it in a package and we generate money from it, and we're able to use everything that was in this company to improve access to water in Brazil. So these are some ways of doing it. So companies have to be responsible and ethical, and they have to go beyond and use their ecosystem and their companies to help. And a creative example is the example of working in a product line 100% in terms of reversing the profit to a cause. So this is our way of helping. So imagine if all the Brazilian companies had these social products, and if the profit was given over to these companies, then transformation would be more accelerated, right? Vegeta, so I would like to, thinking about the global philanthropic scenario, so coming out of India and going to the global scenario, do you think that global philanthropy also needs to use more boldness? That's our topic for today, so I have to provoke you.
because, I mean, just as an example, I just thought I'd put 3 points forward. The first is that there's a huge gap between what's required and what resources are being put in place. So I have some data here, which I've been speaking about for the past year. The UN estimates that between $5 trillion US dollars and $7 trillion US dollars per year is needed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for the 2030 agenda. Now, that includes about 3.3 trillion to 4.5 trillion per year in developing countries. But the current investments in SDG-related sectors are around 1.4 trillion US dollars. So that's a gap of about 2.5 trillion US dollars, or an annual investment gap of about 1.9 to 3.1 trillion, depending on what you take. So developing countries face an average annual funding gap of 2.5 trillion. Now that's no small amount. So according to Credit Suisse, what Paula was also talking about, the Oxfam report, individuals with more than $1 million in wealth sit in the top 1% bracket. So the richest 1% captured 54% of new global wealth over the decade. This has accelerated to 63% in the past 2 years, which means really that there is a need for the rich to invest. There is a constant influx of money, and inequality is really so high. So the global north really needs to play a crucial role in mitigating these challenges. And we need to talk about the ease of borderless giving, developing legacy funds, green bonds. The second point I just wanted to quickly raise is that the global landscape has shifted from the last century to this one. In the late 1980s and onwards, NGOs were acknowledged as being very close to communities, the magic bullet at some points, right? Reflecting voices of communities, creating programs that are bespoke, that are relevant. But in this century, the crisis of accountability and of scale have led philanthropic resources to be directed towards strengthening governments. The role of NGOs has been less well articulated in the changing donor-state NGO narrative. And small NGOs working in the front line, they really are finding it difficult to remain alive. So the delivery systems, as I narrated earlier, need to recognize the role of last mile delivery, or localization as it's called in the USAID lingo, and bring the voices of people and communities into the developmental agenda as a KPI. It needs to be a valued outcome, a result. And 3, the last point is, I think the role of NGOs is critical and most neglected, because the organization support, the support for salaries for the organization needs to be put in place. Apologies. The organizational support needs to be there, and there's very little. Nobody wants to pay for salaries. People want it to happen magically. So that needs to be a lesson that we take and we focus on. Otherwise, I'm afraid things are not going to move very well, and we don't have the 2030 agenda that we're going to achieve. It's going to be like the MDGs.
Yes, definitely we have a huge challenge to face, and I think that in 2030 we're going to be asking ourselves, what happened? Why weren't we bolder, or more daring to get to where we wanted to? And before we go to the questions from the audience, I'd just like to hear you. So in the pandemic, we had a unique moment of union in society, the companies engaging themselves, the civil society really getting to those who needed the most. But we saw that, after the pandemic, many things went back to what they were. Although we did move forward with the pandemic, so there was also greater awareness during the pandemic. But how can we continue? How can we increase the sensitization, and especially with regard to poverty? And how can we think about initiatives in all 3 sectors together in combating poverty? Thank you, Paula. Definitely the pandemic showed the inequalities and poverty and what the population has. And we could see that staying at home was not a reality for everyone. And if we think about a moment when we had to talk about hygiene and food, this situation is made worse for millions of Brazilians, even here in São Paulo with Paraisópolis, and every day at 8 o'clock, we still don't have water. So we had to, sue Sabesp, the water company, to be able to get water 24 hours, and the ambulances don't go to the favelas. That is incredible. So we had to sue the company called SAMU. And it normalized that situation. So as soon as this was shown, and then the pandemic went by, and then the new normal happened, and people were accommodated, as if this were normal, and that's not normal for us. The situation of the new normal was worse. So it was a period of a lot of participation, and the favela innovated and created models for mitigation of COVID. For example, the volunteer people who take care of 50 families, and we took, in Paraisópolis, we distributed 10,000 boxes of food per day. Today, it's about 300. We haven't stopped, and frequently, the line is still there, and the food finishes. So we have to serve sausages and eggs because, people just got accustomed to it, and it's no use saying it. They're saying, oh, so, we can't send messages and Instagram because people just got used to it. It's normal to get food. So we believe that we have to create solutions as from this reality so that the favela can prosper, and then it won't have to depend on these conditions. So when we go to G10 and we create the Silicon Valley of the favela, we have tried to create solutions so that we can cause a social impact, so that we can impact the educational part, and we can make the population have work and income to be able to develop and to be able to, look at what they want to eat. And we look at the staple diet, and many things were focused on numbers. And we have to be able to eat well, and we have to donate to people what we would donate to our families. So the best way of doing it is generating opportunities. And over there we created Mão de Maria, which is translating, it's Maria's hand, and that is Brazilian food. And we distributed 4,000 boxes of food per day during this process. And what we did is we qualified women so that they could produce this food, and for us to be able to buy this food from these women, so that these women would also have money and income. So creating alternatives so that the population can overcome this. And it was more than 4,000 women, and then they went back, they made a bistro, they made a delivery, and it was small businesses that subsidize these operations. They also generate work and income. Ambev is a client of Mão de Maria, so when you have a coffee break, you can call the women from Paraisópolis. They are from 8 states, and we create solutions so that this dependency on donations can become smaller and also impacting and forming. So we have, for example, Costura Sonhos, which is a group of women that launch fashion. They went to São Paulo Fashion Week, they went to Milan, and they were talking about the NU, they were talking about circular economy, and they work on recycling. And what do we promote? We've already qualified 1,030 women during this period, and we ask the companies to hire them. Don't you produce uniforms? So produce it with our women. Don't you produce bags? So, this badge. So hire this population that is training, and it's giving them an opportunity, because then you're going to impact, you're going to create an impact, and you're going to generate profit. So instead of just doing dishcloths, right? We can't sell them anymore. And This will generate resources and it will generate prosperity. And it's very difficult to talk about rich favelas and at the same time work with combating poverty. We're in 16 states, almost 400 favelas, 4,002 volunteers inside the favela. And when people ask me about what to do, I say, let's make it a rich favela. But we're not used to talking about rich favelas, because if I talk about rich favelas, what do people do? They stop helping because they don't need it anymore. It's very natural for us to look and say, okay, so let's help the other side because these people don't need it. And we are against the story of showing poverty and hunger and those images that sometimes are abusive by the population, because this is not the image that we want about us. I want to show something beautiful and powerful, because this poverty image, just makes us poorer. And, Paraisópolis is an example of this. Paraisópolis is in the heart of Morumbi and a few meters from the palace, the government palace, and it has celebrated 102 years. So there's Morumbi and there's the palace right beside it. But that's not true. It's not well served. We're marginalized because of theft and because of the noise or something happened. So we have to invest and we have to show models that are working. Paraisópolis cannot be a problem. So I see these wonderful experiences, and I've seen it as well, but there are many things that are happening that need support, that need strengthening, and we need help at this moment. It's a long line, and the activities that are happening there, and there's very few people helping. And, sometimes people call me and say, oh, how nice. There's lots of interesting things, lots of good people, but this has to be more accelerated, and we have to get used to the position of prosperity, and we have to promote this. So we created a hub of opportunities, and we say, do you want credit? Okay, go to the G10 bank. If you want to deliver, go to Brazil Express. And you want clothes, you want food, Mãos de Maria. If you want to eat something, you have the urban farms, and LinkedIn in the family. If you want to employ somebody, there are solutions, and these solutions are making the population prosper. We say that we want to have initiatives that warm your heart but also fill our pockets so we can have a better and prosperous favela. I think that's the idea. We have to create ecosystems to combat poverty, right? It's such a complex problem, and you really have to see several perspectives. And I saw wonderful examples that strengthen women. I still think that the women are watching. If I don't talk about them, they'll kill me. So, we're going to transform the world. And I'd like to open up to the audience. Does anybody have any question? I'll get all the questions, and then we can make the final conversation. Saulo, our official question maker. I was hired by Aegis to make questions, I can say that. But I'd like to, I'm from Sergipe. This is the trio from the Northeast. Gilson, wow, that was incredible. But I'd like to provoke you in the Northeastern manner, because different from you and Gilson, I lived in São Paulo many years. I love São Paulo. I love carbon monoxide. But I went back to Sergipe. I went to a very poor region, and, we want to help to get rid of poverty. So I'd like to provoke you and Jen, all the others. We also need to help these small cities, these small communities in the Northeast and the North, because immigration in this wrong dream that if they come to São Paulo, they will become rich. This dream continues. So we have some entrepreneurs in Sergipe. They're building their own business. They're acting on the internet with the whole world. But their testimonial was, if this opportunity had not come up, my only objective was to migrate to São Paulo, etc. So I think the work of development in the favela can also be connected to preservation and development of these small municipalities in this country, where people have the only opportunity and the dream to migrate to the center, and probably they will continue to be poor if they continue in the same place. So we have to do both things at the same time. So I'd like to invite the favela to look at the small municipalities in the north and the northeast and bring the, not people, but solutions and inspirations to these people to help the incredible energy that you have in the favela. That's exactly it. So looking at where we have things that are lacking and find a solution for that. And it's consuming and it's looking at it. And when we talk about the consumption potential in the favela, when we talk about the poverty in a city or in a condo or in a district. So this favela is going to mean billion reais. And if we encourage the production and consumption and the generation of wealth in this territory, possibly it's going to be developed. So this technology is spread out in the cities, and you have small agglomerates that have a little bit of wealth, and you have a little pocket of poverty that appears. So we have to try and create products, and we have to try and create conditions to be able to consume these products, because sometimes we're doing beautiful things that don't sell. And we always do this. We have to combat the models, right? And you can't deliver anything. And many people are talking about this topic, and you can also, you know, look at what's happening, and there's not of conversation through the site. That's why we have to look at what's already working and how we can inspire people. So I was looking at the success stories beforehand, and I didn't see these success stories because they were not told. And stories of poor people are not told. We only have the police stories, and that's not a good example. And it's not because the success stories did not exist. It's because we were ignored in the programs, and we created, for example, a communication agency, and we show the companies how to communicate better, because until today, even the dogs are blonde. How are we going to specify this in our story? How are they going to think about a situation if, you know, we don't have any success stories in the favela? These stories have not been told, so we have to tell these stories, and we have to create, and we have to spend. We don't want to depend on donations all the time. We want to have, you know, possibilities of not having to need these donations anymore. So we have leaders that take care of 50 families each, and they are also social and economic mentors. They create the product, they create the business, but we have to have investment coming in a more aggressive manner to be able to make people prosper and not depend on others. We are accustomed to the basic. I did not come to São Paulo. We didn't have, you know, basic food and basic homes. I came to live in Morumbi. And we have to talk about this, and we have to stop the basics so that the population can prosper and we can show people and places that are living in a better condition. Otherwise, I don't have a reference. Not that it doesn't exist, but they don't talk about it. And when we get there, sometimes we forget who was left behind. So we have to bring more diversity and strength, and then people choose the school, where they want to eat, they choose where they want to go, where they want to live, and defend a free favela. People have the power of choice. And then you come back to help those who stayed behind. I was going to get all of the questions, but anyway, we have a question at the back. Any other questions? And then we can move to the conclusion. Sorry. I'm Carlos Jorge from Alagoas, Miss Jean. I'm the founder of the Mandavi Institute, and currently we're here. I'm here as the president of Rede Mundo ao Mundo, and I remember a dear philosopher, professor, that was very inspiring. and the door was closed. I went there, the door was closed because it was a weekend. But I remember Professor Joaquin, who said that there's no poor territory. We have impoverished territories, because many times prosperity is channeled into some big pockets inside the city, and this is picture of the prosperity that was concentrated over here, and the idea and the utopia. Professor Joaquin was saying, when is this wealth that we have here now, in the comfort and in this structure, when is that going to be channeled into the periphery of the city or to the northeast so we can improve that? Because I think that combat to poverty is talking about inequality. So when, in fact, are we going to distribute some of our prosperity for real? And not only financial wealth, but intellectual capacity and transport the level of knowledge as well, because I have a limit because of my culture and how I was raised. But there are some people who got to a certain educational level that is higher than mine. So my question is, how can we make this division, channeling this prosperity to these places, to these channels, so that everybody will have their moment and their space for entrepreneurs, for philanthropes. And as I'm going back home, and he just gave us a challenge. So if you go to Rede Portal up to 62,000, Aegis is going to put another 62,000 for us over here. So I'm leaving you the PIX number so that you can start transfer this to Alagoas. And our last question. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joyce, and I was born in the outskirts of the south of São Paulo, and my question is about what our colleague was saying. So thinking about migration and social mobility and ascending. I grew up with the idea that, when you got a better job, we had to go from the bridge onwards to have a better quality of life, to live near your job, and to spend 2 years with locomotion. And today, I live with this guilt, right, of having reached this, of living, downtown, and even so, we think, oh, we have a park nearby, look at the structure, we're close to everyone, there's a subway. And then after so long, I'm still surprised with something that should be basic, and at the same time feeling guilty, because what if I were still living there? Maybe I could demand more things. So I wanted to understand this mentality, if it has been changing, and if people today think about staying in terms of social mobility, and how this can actually be how can we actually redistribute? So through, policies for working at home, and we can talk about this in the post-pandemic period. This became easier, not for everyone, but it is a possibility to be considered. But I wanted to understand how this has been working. So my suggestion is the question about how to take prosperity. It was for you, right? And I would like Anidita to also complement this issue, and the last question was more for Gilson. And I'd like you to make your final comments as well, because we're coming to the end of our event. I can talk about this topic of regional development, and we have a motto that says everybody has to grow. We have to share growth, and wherever there's Brazil, there's Ambev. We have this motto internally, and in the last 3 years, we were able to register and directly address 250,000 customers more than what we had in the pre-pandemic period. So small bars and restaurants and places where we give direct access to the company so that they can have better conditions to be able to sell the products with a margin and to make money. So it's a small Brazilian retail. And our regional footprint is huge, and Acre is really thriving because of some investment that we did in the Amazon, also the cashew that we used from Piauí to be able to make some beer that we make over there, umbu in Bahia. So we're trying to make a liquid with a product from there. So we really try to get this capillarity where there's Brazil, there's Ambev, and this growth has to be general. It has to be from the large centers, and it has to be in this Brazil, beautiful Brazil that we have over here. Thank you, Jean. Nimedita.
Well, I'd like to be a little provocative.
Bom, eu gostaria de ser mais.
I'd like to be a little provocative here. My point is this, that just because we're going to get money to a family doesn't mean that the intra-family dynamics are going to ensure that the weakest within the family are going to get what's due to them. So what happens on a regional basis is then reproduced, and the inequality is reproduced within the family. I would urge all of us to take a gendered lens to this. It's not good enough. Women in all conditions are doubly disadvantaged, if not triply. I don't need to say that. So if we talk about it in a kind of a gender neutral or gender blind sense, very soon we'll be asking ourselves the same questions, except at a different scale. So let's look at, because change can happen. The only place where there's more, of course there are societal, regional differences, but there is a huge challenge when the inequality exists within the family, and the fights have to be fought within the family, whether it's child sexual abuse, whether it's, who gets what food, who's allowed to go out to work, who's allowed to go to school, who gets medical treatment, how the income is distributed. Therefore, we must work, my firm belief, and I think it's proved that change happens, new behavior needs to be demonstrated, and groups are very important. Women need a safe space, they need others like themselves. They need to be able to go out and build a support group so that they can also demand for change and assert themselves within their familial spaces, within society, within public life. So while we do all this, let's take a gendered lens to it. And I think life will be very different. It won't take much longer. But groups are the key to it, organization, so that the agenda can be set by those who are oppressed and exploited, not by us. That's my only plea.
Gostaria de fazer. Gilson? I believe that things are changing, and this movement and innovation and being able to discuss and bring different people to discuss this is going to be great. But effectively, we are trained to hate spaces where you live. And until I loved Paraisópolis, we were not able to make all the transformations because everything we wanted was to say that we lived in Morumbi, we started building this identity, and we noticed that, we had to love our streets, and we had to, love our company to transform it and love our street to transform it. So we couldn't blame people for our problems. We have to be our own heroes, our own CEOs, because we are trained to say bad things about people, to be against something, to live some experience, some success with our grandchildren in 60 years, but we refuse to do that. We need the stories now. We need the change now, loving what they trained us to stay away from, because favelas, violence, there is a culture in people's minds. When they think about favelas, they think, helicopters, police, shots. That's not what a favela is. If we don't do it now, we're never going to be able to do it. We started doing the favela Brazil Express, with logistics, and who are we negotiating with? And then we have to explain that we're not negotiating a contract to be able to put a logistics center. Maybe the 45,000 favelas, out of those, 1,000 don't need any negotiations. That we can work with banks in the urban favelas. We want to have buffets there. And we always have to explain, because the image that was placed over the years and maintained is that we are violent, that we are ugly, that, we have to leave near the dirt. So we want to create success stories, and we want to show them. And then we're going to have a young generation looking at what football is going to transform. It's not going to be for everyone, and only funks. You can be entrepreneurs, you can be teachers, you can be other things. You can create perspectives from concrete models. It's different to talk about that. It's hard to talk about that, but we need to show more. And I wanted to invite you to go to the pavilion in Paraisópolis for you to look at what's happening. We have a celebration, right, this year. Yeah, this year we are celebrating. We're going to have a great show with great feijoada from the Marias, and then a show with Xande de Pilares, Israel, and Filhos da Bahia. 53% of them are from Bahia, so we're very happy. So it's going to help to scale up and reproduce. Otherwise, we're always going to go into the history that we can't do this. We can. We can do this. And I love social projects. And when I was 14, when I ran away from my home, I was welcomed by institution, Dona Rosa and Mr. Jaime Garfinkel. And then I, started participating. And it's this group that is now making changes, and it's from Jaime Garfinkel, and they are transforming the story, and we're investing and believing, but I need to empower, right? For many people, many times, Gilson is this person. No, I'm myself. And for me to have autonomy when the institutions came out, so I could, continue the work. Otherwise, we see the plaque. When the plaque is gone, everything is over and we can't continue. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to invite you to follow up this and come and celebrate the anniversary of Paraisópolis that is happening this week. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And I think that's the message. So, we have to love our country, love where we are, and dream. And then we're going to really go far. I would like to thank our speakers in this panel. It was great. And I'd just like to, don't leave, because I'm going to do the closing of the event.
Hello, hello.
Hello. There are so many subjects. Everybody looks tired. They want to go home. I promise I'm not going to take long. But we have to highlight a few things. We were provoked. So first of all, we have to love our country and our space. And I think Gerda said it very well, talking about Haiti. And first of all, you have to convince others that that is possible. And I have no doubt that Brazil is possible. But we have to face inequalities of race and gender. We have to evaluate, create funds, funding strategies, innovative strategies, engage the companies, engage the families, and work together with the government. There's no way out. We have to work on all three sectors together to be able to face our problems. We have come to the end of the edition, of the 12th edition of our forum, and I'm very inspired, and I really want to do even more. And if I say this, my team is going to kill me, but anyway. I confess that when we started to plan this meeting, we had doubts about having enough cases, daring cases. And as we designed the agenda and we thought about what to propose, we discovered some very interesting stories, and to hear them all together here, that was very powerful. We heard a lot more than we imagined. And as I said in the beginning, we have to dream. We have to be daring so that these dreams can become true. And during the day, we saw it was not a simple journey to conquer what we wanted. We had barriers, and several barriers. Sometimes we made mistakes. We generated other problems, the famous non-intentional problems, right? And things that we had not anticipated. But if you are daring, you do not give up. And in this room, out of the people who came through, I understand that we are the team that does not give up. We make partnerships, we create new models, we defend things with our heart, causes that we believe in, and we make things happen. Hopefully this day has been as rich for you as it was for me, and I hope you leave with something that you learned. Maybe you met somebody new, maybe you reflected on a point that had never been through your minds. We hope that we were able to inspire all of you so that you can be more daring. That's the idea. So provoke you so that we can all be more daring to be able to move forward in the transformations that we want to see, so that Brazil and the world will become more welcoming. There will be more love. And once again, on behalf of Aegis, I would like to thank the specialists who are with us and during this special day. And thank you for your time. Thank you, our guests as well, who are here with us, and the online audience. The online audience was incredible. 1,600 people were in our forum today. I would like to thank my wonderful team. Guys, please stand up. Let's give them a hand. Woo-hoo! There are people missing, but we're giving you a hand for those who are not with us, even for those who are not with us. You are the ones that make all of this happen. I would also like to thank the Sirim team, Boulevard JK, Showtime, Fundação José Paiva Neto, and everyone who worked today at this event so that we could be in a very special place to talk about boldness. Thank you, Isabela Pascoal and Da Terra, for providing our speakers with organic coffee. And finally, but also very important, I once again like to thank our supporters who made this event possible. Fundação Charles Stewart, in the silver category, and Ambev, B3 Social, BNP Paribas Asset Management, BTG Pactual, the Itaú Foundation, José Luiz Egídio Setúbal, the Instituto Cicobi, Movement Bem Maior, Grupo Raia, Drogasil, Vale, and the Alliance Magazine are bronze sponsors. And before we end, I would like to reinforce the invitation to those who want to participate in the Global Philanthropy Forum, our partner in this event. And they're going to have their event between the 16th and 17th of October in San Francisco. And just like in other years, Aegis is organizing a Brazilian delegation. And if you're interested in coming with us, please contact us, Guilherme, Andrea. They can help you with the information. I'd like to remind you that all the sessions that we had here today, they were recorded, and they're going to be made available later on in the YouTube channel. So you can recommend it to your friends and colleagues. You can inspire other people, provoke them so that more people will be daring and so that we will be able to expand our community. And if you use the headsets, please leave them on the table or hand them over to our team. So this is the part that I love in the events. I hope you have a great end of the day when it's over. I love it. It's a joke, guys. It's a joke. I wanted to remind you for the last time, fill in the evaluation forms. It's very important for us and for our supporters. And see you in the next forum. And it was a joke, okay?